out anytime right to your bank. Cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey guys, it's Rob Brennan from The Drive on 96.5 The Fan. We're excited to launch Beyond the Pitch KC, a limited podcast series documenting the run-up to the World Cup with our friends at 98.1 KMBZ.
And I'm Scott Parks from Dana and Parks. This is about Kansas City, not about soccer. Telling the story of how our town ended up hosting the world's biggest sporting event.
New episodes drop every Wednesday starting on March 4th, plus video clips on 96.5 The Fan and KMBZ social channels.
Subscribe to Beyond the Pitch KC on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your favorite shows. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Friday has arrived. The week has come to an end. Don't be sad that it ending. Be happy that it happened.
That was it.
Yep. The Mac and Dusty week continues here on 96.5 The Fan. One more day after this without Bobby Fescoe, and then he's back from spring break on Tuesday. So we've got you today and Monday. And we got to witness yesterday, which was glorious.
Fantastic.
So much happened.
So great. So lovely.
Best game in the day was what? The first game that came on?
TCU Ohio State was fantastic.
8-9 matchup, man.
So good. Love that. That was the first game. Ohio State choking it away, it felt like, but also TCU choked it away. Both had that game 17 different times. Loved getting David Punch. That bet landing over there, so that was nice. First of the day, but High Point up there. Sorry, Drew.
Yeah.
High Point, Wisconsin's got to be.
That's kind of like our local. I mean, it was obviously the upset of the day, I believe, unless you want to count VCU over UNC. But again, High Point was the 13 and Wisconsin was the 5. Or what? 14 and 5? Is that what it was? No. Everything equals 17. So 14 and 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or I think it was 13 and 4. We're off to a great start. 13 and 4 seed, I think it is. St. Louis and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar move on. The Billikens are going through there at one point up 91-54 on Georgia in a 9-8 matchup. That's awesome to see.
Yep, that was fantastic.
The old Billikens and the glasses, goggle wearing freak that just knows how to ball when it comes to March Madness.
Larry Blurd,
man.
Yeah, man, he was
white
killing
chocolate.
It. They scored over 100. Illinois scored over 100 with Wagler last night. Yeah, USF, though, I mean, they were down 20 points. They're one of the stories of the day, covering a plus 4.5 spread. I mean, wow. That game was over. And they came back in the last couple of minutes and covered that 4.5 spread and actually kind of made it an interesting game there, losing by 4 against Louisville. Louisville, fun team to watch as well. Louisville.
Yeah, it was
AJ DeBonza.
He balled.
Balled as usual. We knew that would happen at some point. He's going to ball. His team will lose, right? Yep. Didn't know if it was first or second round.
But he did everything that he was supposed to do.
11 for 24, 10 boards, I think.
20 points in the first half.
Yep. Over 30 in the game.
Doesn't have to worry about anything if he went on or,
no, he's
didn't
good.
go on. First overall draft pick, AJ DeBonza.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Depending on what we see tonight from Dan Peterson.
Peterson and Boozer can still.
Boozer looked like garbage yesterday. He got outplayed. His brother outplayed him for the second game in a row.
Yeah, Caden was good.
Starting to get concerned about Cameron Boozer. ACC championship game, crickets.
Mm-hmm.
First game of the tournament, crickets. Because you know what that told me about Siena?
Siena?
You know what that tells me? Jerry McNamara is going to get hired by Syracuse by the end of the month.
Oh, I like that.
Why wouldn't you?
Yes.
Syracuse since Boeheim has been down. Take. Jerry McNamara almost beat Duke, and even fact that John Shire gave him some love after the end of the game. He goes, I got outcoached by Jerry. He got me, but we prevailed. And then Cameron Boozer, at the end of the game in his press conference, was like, we thought it was just like handed to us. We showed up. We got punched in the mouth, and we didn't like it. And now so many different paths happen with Duke at this point. It's like, is that their scare? Is this it's going to wake them up?
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of stats that have involved this. I think I saved it last night, Mac, about like Duke's slim margin of a win. Yeah, here it is from ESPN Insights. Duke is the 8th number 1 seed in NCAA tournament history to win by 6 or fewer points against a 16 seed. 3 of the previous 7 lost their next game, and only one of them went on to reach the Final Four, and that was Illinois in 1989. So now something to watch is this Duke story, which we will get into we'll get into a little bit later, because Ron Slay, our guy who joined us yesterday, Big Game Slay, what did he tell us about Duke?
Kind of warned us. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like them making a run.
He said, I believe he thinks they'll be the first number 1 seed out.
And what I love is they'll play TCU and aforementioned David Punch. And David Punch is a older, lesser version of Cameron Boozer. He's 6'8" to 6'10", has a decent mid-range, good passer, really strong inside, creates space with his shoulder. I mean, they are replicas of each other in a lot of ways. So it's going to be David Punch, Cameron Boozer in the second round, a senior, older, maybe a little bit smarter version than the more athletic, more skilled Cameron Boozer. That's going to be a fun matchup. And yeah, Ron Slay calling it there.
It's basically the guy with the resume that fits versus the guy with the personality that fits at the new job opening.
Yeah.
And then to me, the biggest story yesterday involves High Point.
Here's Boyd with the dribble out front against Johnston. Boyd driving left to the lane, leaves it up and out. Couldn't spin it in, and Johnston's got the rebound. Hand off Martin, High Point pushing out to Johnston. 30-foot three on the way. Oh, he made it! Johnston from Curryland knocks it in. 70-65 Wisconsin, 4:44 to go.
Did I see that yesterday that kid is 50% from 3, and he made his first 2-point bucket in a fast break layup yesterday of the season
to win the game?
Caleb Johnston.
Martin off a Johnston screen to the right. Martin looking, lob it to Johnson, left wing, gonna crank it on his 3. Hit it again! Johnston's third 3 of the game. High Point back within 1, 74-73, 3:14 to go.
Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson catch and shoot. Johnson! That's what they needed. Timeout. Portland. Yeah. Do you believe it? Go. Here comes Johnson. The layup. Johnson on transition. Takes it in bounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Drive. 6 seconds. Block. Now Boyd, they launch down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first time in program history, High Point breaks through. We will see you in the round of 32. Oh, what a feeling.
Good call, baby. I got goosies. Let's go.
Pure emotion from the play-by-play
Put
call.
on the slipper.
It's Cinderella
great.
time.
Oh, that
Caleb
was
Johnston,
fantastic.
The new March darling, I guess you could say.
Sorry, Drew.
What was that guy's name? Gorky or whatever his name was?
Which guy?
The guy that just always hit threes.
Oh,
He had like the weird like haircut. He played for Oakland.
for Oakland when they beat Kentucky, it started with a G. Yes.
Grokey.
That was a great night.
Can't remember. But the thing that I got yesterday, that I have to tell you that I figured out, is that we have a full heel turn at 96.5 The Fan.
And you suspected this. We didn't know it would increase this fast, but it's hit us in the face.
I called it this week on Monday.
It's taken over.
Alex Gold has gone full heel.
You can't ignore it anymore.
We are now calling him Alexander Gold. That is his heel name. I hope they bring this up. Text line, I hope you keep this going from 10 to 2 when they're at International Tap House in the Crossroads again today. Alexander Gold has arrived. We have a heel turn. This is almost as big as Hulk Hogan at Bash at the Beach. And I'll explain. He comes into work. He's wearing a hat. It's black. He's wearing a hoodie. It's black. He's wearing sweatpants. They're charcoal. He's a little stern.
Oh, yeah.
He's a little cranky.
Straight business.
He finds out that Drew is really excited about Wisconsin's chance in this tournament, even though Drew should have done his research and looked at their head coach and seen his horrible resume. He's got to go. Boosters aren't going to love him anymore in Wisconsin.
No.
And then what does Alex Gold do to continue this heel turn? Alexander Gold finds out he's got a connection to a High Point player of the past. Not a T-shirt jersey, not a Fruit of the Loom white shirt that he wrote High Point on. No. An authentic jersey from a buddy that went to school at High Point. And who did High Point play yesterday? Wisconsin. Who was Drew ready to get all in on in this tournament? Wisconsin. And his very own co-host and co-worker rubbed it in his face. The look of the selfie that heel Alexander Gold took yesterday on
menacing
Instagram, on Twitter, on your ex-girlfriend's DM page.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I know you're at a low point, but do you want to get to a high point? My name's Alexander Gold. I'm full heel. Such a smooth ride just turned into such a bumpy ride.
Oh, yeah, dude. They'd be talking Tennessee cities real quick.
I'm so excited that the one guy I thought could never turn heel, Alex Gold, turned heel, and we've got Alexander Gold. And that show will be gold today. From the start to the finish.
It's still December. You know, it's like it's a December college basketball game.
That's Alex. We're now here.
Now we're Alexander.
And I hope he leans into it.
Yes.
Because all I can wait is to see High Point get destroyed. And Alex Gold, the true heel that he can be, throw it away and just say, I was never a fan. Just didn't want Drew to win.
Yeah.
Perfect. Because now Drew, hopefully in his closet full of 95 college T-shirts.
Oh, at least.
Whoever plays High Point next, I hope Drew's got a shirt of that. Because he can't go buy a shirt. Alex did not buy a shirt. Alexander was given a jersey. No money was spent. Not only that, he doubled down, bet High Point, part of a parlay, and then showed it.
She's such a smooth ride.
You better effing believe it, Alexander Gold. I'm proud of you. Alexander Gold going full
Finally
heel.
did it.
Again, you can go check those guys out in the Crossroads Day at the International Tap House. They'll have games and all sorts of stuff on there, plenty of giveaway and all of that. So we'll get back into what happened yesterday, but I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you why the World Baseball Classic shows why the MLB cannot and must not ever miss games in the future. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City sports.
And actually, listen, the new Bruno Mars album is very good. Just came out last week. Very good, yeah.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed. Well, that
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Fellas, you know what time of the year it is. It's the season of love. Sex, intimacy, and love are essential to fulfilling relationships. Erectile dysfunction, though, can take a serious toll on all of that, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on partners that can feel overwhelming. But ED doesn't have to continue impacting your relationship. Remember, men, it's not just about you. We all understand how important sex is in a relationship for you and for your partner. Erectile dysfunction can take that away, often creating serious strain on the relationship as well. That's why you should go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health. Heartland Men's Health treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love and bring you closer together. Heartland Men's Health has 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Feeling the squeeze of high prices? Then stretch your budget this Friday through Sunday at Hy-Vee. Stock up and save big on 99-cent deals throughout the entire store. Like pork loin chops, just 99 cents. Skippy peanut butter, 99 cents. Green Giant vegetables, 6-pack ramen noodles, and much more, just 99 cents. Order through the Hy-Vee app or online and leave the shopping to us. Don't miss the 99-cent sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Easter's here, and this Easter Sunday, we're going out for brunch, and we're doing that at Hy-Vee. We're skipping the hassle of reservations for an overpriced restaurant brunch, and we're going to the family-friendly buffet brunch at Hy-Vee. $19.99 for adults, $6.99 for kids 6 to 12, and kids 5 and under eat free. And they've got all-you-can-eat favorites like scrambled eggs, biscuits and gravy, sausage, bacon, hash browns, fresh fruit, and so much more. No reservation required. We'll see you from 8 to 1 this Easter at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions and unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship, because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout for a tournament full of unforgettable moments. BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all of your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all of your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Sunday, I'm going to shave the cheeks and everything else.
has gone full heel. Alexander Gold, the story of today. Or it could be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Larry Nerd, Larry Blurred, or Milk Chamberlain, the Robbie Avila kid from the Billikens. Avila.
Let's go.
Last time we'll see him, he said, last time we'll see him play basketball. Unless
Yeah.
you want to go watch over to, European leagues where he might have a chance.
Or the YMCA.
Tax free. So
But that's what we love about, same with Caleb Johnston, High Point, right?
Number 99 too.
This dude's so sick. Yeah, I mean 68 3-pointers made. Those were his only shots attempted and made until that, that 2-pointer that you said, that layup to basically win it and seal
First
the
of
win.
the season, I couldn't believe
First
that.
attempt and make.
We were watching
awesome.
that with the fellas yesterday, and my buddy was like, "Did I just hear that correctly? That's his first 2-point." I'm like, "Probably, dude. High point,
Also,
and
just
then,
know your role.
Yeah,
Know who you are, bro.
and
there you
just
go.
and just own it. Like we need Alexander Gold to lean into the heel role. For those of you that don't understand what a heel means, it's obviously a wrestling term, but it's when a babyface or hero switches to a villainous persona, adopting underhanded tactics, arrogance, and often a sudden shocking betrayal of a fan or partner. Behavioral changes, arrogance, disrespecting the crowd.
Yep.
Storyline behavioral, often triggered by a shocking sudden betrayal of a partner or ally.
Wow. I mean, it's to a T.
It is. Alexander Gold.
It's sad. We saw the signs. Tried to talk to him, tried to reach out.
Yeah, somebody says Alex Gold needs to grow a soul patch as well. We need some sort of facial hair to start growing.
Yeah, 5 o'clock shadow. Soul patch is great.
Except what we would call it for Alexander Gold is a soulless patch. High point.
Drew's at a low point.
Yeah, supposedly he called into the drive yesterday, according to Micah.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Micah. I haven't heard
said
that.
Drew was calling into the drive drunk and sad, dropping numerous SHITs.
Don't buy it. Don't buy it at all.
I don't know. Drew was saying but, and somebody there. I wondered if that was going to happen. Washer showed up at.
Oh, yes. You didn't tell me.
Yeah, couldn't go anywhere yesterday because we were told he's going to show up between, what did I say, 10:30 and 3:30. It showed up yesterday at 2:14. Now, since my washer and dryer are connected to my garage, we made these guys day. They were in and out in 10 minutes.
Oh, nice.
We had it unhooked. We had it moved forward.
Yes.
The guy showed up. He's like, smells nice in here, man. I was like, yeah, well, you get it. And he drops it off. We hooked it up, and it was done and out of there by about 2:35, 2:40.
Not bad.
So at that point, it was like, well, we could just kick it here. Windows are open, doors are open. If you want, I can put a TV on the patio. And then today, just going to get nuts, man. Going to stop by Jack Stack on the way home, get about 40 wings, get some slaw, beans, cheesy corn, make some other stuff on the Traeger, and just be like, dude, doors open. Come on in. I need to find out where Dusty lives. That guy's going to show up.
Oh, yeah. He'll be there. He probably was there yesterday. You just didn't know. But, yeah, he'll be there more up and out front, out in the open today.
They said he did call in.
He did call in. No, he definitely did. So I'm texting Drew. He will not be awake for a little bit, but I'm texting him, and we need to get a check in on Drew this morning.
Do you guys know what hour of the show it was? Was it like right at 2:00? Did Carrington do the right thing and have him on fresh on the show?
Let's open with it, right?
Yeah. I would.
I mean, when that game started, it would have been right around when Carrington's show started, when they were finishing. Would have been right around then, right?
You know the text line's loyal. He definitely called in and compared Wisconsin losing to if Missouri were to lose to Miami. Not the same, in my opinion. Mizzou's a 10-7 matchup. That was like a 4-13 matchup or a 5-12 matchup.
Yeah, Missouri's at home.
Basically.
So I'll give him that.
And I don't think any Missouri true fan, I don't speak for them all, but I bet if I took a poll of Missouri fans only, which we can't because Kansas fans would troll, and so would probably K-State fans.
Of course.
Do you expect to beat Miami tonight? And I bet a ton of them would be like, no, we're Tigers, man. This is us. We're in St. Louis.
Yeah.
We got a 10 seed. They blessed us with that, with our big wins in the season. And then you just fumble the bag in St. Louis against Miami. Now, Miami is a 7 seed. Mizzou's a 10. They play at 9 o'clock-ish tonight. So we'll see.
I don't know, a couple of the books have this promotion on it, but you can bet on any one money line, and if they're up 10 by 10 points at any point in the game, you get the win. And so I'm trying to find that today for
Kansas.
that under. No.
Oh, underdog.
For that underdog, for that 13 or 12 seed. That's inevitably, it's happened so many times yesterday. That's going to get up 10. Just has to get up. Doesn't have to win.
Yeah, like Siena.
Yes.
Because
how much money would you have gotten Siena? Because you get that money line bet. You get the money line odds up 10. You cash and you're good.
So on clarification of the text line, we're still completely lost. Drew was on about 3 o'clock. He was on about 3:40ish. He was on about 3:20. Literally back to back text.
Okay.
3:20, 3:40ish. Drew was on about 3.
All right.
None of them are wrong.
Yeah, no.
Because you got the 3:40ish, 3:20, and Drew was on about 3. So, and then we get this line. Drew actually compared the loss to Missouri beating Miami and losing to Purdue. Nobody knows.
Yeah, now I need the comparison. We need to hear from Drew ourselves.
Do you try to hit that bet right out of the chute, St. Mary's or Santa Clara over Kentucky?
Ooh, that's
Akron,
a good
Texas
one.
Tech. Those are your first
Akron's
two games
another one
today.
I'm thinking about too, exactly.
The LIU Sharks.
Yeah, I'll
playing
stick away from
Arizona.
that.
I think I might take Arizona 30.5 there. They're going to come out pissed. Not like pissed. You want to take my mojo and say Tennessee State starts off and gives Iowa State a scare because Iowa State can't hit anything from 3, and we have that same narrative of like, this is the problem they run into. Maybe Hofstra and Alabama might be your bet because Alabama
People
doesn't
love
have
Hofstra.
because Alabama doesn't have 1,900 joints guy.
Yeah, you're right. And they're still minus 800 and minus 11.5, depending on where you're at.
No doubt. Miami of Ohio, Tennessee, you're not taking that because you don't want to see that. So your biased heart, bless you.
No, I'm not going to, yeah.
Maybe UCF, UCLA is a good one. That might be your moneymaker, dude. UCF was very, very good this year in upsetting teams and playing in big moments. We know UCLA's head coach can lose his ass in 2 seconds. And then after that, it gets kind of bleak, Mac, because then you're either taking Cal Baptist,
I'm not doing
you're either
this.
taking Furman, or then you take Missouri. So I
Yeah.
would say you could take Missouri, or you should take
Who you just said,
short-term memory loss.
yeah, for sure. UCF.
Akron,
UCF, Akron.
UCF.
Yeah, UCF and Akron.
There
Yeah.
you go. So you got some options. But yeah, Kentucky starts the day off today at 11:15. Then we get to 11:40, and then you get to your under of mine that hit yesterday. 11:25 was when the first one got cracked.
Yeah, I saw the picture. It was great. It was great. I was good yesterday and waited for a minute, and then the afternoon got pretty rowdy. But today it'll be, start right off. I'm gonna go pick up my wedding ring right after the show with my father today.
Will you put it on and never take it off?
No, I will put it on once just to see it, and then I will take it off until the day of, I believe.
Okay.
Will not wear it until the day of. I think is what.
Was it hard for you to pick your best man?
Mm-hmm. Very. Oh, between my two brothers, very. I wish I could have. I could have. I guess had
Co?
two. Yeah, could have done a co.
Like a McNair Manning MVP
yes,
best man.
Could have done something like that. But no, I mean they're both mentors of mine, best friends of mine. They've both been like, yeah, dude.
And I'm not you, and I don't live your life. It would have been cool if you had like a Survivor bachelor party,
bro.
Because you're going to Miami, right?
Yes.
On the beach, one day, 3 trials. Whoever wins, your best man. And nobody knows.
That's a great idea.
Until the wedding happens, and they're like, how the hell did David become his best man? Like, Asher's over here.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Why is he last in line? He sucked in survival best man. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That'd be so great.
Dude, that's how my oldest brother, Sean, when he got married, it was during March. It was before March. It was March Madness was before, and he was like, all right, it's between me, Asher, and one of his best friend. We're doing a March Madness pool. Whoever wins the bracket is the best man.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
And you didn't win.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Should have. Close second.
Somebody says today's going to be all chalk. You think all the number one, all the high seeds are going to win?
Come on.
I hope you're wrong for like entertainment purposes.
Yeah, right?
Because isn't that kind of how it always does happen? It seems like one side of the bracket is F'd, and then the other side is like 8-9.
Yeah, it's
or it's like 1-8, 2-9, or 2 whatever. I don't even know what we're doing here, but like everything equals 9. So it'd be like 2-7, 6-3, all that. Like in the other side of the bracket, you're like, oh yeah, I did really well. I went 14-16 on this side, went 8-16 on this side. And then everybody that thinks they're ahead, and you have to look at it, you're like, do you still have your Final Four teams? Yes. Do you still have your Elite 8 teams? Yes. Okay, then you're fine.
Exactly.
You don't want to lose your championship team yesterday, which Duke almost did yesterday. We'll get into more of that a little bit later. But one thing I do want to get into is the fact that what the World Baseball Classic showed us. No, this is not a World Baseball Classic topic. We shut that down. It's a Major League Baseball topic. And I think that hopefully we're seeing what we've been trying to say, and everyone else is now seeing this and hearing what we're saying, that baseball is in a total renaissance. I understand that you have to take it with a grain of salt because of the situation that it was in, which was the fact that it was the World Baseball Classic, so nations are watching, everybody's there. But Fox Sports PR sent out a legendary viewership number as 10.7 million viewers watched the World Baseball Classic final on Fox and Fox Deportes, the most watched World Baseball Classic telecast ever.
Massive.
The 2026 World Baseball Classic averaged 1.2 million viewers across Fox, FS1, FS2, making it the most watched World Baseball Classic in its 20-year history across English language networks. So not only did foreign language countries watch this, it's the most watched nationally. Internationally, nationally, everybody was all in. And I think Nick Wright said it best on FS1 when he does his show, not First Take, but First Things First. And he said that he was watching the finale. And I don't think Nick is really into baseball like he is obviously with basketball and football, but he can talk about it in a way that fits his way he does things. And he said from a cultural standpoint, you could understand why it was so different from everybody else, right? I go to church, black people go to church. We go for the same point, right? But we have different ways of celebrating our faith. You go to a barbecue, person of color or different ethnicity goes to a barbecue. You're going there to eat and have, conversations and fun and enjoy it, but yet you do it in a different way. All those teams went there to play baseball for a championship in the World Baseball Classic, but yet they do it in a different way. And at that point, politics are pushed to the side, opinions are pushed to the side. Everyone has one mindset, and that is to play the game they love with the teammates that they have and the way that they like to do it. And I thought that was a good way to explain how he saw the World Baseball Classic. And I think it's a good way to kind of take that whole thing into perspective that sometimes we need sports and a time where everything has gone to shambles and you need a distraction. And I thought it was even better when my buddy from St. Louis called me yesterday and goes, I'll tell you what, right now is a really good time to have the World Baseball Classic ending, the March Madness tournament starting, opening day around the corner, and then the draft. Because he said, I'm completely tired of the algorithm of politics in his phone. Not that you're clicking on it or searching for it. It's just everywhere. It is. It's just the way that we live. And I think what this number showed us is that sports are such a great way to take the on-ramp to something less distracting. Because your life doesn't change if the United States wins or loses the World Baseball Classic. Those players' lives don't necessarily change. They get changed for maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then it's, all right, on to the regular season. Michael Garcia's life could change because he could get absolutely much better at baseball. But in the grand scheme of it, the way that people tuned into this lets me know that baseball is rising to the occasion. Baseball is thriving in a way that we haven't seen it in a while, and people are watching it. And opening day is a week from yesterday around the league. The Royals will play their first game a week from today.
Come on, baby.
Where we can all meet each other and all hang out at Maloney's because we're going to have a happy hour type party there. Mac and I'll be there, of course. Bob, Carrington, Cody, Gold, Drew. Hopefully Drew's not in a Braves shirt. Be funny if he was. But I think that's why baseball can't miss. You're riding it high right now, and you're doing it in the right way. No one's cheating that we know of yet. No one's pumped full of andro like McGuire and Sosa were in 98. And people are enjoying what they're watching. And younger kids are getting into the league. Bobby Witt Jr.'s in his 5th season, and Burns said he's just now hitting the prime of his career. And the Royals showed up. The local attention's going to be there. So baseball can't miss. Baseball's got to continue to ride this wave of attention and fun and distraction. And I'm here for it. And I don't want to see it go away because it'll crush me. And it'll crush the entire sport if it does this. Because once again, there are people on both sides, just like there are on the text line, just like there are on sports fan sides. Yeah, just wait until, it gets, locked out. It's like, I don't want to think about that. I have to, but I don't want to. And I want to see baseball try to avoid that.
Yeah, it's someone who's just been, the guy who's been beaten down. It's coming. It's like, yeah, well, maybe it won't. Maybe they've learned. Maybe they'll figure something out. Yeah, I know it's crazy baseball learning anything. But, yeah, man, it would make me pissed, not like pissed. I mean, it would suck. I'm just now really getting invested into this sport. I've always loved it from afar, always liked it, understood it, got to call play-by-play for 2 years in Wyoming and really got to kind of dive into it, but never, watched it like this before. Really, been getting into it in the offseason, learning the roster and really figuring out, okay, where is this lineup going to be better? Okay, how's this bullpen? Really investing myself in this Royals team, and I'm excited to go to the games this season and just be a part of it. And with the stadium talk, and now you got the team and the actual players in the WBC playing so well, the hype couldn't be any bigger. I think anecdotally that's true, obviously just here locally, but I think, like you said, nationally, and I think it's kind of just on a, segue here, nationally, if you put meaningful games or just a sport that's competitive in front of us, we'll watch. I mean, you see what you saw with the Olympics, you saw with hockey, you put some stakes, you put especially a nation or a flag behind it. I mean, I'm going to watch. I'm going to get in front of the TV. And so figuring out how to do that more and figuring out how to make that more a part of the brand. I mean, maybe this, like we've talked about, maybe this World Baseball Classic's in the middle of the season.
I don't hate it. I also think about it this year's World Baseball Classic and the next World Baseball Classic. You won't see Aaron Judge. You won't see Bryce Harper.
You won't see Aaron Judge?
I think he's, 33? 4 more years, he'll be 37.
Yeah, I was thinking 31.
Does he get the call?
Yeah, you're right.
At that point, is he still the Aaron Judge?
He may be like Larry Bird on the team. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he is 33. Yeah.
He's older than you think.
Yeah, and he turns 34 in a month. So,
yeah,
I mean,
so he'd be 38
yeah, he really,
at the next
yeah.
World Baseball Classic, essentially.
Right on the line. Yeah, so I don't know. You're right.
It'd be Bobby's team. I bet Bobby would be the captain.
30 years old?
Unless Skeens is the captain.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
But that's where we're at.
Yes.
That's how exciting the future can be if baseball can continue this path.
Sick.
Football could not be exciting if they continue the path of rule changes.
Yeah, what do you think about some of these?
Rule change proposed today, making it permanent for teams to not have talks with more than 5 unrestricted free agents during free agency periods. Steelers. Browns, ability to trade for picks 5 years out.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Jets reward bottom 5 teams with 2 second-round comp picks. You get rewarded for sucking?
Yeah, be better. No. We all get the same cap. We get the same. No. This league is parity. Do better, Jets.
Ability to trade for 5 years out. Hey, you want the first pick of the 2032 draft? Sure.
Browns are like, guys, we don't know how to draft. We have to trade to get good players. Let us trade more picks, please.
Yes. Let us do NBA type of trades.
Yeah, we can't scout. I don't know how to get anyone. We know Joe Burrow's good. Let us trade every first-round pick possible.
Yeah, I think I'm fine the way that it is. I don't think I need any of these.
I
feel like the ability to trade for picks 5 years out gets very murky.
How so?
It is prolonged tanking. Hey, we've got to win these next 3 years because in 2 more years, we're going to get the Jets' first overall pick. Remember that trade that we got? And I feel like that's just adding more to a plate of already full. It's like going to Thanksgiving dinner and being like, hey, we should add another side. Why? Well, it just would be cool for the future to be like, oh, now I have the ability to have this and this, and also now this. Do you really need that?
They have to be careful to make it not the NBA because people, even I, struggle with understanding that language and who's where and picks what, and this is protected. So, yeah, you're right. You don't want to make it that. But also, we want some of the NBA because we do want a little more juice, as we've talked about, with trades. And if you could trade more years of picks or...
But do we necessarily need it? I mean, you think about the NFL offseason, dude. It starts February 7th if the Super Bowl's on February 6th. And you're already, ready to go. You're already locked in. And then you get tampering period. I just don't... It just, to me, seems messy. And I'm all for, maybe tinkering with things that don't make sense, but it seems the NFL doesn't do that.
No.
Like the kickoff rules.
No, or what's a catch? Yeah, we're not doing
We're not doing any of that, but we're like, hey, in 5 years, though, you can trade for the first-round pick.
Yeah, right now it's 3 years, and they're trying to make it 5. I want to know more about what the Steelers are saying, making it permanent for teams to not have talks with more than 5 unrestricted free agents during free agency period.
So you get capped out.
Yeah, I'm just like, why? Obviously, there's a reason. There's something that teams don't like about that. I want to know more about that. There's something that I don't understand that I'm not behind baseball or inside baseball on that. And yeah, interesting. Would like to learn more on that.
I mean, it'd be interesting to be like, hey, we just traded a player, but we've already talked to 4, so we have to only talk to 1 more.
Yeah,
and we need
it's like,
3 positions of need. Who do we want to pick?
It's like very strategic. Yeah, I don't know.
People must just be poaching the Steelers roster, and they're not happy with it because then it's caused a distraction with, like, they've talked to 8 people on the Steelers. I'm like, hey, man, did you get a call from
actually, you can't talk to that many people.
Yeah, did you get a call from Dallas? I did too. You did too? Yeah. So did Larry. So did Jerry. So did Harry.
Of course, Pittsburgh would make that.
Of course.
Because they don't do free agency.
No. They just have coaches stay there for 25 years of purgatory and win 1 Super Bowl, and they consider it a success. Who knows, though? We'll see what happens. We go to NFL history, and who would Andy pick coming up next? And also, if you could build the perfect quarterback, where do you start? Brain, arm, vision, knowledge? We don't know. We'll ask you, and we'll discuss here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
If you're planning a spring break getaway or just itching to get out of town now that the weather's warming up, let me make your trip to the airport easy. Before you take off, book your parking at Park & Go. Spring in Kansas City can mean rain, wind, you name it. But at Park & Go, your vehicle stays protected with all covered parking. No coming home to a layer of pollen or storm debris. I love that. And the convenience, it's unbeatable. You pull in, a friendly attendant directs you to your spot, and their free instant shuttle pulls right up to your vehicle. They'll even help you with your bags. It's quick, it's easy, and it gets you to the terminal fast. When you land back in KC, the shuttle's ready to take you straight back to your car. No waiting around. Plus, when you join the Frequent Parker program, you earn points towards free parking. That's real savings every time you travel. Covered parking, top-notch service, always the best price. Make spring travel simple. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. Park & Go, family owned and operated.
This is Kevin Harlan, and if I sound a little tired, it's because it's Ford Truck Month at Rob's Side Ford.
You and me both, Kevin. It's been nonstop.
Well, Rob, remind me again why.
Because Rob's Site Ford is offering brand new F-150s up to $16,500 off, 0% financing for 60 months, and 0 payments for 90 days.
Yes, that'll do it.
And that's just the F-150s. We've got the best deals of the year on Super Duty, Ranger, and Maverick.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Rob. Massive savings, strong financing, no payments for 3 months, and people are showing up?
It's nonstop.
Funny how that works.
Turns out, when you've got the inventory, the price, and the experience, people notice.
Especially when you're Kansas City's #1 top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars and over 3,000 reviews.
And Kansas City's top volume F-150 dealer.
No wonder you're tired. It's Ford Truck Month at Rob's Side Ford, 135th and State Line, or robsite.com.
But don't wait. These offers end soon.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. And right now, you can make entries and win money in the state of Missouri. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points and rebounds, steals, and so much more. Get all your entries right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And I love playing on the Underdog app for a lot of reasons. They have so many cool different things you can get involved with, and I also love combining different entries from different sports into one selection to see what I can do. So download the app today and use promo code BOB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 on Underdog. That's promo code BOB. Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over, present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now, members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One time only offer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Traffic for DM Entry Law, Northland 35 southbound before Cookingham. Accident blocks the left lane. You're heavy for about 2 miles approaching, with delays stretching back from before the merge with 69 Highway. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, shout out to Jeremy Sickle on Twitter. He gave us the Alexander Gold full heel turn. If you missed the picture, I tweeted it out at Dusty Likens. Alex Gold's gone full heel. That is the lead of the day by wearing the High Point jersey and rubbing it in Drew Nixon's face. We'll get to that audio a little bit later. Rob Breton of The Drive will join us at 9:30 to talk his beloved Jayhawks and his co-host Carrington Harrison, who also has never been a face. He's always been a heel. Seeing Alex Gold go full heel will be like when Carrington finally goes babyface. I don't know if we'll see Carrington go full babyface. I don't know if that role fits him.
What was the, you'll have to forgive me. I watched the Vince McMahon documentary, so I remember kind of the time lapse and the phases of WWE, WWF, all that stuff. What was the rival to WWF?
Oh, WCW.
So WCW, when they had their whole heel group, what were they called?
The Four Horsemen?
No,
NWO.
NWO.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our NWO right now is Gold and Carrington.
Yes. That's Nash and Hogan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Gold and Carrington. We need to come up with a name for them.
Text on your job.
Yep. There you go.
If they're the New World Order.
That's the New World Order right there.
Should they just be called the Golden Standard?
It's perfect.
Yeah, that could
Gold Dot.
Yeah, Gold Dot.
It's the Gold Dot.
Good morning from Pratt, Kansas. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mac Morey and Dusty Likens. We asked on the other side if you could build your perfect quarterback, or if you could pick one of these 4 quarterbacks. I thought this was interesting. Who has the best arm in NFL history? Josh Allen, Brett Favre, Patrick Mahomes, Michael Vick. Now, Michael Vick had a cannon.
He can launch it, yeah.
But he couldn't find any accuracy. I remember the best part about Madden when I played was the QB vision. I don't know how long it lasted, 1-2 games. For reference, Peyton Manning's was the entire field.
Yeah.
Michael Vick's was like a Funhouse slivered pizza. And if you guys have ever had Funhouse pizza, you know there's about 3 or 4 of those slices that are perfect when you think you're full, but you're like, I can have a little piece.
Just a little guy.
They got those at Funhouse. Great pizza, by the way, at Funhouse. Get the big head. That's what it's called. Sausage, pepperoni, cheese, jalapenos, pepperoni, cheese.
Hello, America.
Ask Rob Maloney. He'll tell you about it.
Damn.
And he's got his own pizza at the Sand Trap, and he'll cheat on it. He'll go heel at Funhouse.
Yes, pizza
that
at
guy's
Sand
never
Trap.
been a babyface. Maloney, full heel.
Full heel.
Fescoe.
Watch it, 4 eyes.
Fescoe, full heel. Fescoe never be babyface. So you got Fescoe,
Yep,
Carrington, and Alex as part of your New World
That's
Order
it.
at
Fescoe's
96.5.
Yep.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
See what we're starting here?
This is good. I like this.
Instigators.
Yes. Got Hollywood Gold.
Yeah, dude.
Gold Standard's a perfect name.
The Gold Standard is the new heel group at 96.5 The Fan, the 2 big members. I guess they have the big three.
The big 3.
Bob, Alex, and Carrington. And we all know that Bob considers Alex his son, so he's born into it. He just had to believe himself.
Yes.
Who do you think has the best arm in NFL of those 4? Favre, Mahomes, Pat Mahomes, or Josh Allen, or Michael Vick?
Yeah, give me Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
I think second is where you have the fun conversation. I think Josh Allen is there. I think Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are 1A, 1B, and then Brett Favre has got to be up there. I mean, I think Dan Marino should be in this picture rather than Michael Vick. As much as I love Michael Vick, Michael Vick's in a deep ball thrower. Maybe best deep ball accuracy, best moon ball throwers. Him, Russell Wilson, and a couple of other guys. But as far as just overall arms, I mean, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes throw a football over 65 miles an hour. Stupid on a dot.
Yeah. I feel like we got to put a little bit of respect on Drew Bledsoe's arm.
Good arm.
He had a hose, dude. Good morning from Chick-fil-A at 85th, Terrence, and State Line Road. You guys are the best. No, you're the best.
You are.
My pleasure.
Smash.
Justin Herbert. I maybe not best of all time, but he's
Look, Justin
canon.
Herbert's always going to be an enigma to a lot of people. Is he this promised prince? Is he this super uber talented? I'll tell you where I was sold on Justin Herbert. It actually came against the Chiefs. Broken rib, 1 foot, 25-yard strike for a touchdown. It didn't change the outcome of the game. It gave them a touchdown, but it showed me kind of that Matthew Stafford gene where he's just like, because you remember when Stafford, I think, was in Detroit in his last year or two in Detroit, he had like a bruised, purpled arm.
Yes.
Kind of the Favre way, right? When he played the Saints and the Bounty Gate was going on.
Yes.
And it was like, you just can't take this guy off the field, whether he's broken, bent, beat up, bloodied, battered, whatever it was. So, again, I don't necessarily think Herbert is a top 5 quarterback.
No.
But I think he has top 5 toughness. And I think that's when you build your perfect quarterback. I think the brain is the number 1 thing. And I think the arm is 2. I think toughness is 3. Because you can't have a quarterback that just gets popped and goes off the field and then comes back on and you don't know. Because I know the NFL is gladiators, essentially. But Mahomes has that toughness, dude.
It's elite toughness.
Like, we're already talking about how him being back in week 1 is just the Mahomes gene, right? That's built there. The one to go back in the game and cussing Andy out, of all people on the sideline, when it's like, no, go get it checked out, tape it up, and find out where we're at, and you can come back in. Wanted to come back and play after he tore his ACL.
Yes. When the team was trash. Name that we haven't mentioned, Aaron Rodgers has got to be on that list. Best arms of all time. I would actually put
Flacco?
him. I'd put him second behind Mahomes.
I put Flacco on that list before Vic.
I don't know, man.
He spins it and booms it.
He booms it.
Vic didn't really spin it.
Yeah, Flacco's got a really good arm. Yeah, I'll
if we're just
give it to
talking
Flacco.
arm,
Yeah.
we're talking arm. Flacco's arm won that team a Super Bowl because he got hot in those 3 games with Baltimore in that run. They beat Denver by a Flacco heave in the end of the game.
Yeah,
and
he
they
threw up moon balls that got caught. I don't know how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brady's up there. I don't know how strong Brady's arm was, but it was damn good, no matter what.
Yeah, Brady and Manning both were damn good arms, but I'd put him in that same category of like really good arms, but not great. What made him so great, obviously, that mental.
I feel like Peyton Manning throws the ugliest, greatest throw.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it
gets
wobbled
there.
all the time, but it was where no one else could catch it, so it didn't really matter.
Yep. So yeah, what did you say? You said toughness was 3.
Yep.
Mind was 2.
No, mind was 1.
Okay, good.
Arm was 2.
All right. Yeah.
Brain power is 1.
Yeah, you have to have brain.
Like, Shedeur Sanders could have toughness and an arm, but I'm lacking his mental when it comes to understanding. Now, I think he can get there. You can obviously, your arm is kind of your arm by the time you're a pro quarterback, in my personal opinion. Like Chad Pennington's arm was one of the most accurate arms in the league. Was never going to be strong. If you played Madden back then and saw Chad Pennington, it'd be like accuracy 93, throwing power 81. You're like, well, okay. That limits you.
You can teach accuracy. You can't teach the arm
teach strength.
Yeah. No, you can't teach it. Josh Allen, I mean, it's a perfect example of that. Changed his whole throwing motion, changed his mechanics, always had the gun. Now he just knows where to point it. Yeah, I think Lamar Jackson comes to mind when you mention those three things, because I'm wondering what he doesn't have.
Is Lamar's accuracy good enough for you?
He's got great accuracy.
Okay.
He's got the arm. I question his mind. And then I definitely question his toughness.
It's hard to find the total package.
Yes.
Mahomes has it. I think Allen has it.
I think Joe Burrow has it.
The toughness is there. It just has to be because he's just missed so much.
And
I know it's brutal injuries, but it's been like a wrist, a finger, obviously an ACL.
Yeah, but that wrist, like he played through it, and he had an MVP level season. Obviously, the team didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I got to put him up there. Drew needs a win today.
Well, he's cold so far in the tournament. First play-in game, both teams lose.
It's playing. I'll give him that. First four in. That
Wisconsin's going to beat High Point. God. Somebody says Warren Moon should be considered on that list. He's second all time for the most yards in a game and could throw a ball out of the stadium.
Great one.
Uncle Rico had a great arm as well. He could throw a football over the mountains.
We didn't mention Drew Brees. He wasn't mentioned in the text line either.
No.
Okay.
I don't remember how strong Drew Brees' arm was. I know it was accurate because he had all those years where he was like, I think one year he had like 74% completion percentage, like set an NFL record or something like that. And maybe if that's high, it's not that high. It's like 72 or 71% 70% completion rate.
Yeah, because I know Bo Nix just did that and was close to setting the record there. Over 72 or 73. Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Because he had the prime Michael Thomas.
Yep. Marquise Colston, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, Jimmy Graham was a stud for like 3 years.
Oh, so good.
Top 4 fantasy pick
so
of your
good.
draft. Somebody says, going back to the New World Order that is now here in 96.5 The Fan, Bob is Scott Hall. Hey, yo. He says random stuff. Carrington is Nash. Gold is Hogan when he was revealed to be the third man at Bash at the Beach. Love that 660. So the Golden Standard is now the heel group at 96.5 The Fan. It is the members of Carrington Harrison, Bob Fescoe, and Alex Gold, who is just revealed as the third man of the Golden Standard. Coincidence they're the 3 longest people at this station? No way.
Yeah, we'll get to Drew Brees' accuracy on the other side. Wow.
We get into tonight's local teams in the tournament. Who do you have more faith in, player-wise, team-wise? Mizzou plays Miami. KU plays Christian Who do they play?
Never heard of him.
Okay.
California Baptist.
There we go. Cali Baptist, Cali Sober. We know how we do all those things here on 96.5 The Fan. That's Mac Morey. I'm Dusty Likens, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are back, baby, and we are excited about it. Springtime is here, and it's time to get those lawns looking awesome. And that's what Aspen Lawn and Pest Control did for us exactly 1 year ago. After they stopped laughing about how bad our lawn looked, they got to work, and they have now given us the best-looking lawn on the block. And we couldn't be happier with the service that we've gotten from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Their college-educated professionals know exactly what they're doing here in Kansas City. They study the soil, they study the seeds. They know everything to make sure that your lawn looks awesome, and it works. Look for those blue trucks that you see all over town from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and then look behind that truck. What do you see? The best-looking lawn on the block. Right now, Aspen is growing as well. They're hiring, so if you want to join a great team, work for a great company that does amazing work in Kansas City, call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control today, and they can take care of you, just like they've taken care of our lawn for the last year. Right now, you're going to get a free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. Just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
By now, you've heard that Booth Creek Wagyu steaks and beef are the best tasting, most flavorful cuts you've ever had. And if you don't believe us, try it for free. Try Booth Creek Wagyu anytime at 95th and Null or 135th and Metcalf. Stop by our store and we'll prepare a free mouth-watering sample of your selected choice cut. Heart-healthy, low-cholesterol, authentic American, full-blooded Wagyu steaks and beef. We know you'll love it as much as we do. Crafted for exceptional beginnings. Join the Booth Creek Wagyu revolution at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use those FanDuel bonus bets on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. So make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local to opt in for bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/local to learn more about bonus bets for the tournament. Maybe you want to take a shot on one of these teams to go from a game in Dayton, Ohio to win multiple games in the tournament. Or you're feeling pretty good about any of the teams in the Big 12 Conference. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 in President, Missouri. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now, members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One-time only offer.
March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Royals coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. Forward and back, RENNER.
Almost Andy Reid here for Renner Garage Door, America's oldest family-owned garage door company, serving both wholesale and retail markets. Free repair or replacement quotes and $100 off a new garage door.
RENNER. Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Northland 35 southbound recovering. Accident before Cookingham has cleared, and now just a couple of slow spots from the merge with 69 highway down towards 152 as things loosen up and through there. Kansas side 635 northbound briefly slow from K5 up to the bridge with construction. Alan Carr 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Join 96.5 at Maloney Sports Bar and Grill in Overland Park for a Royals and Braves watch party. Friday, March 27th, with first pitch just after 6, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFMZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
You might remember that tune as the New World Order's theme. That is now the Golden Standard theme. The heels of the station. Alex Gold, Bob Fescoe, and Carrington Harrison. which the babyface group is Mac, Drew, Rob, and myself.
There you go.
Cody's like Eric Bischoff. He'll eventually join the heels and act like he never was. He'll get there. What's the Shane Gillis stand-up bit? He's like, I'm not a conservative, but it's coming. Like watching World War II docs. I can feel it coming. Yeah. Like I'm not there, but it's coming. Cody's not there, but it won't take much. And he'd be a perfect Eric Bischoff.
We've got it all here, man.
Never getting laid again the rest of my life.
Let's go.
This guy was talking about wrestling? Like, imagine if a wife and a husband were in the car to work today and he knows everything that I'm saying. And she's like, what is this NWO? Is that, what is that? Oh, honey, let me tell you about the 90s.
He kept saying heel group, and I was like, bro, what was that group? Because I love that documentary so much, and I knew I would have been into it had I been
Well, then they split off to the Wolfpack.
Yeah, okay, that's why I keep getting text.
And
I couldn't remember
that theme song is an absolute banger. Like, if we became the red and black NWO versus the white and black NWO, I might have to go back to the Wolf. And I don't want to do that. But I might have to come back as the Dirty Werewolf and save these faces against these heels. Because when you're wearing a High Point jersey, you might just get queued up to the don't turn your back on the wolf pack. I mean, hit this, dude. You kidding me? Back from mass destruction.
Yeah, this is sick.
Wolfpack is back, goes on mass destruction. Guess who's here? The bad boys are wrestling. Testing competition when the war
Bang it, Mac. It's Friday. Dad's still gone.
If you don't know, you better
Get
find
bent.
out the Wolfpack. Here to prove a point. Number one, just believe that you don't want to tussle with them or be a vote of them.
Don't turn your back on the Wolfpack.
Don't turn your back on the Wolfpack.
Yeah, okay, this is sick.
Oh, yeah, dude. Welcome to my life at 10.
I know, I would have loved it. I was watching this documentary. I was like, dude, suck it. I would have loved that.
2 words for you. Yeah, I just love the memes. They're like, my kids are 6, 7. It was 2 words for you. No, it's fun. We have a good time. NWO, DX for life, for sure. But we have to go with groups.
Yeah.
So welcome to the show. Alex Gold has officially turned full heel as he is now the third man reveal. We already knew Carrington and Bob.
I didn't do that.
Yes, you did. You went heel. Grow that facial hair out. Do what Jeremy Sickle did on Twitter and show that beard. It's just not the way it goes.
It's just such a smooth ride.
What's this
somebody said Binkley is Sting. No, he's Art Anderson.
People, the next time I say I'm going on a date, there not that I'm not important, but there are people out there that will.
Your mother.
That's heel attitude. I want to go on a date, but like as soon as I walk in, they're like, Alex. It's Alexander now. Obviously, you listen to Dusty and Mac.
Glasses on inside.
Hey, I just want to bring this up real quick because next week you want to make sure you're listening to this show because you have a chance for a free Royals pass all season long, TV package-wise. We're talking about they're $100 each. We've got 15 of them.
Seriously.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're giving away 5 each.
Be
so
here.
if you don't want to pay, listen, and we will give you a chance. We'll play a sounder. You'll guess. You'll not guess it. You'll just hear the sounder. You'll call. Caller number 5. It's that easy. That's how we're going to do it. I've made that decision. Sorry, Mac.
It'll be during the break, so
100%.
You'll have to be listening through the break. In the middle of the break, it'll be a Vern sounder.
Yep.
Nip what in the bud.
Yep.
Call in.
Yep. Hang up the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
5 on Tuesday, 5 on Wednesday, 5 on Thursday. So Friday, you won't have to worry about it because you'll be at Maloney's with us at the watch party for happy hour for the Royals and Braves on March 27th as we watch the first game of the year. It's at 6:45, a week from today. A week from today. But tonight, pressure arises for Mizzou and for Kansas. And Mark Mitchell, the big man for Mizzou, probably has a lot of pressure because this is what tournaments do. This is what this tournament does, right? How about Acuff yesterday? Stud. Absolute stud. 24, dimes everywhere. Did it all.
Didn't look like he had the pressure at all.
Debanza yesterday. Didn't have a lot of pressure, but just did exactly what he was supposed to do. 35, 10, 12 of 12 from the free throw. Perfect.
And it was funny at halftime. They were like, "What are you going to try and do to stop Debanza?" Sean Miller, Texas
Nothing.
coach, like, "You can't. You can't."
Great answer. You know what I mean? Like, no, you just have to stop everybody else.
Yep.
They did the Kevin Durant theory. Let him score
Let him
35,
score.
and if everybody else combines for 25, we'll win this game 80-60.
Can't stop that guy.
But Mark Mitchell's a good player. He can put 30 up for Mizzou.
Ron Slate told it, right?
Yeah, and he just put up 30 in their game in the SEC tournament. They didn't win, but they will lean on him tonight. Can everybody else follow suit against Miami? It's in St. Louis. I think that's a little bit of added pressure. Huge. Slight home game. You're a 10 seed. You're playing Miami. You have a chance to go upset Purdue on Sunday against the guy that didn't want your job, that stayed at Purdue and has been successful at Purdue. And then you get to maybe play him in St. Louis. But then you can shift the Chad Powers over to Kansas. I hate to be this guy. There's a ton of pressure on Darren Peterson tonight. I don't think KU loses. I wouldn't bet against it. I don't know if they cover, but I wouldn't think that they would lose. But no matter how they play, the one thing we are going to look at and dissect the most is what Darren Peterson game did. Did he go out there and play? Played 7 games in a row, no injuries, averaging well over 23 minutes a game. And the offense is down. Bill Self is back in his prominent spot, which is the tournament where he can maybe elevate his team by his experience. And the same goes for Darren Peterson. So I'm interested to see how much pressure we see from around that's on Darren Peterson tonight and how he performs in where we have both been advocated to say nothing will matter if he shows up in March.
This is it. Exactly. No one's going to give a rip if he scores 25 throughout these next 3 or 4 games. And frankly, even if they get to the Sweet 16 and play Duke really well, like people will kind of be like, all right, he showed up and he played against Cameron Boozer and showed out, like, and still lost. Like that to me is going to be a success for Darren Peterson and for KU because, man, it's just such a tough bracket and an even tougher region. Kansas 14.5-point favorites tonight against Cal Baptist. Again, that's tipping off 8:45. Again, Miami and Missouri just after that around 9:10, 9:15. Obviously, like Dusty says, at 20 minutes, it'll be 9:30 and 9 o'clock for those games respectively. But I mean, you could parlay it together, a +1.5, a -14.5, and get some decent juice there at almost +300 with those two. If you want to get a local team parlay going across, I would say Darren Peterson has more pressure, but the team might need Mark Mitchell more tonight.
I would say if you want a juicy parlay, and you can put this together, juicy parlay. You could put this up if you want. You take KU in the spread, and Darren Peterson to have 20. And parlay it with Mizzou money line and Mark Mitchell to have 20.
Yeah, that's
and
fun.
I bet that'd be a nice little cushion of plus money there for you.
It would be.
So we'll see what happens. I'm excited because this is where it gets real fun. Because yesterday you didn't have to worry about anything if you're a local sports fan from like Mizzou or Kansas. Today it's like, oh, I got to wait all day till 9 o'clock.
Seriously.
Can there please be like a high upset today before we get to the games tonight? Because we got that yesterday, right? Like all the high upsets were Wisconsin losing, Carolina losing, BYU losing, and then late game slates. Illinois wins, Houston wins, Gonzaga wins.
Great.
Close, they all win.
I woke up, I was like, okay, didn't miss much.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah, perfect. I
Fantastic.
got everything I needed during the day.
Oh,
but
and
now
more.
tonight we don't have to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if we stay up late.
I'm a part
and
of
watch.
it, baby. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. I got 3
Yes.
TVs set up in the backyard and the patio.
Already?
Oh,
Good.
yes.
Yeah, you don't have any weather to worry about. It's already 60 degrees outside.
Yeah, we're good to go. Asher's got the Bucks, and I've got, what I stream on. We're ready to go.
Hell yeah. Somebody says that Binkley's Mick Foley, and I can't unhear that.
You'll have to fill me in.
Mankind, Mick Foley, he was kind of like a, blue collar, like boiler room created. And his finishing move was the mandible claw, where Binkley's would kind of be that way because, he does the finger point. And he had and when he was Mankind and he was full blown babyface,
Oh, yes.
he had Mr. Sacco. That's great.
Oh, yeah, this guy's got it. Yeah, totally Bink.
Dude, I totally knew that you were going to get called out for this on the camera. Mac, is that shirt crisp and perfectly fits your style? Did you get it from Dan Flashes?
Get bent.
What's the first thing I told you when I saw your shirt this morning?
That, pretty much.
Did you get that at Dan Flashes? He doesn't use any of his per diem for food. Shut up, dog! You shut the F up, dog! Coming up next, what was the drop that won our March Dropness sounder? I know that I'm hard. Well, I'll explain why I was yesterday when I saw this come up on my X feed here on 96.5 The Fan. It's appropriate. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
In my house, hot water's a commodity. With 3 ladies at home, the tank is always empty. If you need to upgrade or replace your water heater, State Water Heaters has the answer. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 Scale Prevention Technology delivers endless hot water, energy savings, and no annual maintenance. Plus, it's rebate eligible. So, tell your plumber to pick one up today at Reeves Weideman. Visit them at rwco.com or check out statewaterheaters.com.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99 guaranteed or your money back. Hypnosis, Wednesday, April 1st at the Wingate by Wyndham, Kansas City. Formerly Sure Stay Plus by Best Western in Kansas City. Lose weight hypnosis, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
So, you're ready to propose, huh? Yeah, man. She's definitely the one. What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler. I could use some help with that. Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout for a tournament full of unforgettable moments. BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same game parlays, live betting through all your favorite favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
East side 70 westbound, heavy from the Blue Ridge cutoff in towards 435, trying to head up northbound 435. Very slow on that ramp with an accident at the end of the ramp. You get up past 40 highway, things are back to posted speeds. Kansas side 635 northbound, heavy from K5 up to the bridge, construction in the right lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back at it here on 96.5, The Fan, on a wonderful, wonderful Friday. Mac, you don't tell me to get bent. I doned you the nickname Yak Mac, baby.
Yak Mac. You're
Yak
right.
Mac.
You're right, 913. My bad. Yak Mac.
It is a Dan Flashes shirt.
I think that's Brendan. Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yes, good shirt. I do like this shirt.
Somebody says on the text line from the 816, KU minus 14.5, Darren Peterson to have 20 points or more. Mizzou money line with a 100% boost is plus 900.
Smash.
Yeah, take that.
I think so.
You could add Mitchell in there, too, if you want.
Is your team going to cover 11.5 today?
I'm not.
Because everybody says money line. Everyone says money line bets are baby. Not always. Because if a team is
always.
Tennessee is minus 105 at 11.5 tonight.
Yeah, see that's something that I would think about.
325 actually. You'll be half sauce by the time that game starts.
Oh,
so you'll definitely bet it.
Absolutely.
Here, like, I'm going to stay away from
right.
it.
No,
3
you're
o'clock
right.
today and be like, I feel it.
Gosh, dang it. He knows me so well. No, it's exactly what's going to happen.
Yes.
Yep. No, I'm not going to bet it. I'm not going to bet it. And then 3 o'clock's going to roll around. My fourth surf side. Fourth. That's generous.
That's noon.
Exactly.
We're out of here at like 10:05 today, dude. It's Friday. I'm trying to build this. Okay, Missouri's only plus 1.5, so of course you take a money line. And then, see, it's interesting how college betting is nowadays. So since Missouri and Miami are playing in Missouri, you can't bet player points.
Oh.
At least on DraftKings you can't.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can bet first half, total team points first half, winning margins, correct score, all that, but no player props. Maybe that's just for right now. But if you take just a 3-leg parlay of KU covering 14.5, Darren Peterson to have 20 or more, and Mizzou money line without boosted at all, it's plus 437.
Damn.
So almost 5-1 on that. Interesting. Currently 55 degrees, Mac.
Perfect. Let's go.
And then all that is perfect. So here we go. We have loyal listeners from the 720 Dusty and Mac. Drew calls in the drive at 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 50-second mark on the YouTube stream. Micah in Denver.
Thank you, Micah. I appreciate that, brother.
MID is there for you. Somebody says they just did that bet on FanDuel. How about the slew? Billikens, what a game. Yeah, dude, we got Larry Nerd out there just balling, dude.
Let's go, Robbie.
What you love about this time of year? What was that guy's name? Caleb Johnston?
Caleb Johnston, dude.
Number 99.
99.
Hitting him from 40 feet. Splash, too. Not like it was like off the glass or like a double rim bounce in. Splash town from like Curry range.
That Curry land 3 that he made. He
Nuts.
practices that shot more. It's funny because he didn't make any 2-pointers all year until the scoop layup to seal the game all season or attempt any all season. He practices that Curry land 3 more than a 12-foot jump shot. Like, that's what he practices. Love it, dude. Caleb Johnston making a name for himself.
Yeah, he'll be gone. But that's all they need. Like, that's all their house money, right? They weren't supposed to win that game. They did. Now they get to play another weekend, and everybody's going to look for Caleb Johnson. And they're going to wager 3-pointers on him.
That's the thing.
Yep.
And whatever team they're playing, which I think it's Arkansas, if I'm correct, I believe a High Point plays Arkansas in the next round. Good luck, right? Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we got to see 2 of our featured players yesterday, I think. Because we're watching a few kids at Arizona. Not everyone, but Barry's and Bradley.
Yep, like those guys. Koa for sure. I'll throw him in there.
Yeah. Lindenberg was a no-show yesterday. All-American. First team.
Yep.
Nowhere to be found. DeBanza obviously was there yesterday, and Acuff was there obviously yesterday as well. When it came to the following of storylines there yesterday, so that was good to watch that. Today you get Peterson, you get Missouri, Kansas, Arizona will play, and the other number 1 team will play today. I can't remember who that was. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Duke and Gonzaga played yesterday, so Arizona and Florida will play today.
Yeah. And you had Keaton Wagler last night in Illinois winning by 35, scoring over 100 points, 7 for 14, 18 points, 4 for 7 from 3 for the KC kid over there.
They said yesterday before that game started he was the 150th recruit and now will be possibly a top 10 draft pick. Life change, period.
Seriously.
KU didn't want him. K-State didn't want him. UCM didn't want him. Northwest Missouri State didn't want him. Pittsburgh State didn't want him. Illinois,
UMKC,
Brad Underwood was like, come here.
Come here.
Because obviously I think Acuff's your number 1 point guard taken. He might be second. There's a chance. So yesterday, I thought it felt only fitting to drop a tweet that was titled, I know that I'm hard. And no, it's not Tiger Woods being probably in the Masters. I know that I'm hard. Because the official Masters app is out and it's been updated. It says Tiger Woods is making his 27th Masters start in 2026. No word from Tiger yet, but the Masters app has updated that.
Let's go.
I mean, here we go. And then the Athletic MLB. Okay. Keith Law, very respected name in baseball, knows what he's doing when it comes to baseball. Like, you trust Binkley with draft talk?
Of course.
Okay. You trust Keith Law with baseball talk?
Yeah.
Whether your opinion of him is whatever, he's there.
Yep.
Always, right? And he has his list of players to break out in 2026. Here are 7 candidates that Keith Law is watching. I'll go from the bottom to the top. Evan Carter out of Texas, Cade Cavalli out of Washington, Kobe Mayo in Baltimore, Yuri Perez in Miami, Shane Baz in Baltimore, Tovar in Colorado, and number 1 on the list, Jack Caglione.
Wow.
I know that I'm hard.
No way.
Number 1 on the list
1
in breakout MLB candidates via the Athletics' Keith Law is outfielder Jack Caglione.
Give me the blurb. What does he say?
I don't have the article up.
Okay, that's fine.
I looked at it yesterday. The spark notes of it basically are the confidence he showed in the World Baseball Classic, the year that he had last year, and the production that he's shown so far this spring and in this World Baseball Classic. He has parlayed all 3 of those together, put draft stock into it, and the eye test, and has said that this is a guy that if he can live up, it's a huge can. I understand. I am Team Caglione. The city knows that. But you all need to be Team Caglione. We can't have the negative energy that he's a bust, he's going to fail, because then this season is going to fail. He is a major component to this team being successful and having that run late into September and early October. Because the Royals didn't go out and get that outfield bat that y'all wanted. They didn't go overpay for somebody in the outfield to only give you mid numbers. They're trusting in Caglione. And by God, if you're going to say he's a bust after 1 year of, 200 at-bats, whatever it might have been, half of a season, tons of pressure, I would suggest you do a little bit of history research. Go look what happened with Mike Trout's first year in the league. Go look at Aaron Judge's first year in the league. Go look at Camarino's, Caminero, first year in the league. And look what they did when they made the jump. Now, again, Judge and Trout, they're future Hall of Famers. They're MVPs. They're best player of era type guys. I'm not saying that Jack will be that. But I am telling you that if you are judging him solely off of 1 year, you need to have a better mindset on the game. Look at this spring. He was hitting the ball with an exit velo at a rapid pace. He joined the World Baseball Classic in Team Italy and was smashing. Hit the home run against Team USA. The way that he saw the pitch, saw a slider, chased it, waited for it again, saw it hung up, turned on it deep to right field. Had multiple hits, doubles, RBIs, on base, drawing walks, laying off junk pitches that he probably wasn't laying off in the year before. If Jack Caglione can be this breakout MLB prospect candidate in 2026 that Keith Law thinks he can be, the Royals didn't need to go get a bat. They had it the whole time. And boy, is that beneficial. Because then your lineup is Witt, Garcia, Vinny, Sal, Cags, Carter, Perez. You've got a solid 7, especially if they can live up to it. And I do think there should be belief in Caglione being able to be that guy in the outfield. Because if I were to tell you today, and you could do the Carrington Harrison move, the heel move of take it or leave it, and I tell you today that Caglione has 30 home runs and hits 250 and knocks in 99, with the potential of doing better than that and the potential of doing worse than that, or you could take that right now. You take that to Commerce Bank and run with it. 100%.
Absolutely.
I'm excited, man.
He basically says I'll read this little blurb because I read it 5 times. I'm not going to lie, because I really needed to kind of understand what he was saying. I couldn't tell if this was a dig, but I kind of get it now. I think he's saying, listen, man, he was awful in the big league debut last year, and I think a big part of that is he never stayed at any level long enough for opposing teams to adjust to him and force him to adjust back. Love that point. He also became an extreme ground ball hitter. Pulling a quarter of his balls hit in play, pulled on the ground. He's never been that hitter before, and he doesn't look like that hitter this spring. It's not sustainable, and if he's really that guy, we all missed it on him in the MLB draft, saying, listen, none of us saw this. It's not what's going to keep happening, what happened last year, and if it is, then everyone was wrong. So he's saying, listen, guys, just get ready. Listen, it wasn't a lot of at-bats, what you've been saying. Give him time. He will adjust, and look like he did during the WBC.
I just find it interesting that you can be all in on Carter Jensen, who had 66 at-bats and played in a handful of games, and be all out on Jack Caglione, who had 200 at-bats and played in a half to less than a half of a season.
If you're talking
because he got sent down. He didn't even play the full season in the second half up here because he got injured and went down.
If you're talking pure offense, I'm totally with you. Yeah, but defensively, I mean, Jensen provides more.
They play completely 2 opposite positions. One plays right field, one plays catcher. So, I mean...
Yeah.
But Cag should be your future first baseman if after 2 or 3 years, Vinny moves on. But we'll see. I love that he's up there and still being recognized as that. I hope the production continues, and I hope Friday night at Maloney's, we see Jack Caglione park one deep to right in Atlanta Stadium. That'd be sick, because we'll all be there for a happy hour Royals opening night game next Friday, a week from today, March 27th, for the Royals and the Braves at Maloney's. Be sure to be there, because we all will be, and hopefully the Golden Standard shows up together.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. You know, we don't always do pop culture here. This is a sports show.
I'm into it.
But yesterday, some pop culture took over, even during all the madness of March, even during the buzz that was yesterday and all the games. It came up amongst my guy friends, amongst our lady friends that were there watching the games. I mean, this was a point of conversation. I've only watched one season of this series, and it was The Bachelor, not The Bachelorette.
No.
I've only watched one. It was years ago.
Canceled.
Canceled. ABC's Bachelorette caught on camera allegedly attacking her ex-boyfriend and throwing a chair at him.
Allegedly? Did they have video of her with him in a chokehold?
Oh, there is video of TMZ, and TMZ released this video, and it is bad.
Bad news bears.
It is very bad. It is unclear if the police are investigating this. This is Bachelorette. I'm trying to figure out the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives star. I don't know where her name is on this.
Never heard of her.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like it would help us.
Either way, she allegedly beat up her husband on camera and she got canned.
And she's a reality TV star, and she was the Bachelorette, and this was just about to be released, and now this video comes out, and the season's canceled. One word.
Life. Yeah. People never forget. So I assume that somebody is it her ex? Obviously, it's her ex-husband if she's on The Bachelorette. Yeah. He's like, oh, hey, guys, before you sign up for this show, here's a little piece of advice. Yeah, not good. And reality, I guess, would be my number one word, would be reality. Like, you can't be a bad person and then put lipstick and makeup on and be like, look at this beautiful person. Hang on. Now, again, we need full context. I don't know if the husband was doing anything or anything. I just know I saw the video yesterday. It seems like they're in a kitchen. And then she attacks him, and then she kind of gets him in like this chokehold, and he's just kind of like, get off.
Well, and then she throws a chair, and that chair did hit one of their children. Oh. Yeah, so that's obviously, it's very good.
I think if I went there,
Taylor Frankie Paul is her name.
Okay, yeah. If I was a candidate on there, I would probably be on the zip line all day.
100%. 100%.
You ate your food in 3 seconds and went straight to the zip line. Exactly. I didn't want to get beat up.
Yeah, domestic violence allegations against Taylor Frankie Paul, and that took over the pop culture world. Again, only seen one season of that series of show, but I'm a big reality TV guy, so that did kind of take over.
Oh, sorry, we're not experts. It's not her husband.
Not her husband, boyfriend? Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah,
I am not. I'm
not into it. I just saw the video and saw that the Bachelorette was canceled, and that's not good for her. Do they have like a runner-up?
Dude, I don't think
so. Do they call like the second? They don't plan that far ahead.
I don't think
maybe
so.
In 2026 we might get a video. So maybe a not a good person. We should probably have a backup plan.
Yeah.
Like when people call into Vern's show and try to get the 3 strikes, or it used to be. Make sure you have a backup because some guy might call in and be like, crap, and hang up. All right, let's go to Scott in Topeka. Scott, you're on.
Yeah, I don't know. This was wild yesterday. That'll be my one word, wild. And yeah, be kind, be safe. Don't be throwing chairs at people, and especially around your kids. High Point coach, he's intense.
Your first NCAA tournament game, Coach Klayman.
It looks pretty obvious to me that high majors need to play mid-majors during the season because they said we ain't played nobody. We played somebody now.
How'd you do it?
Feels unreal because I know how good of a team we had, but nobody would play us, just like they wouldn't play Miami, Ohio. But they got to play us in this tournament.
Coach, you were down by 10 early on. What changed?
We just settled in. We settled in. We got a hell of a team. We settled in.
Woo! That sounded like ruckus.
Mm-hmm. My one word would be shade. Throwing that Miami, Ohio. Like, nobody wanted to play us. Like, Miami, Ohio. Here we are. Boom.
I love it. My one word is...
March?
Yeah.
Madness?
Love.
Yeah.
This is give me more of this. And honestly, like, I'm running through a brick wall for this guy, 100%. And you can tell he believes every word he said there. Didn't play when no one will play us. Run through a brick wall, they're playing us now. Ooh, that got me going. Sorry, Drew, I'm kind of in on High Point. I'm not joining the gold standard by any means.
I don't think you can. And the text line can support me on this. I don't think you could ever go heel. Because if you and I ever went heel, it'd be like me having to be Hollywood Rock. And let's say like things go really good for me, which they probably won't. But let's say things go really good for me, and all of a sudden, like, hey, yeah, Dusty used to work here. Now he's on FS1. I come back, and you're in the show, and I just do the throat slash line and say, do it.
Yeah.
And then you flip, and all of a sudden, like, Cena turned heel because The Rock told him to, because The Rock's Hollywood, Cena's Hollywood. And you're like, I'm leaving too.
That'd be sick.
That'd be the only way.
That'd be the only way.
Other than that, man, you're face for life, dude.
Love it. Hey, I'll take it.
And not a bad thing.
No, that's not a bad thing. I'll take it. I'll take it as a compliment.
Stone Cold was like a heel for like 2 days, and they were like, this doesn't work.
Nope. People just want to like you. They don't want to hate you. How about this? No one hated the first day yesterday. One word on what was yesterday.
Tradition. Just a different flavor. This week, we've seen VCU do this before.
Mm-hmm.
They did it again.
Yeah.
We've seen teams choke. We just don't see the same teams choke. And today, it happens all again. Now, could today be all chalk? Maybe. But I would bet against it. I'd bet there's 2 upsets that have us talking about it on Monday.
Easy.
Whether that's Kansas, whether that's Missouri, which Missouri wouldn't be an upset. But, like, today will have drama. Yesterday had a lot of it. But what I love about it is today we're going into expectations of what we got yesterday. And we're either going to exceed those or we're not. Either way, you're going to start all over again on Saturday with a round of 32.
I'll go 100. This is 100% of the time this hits. It's nostalgic. It's also now and current. It's got everything.
Then you throw in, like, the weather?
And then the weather starts to turn, and that happens. And, yeah, I mean, just me and my brother, me and my dad, we just love this time of year, so it's just nostalgic for that reason. But then also just it's 100% of the time going to hit. You're going to get the stars. Yes, some crops better than others. This year, man, we've got a talented, star-studded freshman class. But past that, you're going to have your random Larry Nerd. You know, you're going to have your random guy who's just...
Johnston.
Caleb Johnston comes out of nowhere. It's always going to be there, and it's perpetually great. I love this time of year.
It's like a Blink-182 album.
It's never misses. 100% of the time. Michael Garcia, he didn't miss during the WBC. Ann Rogers, Royals reporter. Annie Rogers. Michael Garcia said he's only taken off the jersey to sleep, and a picture of Michael smiling in his Venezuela jersey. One word on our guy Garcia.
2 words, high point. He's high right now, man. Like he's life, man.
This is high point, dude.
I mean, he is at the top of his top so far. Could it get any higher? I don't know. I would say the ceiling raised and the floor lowered for Michael Garcia, or Michael Garcia, I should say. And I love it, man, because now you can be the best third baseman in the AL. You've got Jose Ramirez and Caminero to jump. And that's not a high jump because Jose Ramirez is aging, and can that guy Caminero do it again? What he did last year? Possibly. But Michael Garcia could do what he did last year even more so. And that was his breakout year. Then he had this. He's still not done. The high point is there for Michael Garcia.
Yeah, I'll say joy, and I'm really glad that he's taking this all in. It's too much in sports, especially now that we just kind of, all right, one, now on to the next, and we love that attitude. You know, Mahomes on the field after a back-to-back win. I won 3 in a row. Like, that's so badass, and we love that, and that's GOAT mentality. But also, hey, man, enjoy this now. You never know if or when you'll get that again because the losses are so much worse. Make sure those wins are really good, too, and Garcia's enjoying this one.
Also, big props to J.D. Piccolo.
Oh, absolutely.
If he doesn't sign him in this offseason and he has this World Baseball Classic and has a better year this year, you don't see Garcia on this team. Mm-hmm. And the bloodline in that body is dope.
26 years old, baby.
Acuna, Gold Glove already, World Baseball Classic MVP. Look, he signed Bobby a year early. He signed Garcia a year early. It's worked out in those two. And now that's the left side of your infield, and it wears gold. Can't wait. Can't wait. Garcia or Machado in fantasy? Garcia.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Coming up on the other side, though, an interesting thing happened yesterday. And I had this discussion with my friends, and it's about Giannis, the Greek freak. And if he played collegiately for a 16th seed, how far would they go? Mac, I'm excited because I haven't talked to you about this, and you don't know what I'm going to say, and I don't know what you're going to say, but everyone's going to hear it next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
Out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone.
And Dusty Likens.
His ass is foul of all foul.
Weekdays, 6 to 10. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, let me tell you about my friends over at Smokehouse Barbecue, and now is the perfect time to start thinking about catering with Smokehouse Barbecue. A lot of games are going on. You don't want to miss anything. Let Smokehouse Barbecue cater all of your watch parties. Now, if you're dining in at Smokehouse Barbecue, they got a couple of new menu items that you have to try. Their Pickle Jack sandwich is absolutely phenomenal. You're going to love the Pickle Jack sandwich. It is one of the best things on the menu right now. And they also have that burnt end and sausage chili that they do. That is by far the best chili I've ever had. They chop up the burnt ends, they chop up the sausage, and that's how they start the base of their chili, and it is fantastic. And, of course, you're always going to love those Cajun butter chicken wings with the homemade ranch dressing at every Smokehouse Barbecue. So order all of your catering at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com, or just visit them in Gladstone, Independence, and Zona Rosa. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Feeling the squeeze of high prices? Then stretch your budget this Friday through Sunday at Hy-Vee. Stock up and save big on 99-cent deals throughout the entire store. Like pork loin chops, just 99 cents. Skippy peanut butter, 99 cents. Green Giant vegetables, 6-pack ramen noodles, and much more, just 99 cents. Order through the Hy-Vee app or online and leave the shopping to us. Don't miss the 99-cent sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Easter's here, and this Easter Sunday, we're going out for brunch, and we're doing that at Hy-Vee. We're skipping the hassle of reservations for an overpriced restaurant brunch, and we're going to the family-friendly buffet brunch at Hy-Vee. $19.99 for adults, $6.99 for kids 6 to 12, and kids 5 and under eat free. And they've got all-you-can-eat favorites like scrambled eggs, biscuits and gravy, sausage, bacon, hash browns, fresh fruit, and so much more. No reservation required. We'll see you from 8 to 1 this Easter at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KFNZ and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code KFNZ and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
East side, 70 westbound, off again, on again, heavy from 40 highway in towards 435. Earlier accident on the ramp to northbound 435 in the clearing stages. Still slow on that ramp, and it is a little heavy past all that on 70 westbound from Manchester Traffic Way in towards Van Brunt with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Just saw the 7-day forecast on the weather. 91 now, the call for Saturday.
Hello, America.
Imagine the guy that gambled and has like a heater in his pool and got his pool opened up like this week. Like imagine watching the March tournament poolside in like, I don't know, Lee Summit or Overland Park.
Yes, please.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
91 tomorrow. AC's going on. Hate to be that guy. Hell, it might go on today.
Yeah.
$2.16 million is what the big, massive card sell just hit. So it's a one-of-one dual-patch logo man auto of Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. Just sold for $2,160,000. God, could you imagine? You just go to Target, buy a pack of cards, rip that sucker, get it graded. It's a 10 from PSA.
Jeez.
And then it's just like, hey, by the way, so we're going to send you 4 installments via your account of, $550,000 a week. Like, sweet, okay. Guys, I'm gone. No, I would just do my job with no stress.
Oh, no, $2 million, definitely not enough to leave.
No, but it's enough to live the rest of your life on with a job.
No.
No, God, no. So I thought this was funny yesterday because I brought this up in our friend group, and it was from @Chalkboard HQ on X.
Yeah.
Would Miami of Ohio win the national title if they had Wemby on their team?
Yes. It's not even close.
Okay.
Wouldn't even be a tournament in my mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Then this conversation is over.
Yep.
I mean, I'm dead serious. Like, because the one we had yesterday was Giannis.
Oh, same. But you said on a 16 seed?
Yeah.
Be harder on a 16 seed, but yeah. I think no one, how would you stop him?
You don't.
Exactly.
And the thing about it is because we had this discussion, because it came up on my phone as we're watching the games and recreationally hanging out. And I was like, if Giannis was a 16 seed team, if he was on that team, would they make it to the finals? And my buddy goes, yeah, what do you mean? And I'm like, I'm asking. And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, exactly, because we know what Giannis can do. He can bring the ball up the floor. He can score at any moment. And imagine how, because we talk about, this is exactly, makes perfect sense. We talk about this all the time with Cameron Boozer. Cameron Boozer, player of the year, stud. College player, stud. 6'5", 250. Do you want to remind the people how big Wemby is? 7'4".
Yeah.
You wouldn't stand a chance. It would be like Wilt Chamberlain when he had his 100-point game. You would literally just throw it inside and score every single play.
And he can guard anybody, and he can shoot threes.
And you know that if Wemby's on Miami of Ohio, and they collapse and 4 people.
Yeah, just stick it out to one of those guys. They'll have a warm-up jump shot.
You're not getting in the lane. He already blocks like 6 times a game in the NBA.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah.
Not happening.
No, it would be.
They would go to the championship and win, and they would win every game by 10 or more points. That I will say.
That development, and with Wemby, it really with Giannis, it was really cool to see him grow into his body and then develop a little bit of a shot and then develop this, and now I can handle the ball, and now I'm a passer, and it's like, whoa, who is this guy? He was like 150 pounds less and 2 inches shorter, and now who is this grown man? Wembanyama just kind of, he is just this guy, and he's so coordinated, and he's so smart, and so it's less of a maturation and more of just like, here's this video game character that's come out at 20 years old. But either way, the gap between athletes or between the development of a basketball player at 18 and when they're 27, it's got to be one of the biggest in sports, because it's not that way in football. That 19-year-old wide receiver, Justin Jefferson at LSU, Jamar Chase at LSU, whatever, was 19, 20 years old.
Yeah, we've seen that.
We've seen it. They're great at 27.
I've seen
they've gotten
Jamar
better.
Chase. It was Julio Jones.
And my point is, though, like Julio Jones at 19, the gap with him when he was 27, like, yeah, he got better, he got a little stronger, but I don't think it's what Giannis is or what A.J. Jabanza will be in 2035.
Be sick.
Dude, he's gonna be 40 pounds stronger. He's gonna be smarter. He's gonna be.
What do you think is more of a video game style character, Shohei Ohtani or Wembanyama? Because I don't know how many French people look like Wembanyama.
I don't know.
I don't know how many Japanese people look like Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, no.
Like 6'5", huge arm, big dude. Like Shohei Ohtani, big dude,
huge dude,
big guy,
and fast.
And you're like, you go to like Japan, and you'd be like, none of these people are anywhere near the size of Shohei Ohtani. You go to France, you'd be like, man, Wembanyama, Eiffel Tower, the 2 things you'd see first. Straight up. I mean, just like, so I don't know who's a more video game character. Like, Ohtani can pitch and hit bombs, and he's got speed. Wembanyama can shoot, block, dunk, defense. I don't know who's more of a video game character.
It's interesting. I think what Wemby does maybe more, or what Shohei Ohtani, I don't know. I don't know,
Because
man.
really, we don't see a lot of these ever. And that's why we use the term video game character. And it's a good conversation to have because you're not wrong either one you pick.
No.
Because you could say Mahomes is a video game character. Hell, he was for a while. The first 4 years, you're like, what is he doing? Like, I wish my quarterback could throw a submarine pitch that goes 40 yards directly on the spot in between two defenders and caught. You're like, that you just can't. They created the Mahomes Super Bowl throw on Madden. Like they literally did. They had a Mahomes type of throw that you could do the layout toss.
It was sick.
Thanks, Tyreek, for dropping that one.
I think Wemby, because of the way he looks, because
I'd be interested to see what your brother Asher says.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Because you guys debate a lot of our topics off the air.
Off the air. 100%.
And be like, who would you say to him would be the better? I'm interested to see what he has to say.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I could go either way. Like, imagine a guy just explain the base of it.
Explain that to someone who doesn't,
7'4" Frenchman is going to come into the NBA and be the MVP in his third year in the league.
He's going to
guard. I
guard.
think Shea's going to get it.
Yeah, sadly.
And I think Luka is getting closer to the second spot in the NBA race.
Yes.
And then explain to somebody, be like, there's going to be this 6'5" Japanese player that's going to throw 99 and hit it 450 feet and be able to steal 35 bags at ease. You'd be like, what video game are you playing?
Exactly.
I don't know. That's why I'm at. It's so interesting that we are now at like the athletic prime of sports, that not only are we seeing things that we've seen before, we're also seeing things we'll never see again or have ever seen.
Yes.
And they are the absolute product they are sold by.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll
like
ever
when
see.
Otani came over, it's like, just you wait. And you're like, all right, we've heard this story before. We've seen,
cool.
We've seen Daisuke Matsuzuki. We've seen Hideki Matsuyama. We've seen, not Hideki Matsuyama, it's golf. We've seen Hideki Matsui. We've seen these guys. Yeah, they live these great lives. We've seen Ichiro. He was great. Ichiro and Otani, same nation. Like, same, you know what I mean? And then we haven't really seen, like, amazing French basketball players. And then we all of a sudden were like, hey, there's this dude. When he was 15, we knew who Wembanyama was.
Yeah, Wembanyama's
We're
been
like,
being talked
watch
about.
this kid play against freshmen in high school or whatever he was playing in France. This guy's going to be a pro. And you're like, is he going to live up to it? Is he going to be too skinny? Is he going to be too tall?
Yep.
Third year in the league.
Yeah.
And he's fully healthy. Obviously, we were spoiled last year with injuries. And this was our year. We're like, take Wemby MVP. Take him now.
Yes.
We still got a chance.
Got the ticket.
Got a chance.
Yes, please. I thought it was over for sure.
No.
It's back.
It's not over.
It's definitely back.
It's not over. So it's interesting to ask, who's the more video game character, Wemby or...
It is very interesting. I'll just say Wemby because we don't see people look like him, and I know we've got a Yao Ming text on the thing, but like we have people that are tall, but
Isn't Yao from China?
Yeah,
So
Yao
he's not from Japan.
But just as far as guys who are tall, guys who are tall and big, but no one looks like Wembanyama on the floor. Like Wembanyama's guarding 6-foot guards, step for step. He's not getting backed off by Nikola Jokic down low. He's just, it's unbelievable. Yeah, Otani, because baseball is harder from the 816. I don't know if that's necessarily the question, but I understand the point. What he's doing is maybe even more video game-like because it's that much more improbable. That's fair.
Somebody says, so why not have a wide receiver like that, throw him a jump ball in the end zone, nobody can defend? Yeah, that was Randy Moss. Have we seen another Randy Moss?
Julio Jones, you mentioned him earlier in the segment. Julio Jones.
He wasn't 6'6" and could jump higher.
Randy Moss isn't 6'6".
What was he, 6'4"?
Yeah, I believe.
But he had a vertical that was nuts.
Yeah, I mean Julio Jones.
Was his vertical as good as Randy's?
I'd love to look at it.
His footwork might have been better because that touchdown in the Super Bowl that he like tight-roped, it's still one of the greatest plays I've seen.
Yeah, 6'4" and 6'3" are Randy and Julio. They're both obviously Julio.
Check the vert.
Bigger shoulders. Yeah, I'd be curious.
And my bad, Texter. I'm so sorry I ruined it. Darrell Williams dropped the pass for Mahomes. I'm so sorry. Tyreek Hill dropped one too. It hit him in the face. I'd like to watch that replay again to see if that's right. And then Alexander Gold is on the text line, continuing to be a heel. High-value cards are just the new money laundering tactic, like art and real estate. You can't get any of those cards like that ripping basic packs. Okay, thank you. It's just, God, can we live a little bit sometimes? It's just the theater of the mind. Because I saw the other day, it was a kid's birthday, and he was ripping Space Jam packs. Did you see this? So they have like the Space Jam theme cards right now. Kid on his birthday gets a pack, starts ripping them open. Michael Jordan auto, Space Jam jersey. Dad literally says, stop touching it. Put it in the case. Leave it alone. Don't forget, Megatron 6'6". I mean, that guy was a freak.
Yeah, he had a 42-inch vertical.
Randy or Megatron?
Megatron, 42.5. Julio Jones was 38.5, which is also very impressive.
Mm-hmm. They don't have Randy's?
Randy allegedly at a pro workout jumped 46.5 inches, allegedly.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, now they don't list it on other lists because they don't know. But yeah, of course. Oh, he was an incredible athlete.
Oh, yeah. It was awesome. You used to be able to put a wide receiver as your corner in Madden 99.
DK Metcalf, 40.5.
Yeah.
Doesn't equal it all, right? You need the other stuff.
Yeah, we took McCole Hardman. Coming up on the other side, what if everyone is gone? Our guy, Price Carter, had this tweet yesterday, and I want to know Mac Morey's opinion because I think he's the ray of light because he is the face here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
Here they come. A baseball-sized hailstorm means every roofer for 500 miles is on his way here to ring your doorbell. Before that happens, go online to jrstormcheck.com and relax. JR & Company is locally owned, veteran-owned, and family-owned. JR & Company offers a lifetime warranty on workmanship. But best of all, JR & Company offers a free Class 4 shingle upgrade. What does that mean? Most insurance companies offer premium discounts on Class 4 shingles. Remember, no roofer can legally offer to pay your deductible, but a free shingle upgrade can reduce premiums for years to come. Why do we do this? Because we can. A lifetime workmanship warranty and free shingle upgrade. It's why we say,
you're always better with a roof from JR.
Just visit jrstormcheck.com.
This is Kevin Harlan, and if I sound a little tired, it's because it's Ford Truck Month at Rob's Side Ford.
You and me both, Kevin. It's been nonstop.
Well, Rob, remind me again why.
Because Rob's Side Ford is offering brand new F-150s up to $16,500 off, 0% financing for 60 months, and 0 payments for 90 days.
Yes, that'll do it.
And that's just the F-150s. We've got the best deals of the year on Super Duty, Ranger, and Maverick.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Rob. Massive savings, strong financing, no payments for 3 months, and people are showing up?
It's nonstop.
Funny how that works.
Turns out, when you've got the inventory, the price, and the experience, people notice.
Especially when you're Kansas City's #1 top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars and over 3,000 reviews.
And Kansas City's top volume F-150 dealer.
No wonder you're tired. It's Ford Truck Month at Rob's Side Ford, 135th and State Line, or robsite.com.
But don't wait. These offers end soon.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends, over at Heartland Men's Health, we're celebrating them all month long here in the month of March for Men's Health Month. I want you to get to Heartland Men's Health and start feeling better, because if you've got some sluggish opportunities going on in your life, it's hard to get up in the morning. Maybe you're not seeing those gains at the gym, and maybe staying committed is tough right now. My friends at Heartland Men's Health can help you out. Those symptoms of that sluggishness, not getting those gains at the gym, they're often signs of low testosterone. Heartland Men's Health is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. And with low-T treatments combined with body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. They got more energy, they're focused better, they're improving their sleep, better workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So go see my friends over at Heartland Men's Health. There's no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman, online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to to you by DM Injury Law. Downtown 670 eastbound gets heavy before I-35. Stays very slow over towards Oak Street. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Listen to the Royals opener in Atlanta against the Braves. Friday, March 27th with Vern's On Deck show starting at 5. First pitch just after 6. All right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Back at it, 8 o'clock hour here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac Morey, Dusty Likens with you on this glorious Friday. Great Friday. Going to be about 86 today. Going to be 91 tomorrow. Woo! We have...
So ready.
Oh, dude. I can't wait.
I broke out our old bumper music for this hour. Who cares?
Who cares? Even though the boss did say, man, listen to your guys' show a lot today. I was in my car all over the place, going to ITAP, going to this. Don't forget today, Cody and Alexander will be at the International Tap House in the Crossroads watching round 2 with you from 10 to 2, and Drew will be there as well. We'll have Rob Bretton on from the Drive.
Yeah, we may have Drew on this hour as well.
Oh, my
May have him calling on the way. We may have him calling on the way.
Gosh. Didn't we already have him?
Wisconsin was Wisconsin.
Yeah. So, our guy, new friend of the show.
Yes.
Right? We got
does great stuff.
He
We'll
does
have to have
do
him
good
on
stuff.
sometime.
We will, for sure. Does a lot of Chief stuff, dives into it. And he led up yesterday with a tweet of what some people might consider as maybe a fear.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's why I leave this to Mac Morey, because Price Carter on X, you find it, does a lot of work, says this feels like doomsday for the Chiefs at pick 9. What are you doing if this is the board when the Chiefs get on the clock? Your picks as followed: Mendoza at 1, David Bailey at 2, RL Reese,
yep.
At 3, Jeremiah Love at 4, Sonny Styles at 5, Cam Tate at 6, Ruben Bain at 7, Caleb Downs at 8, and the Chiefs are on the clock. Mac Morey, the commissioner of the good guys. What do you do if you go off this doomsday draft board?
Well, I want us to remember that trading down and garnering more picks is not a bad option. We've talked about trading up a lot. We've talked about trading the picks because we even had the text today. We'll have it again next week. We'll have it a few times before the draft. 9 and 40 and 70 for Justin. Yeah, I know. Justin Jefferson, we all want him.
At that point, would you do it? Or would that still be a panic trigger pull?
I'd call up the new interim GM and say, I don't know if you've got this jurisdiction. I don't know if they're going to give you this power because you're the interim, but what do you think, dude? What are you saying? I definitely have that call, but trading down, I want people to remember that is something that I would see as very beneficial for this team. We need bodies. They need talent. And if Brett Veach is who we have said Brett Veach is, and who I've maybe questioned at times how true and what the validity of that is with Brett Veach, then he's this guy, right? He's supposed to be the guy who gets diamonds out of the rough, finds the person who was passed up on, has health issues, and he knows his medical staff is going to be able to clear them and get them. So having those 2 or 3 extra picks that you could get for 9, I would consider taking there as well. In that tweet there from Price, did he mention, was Mekhi Lemon gone, if you have that tweet in front of you?
It was not. Again, the picks are Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, Love, Styles, Tate, Bain, Downs.
I mean, I'm considering Mekhi Lemon.
Who did the character concerns guy have as their pick this week as their first pick for the Chiefs at 9?
Mekhi Lemon.
Okay. I just wonder if people have a different perspective of him because of what he was vibe-wise at the weird. I just think that if you took me.
If you haven't seen it and you're not watching, Dusty imitated on the stream. He was like moving his neck from side to side, very menacing.
He made Adam Gates look like a PG film.
He was a Superman villain. He was like a weird, like snake-like figure. I was like, what are you on, dude?
Well, we've had aliens before and Sammy Watkins.
And it worked out.
Right.
It was fine. Lizard people.
Yeah, Women Yama goes by the alien.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it's in. I don't know. Mekhi Lemon definitely that. That is something like I was super in on him, and then I will say the combine happened, and I was
he's
like,
from where?
Why is he weird? USC.
USC, that's what I thought.
Yep. Which, I mean, wide receiver you, right?
Yeah, so would you take Lemon there at 9, or would you then trade down?
I'd consider Lemon, but I'd also probably do the trade down. That's where I'm at. I think you get a later first-round pick, you get another second or third-round pick, and you load up. And that way you get 2 edge rushers, 2 wide receivers within your first 4 picks, and you still got probably another one within the top 75. I think that's a really good strategy at this point. Because is this draft, have we been talking about the top talent on this draft anyways? No, we've been talking about the fact that it's lacking. The void at the top of the draft. Well, then get in that honey hole. Go get in that picks 40 to 120. 30 to 100, whatever that honey hole may be. I know Bink will have him on next week and really start to get more into the nitty-gritty of, okay, what numbers in this draft is really where you're going to get those guys, those day one producers, because that's what the Chiefs need. They need stars, but they need day one producers more than anything. They have the star power still. They have the pillars. Day one producers can turn into that over time, over maturation and good coaching, which hopefully the Chiefs have in place. What they need right now is just day one guys who can come in and be plug and play. That's Veach's job.
Are you sure Rashee Rice is on this team next year?
No.
You think he's gone? You're going into this draft thinking that Rice is not a part of this team?
Yeah, I'm not planning for Rashee Rice.
Thornton and Worthy and Royals?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, receivers is a need. And I don't even know if anything's out there.
At this moment, with that theory, are they more desperate now for a wide receiver and possibly overpay for one than they were at the opening of free agency in the running back division, desperate needing to overpay for one?
I'll say no, because one, they have Patrick Mahomes, who's done this before without the wide receivers. The running game's going to help the passing game more than the passing could help the running game. And the offensive line, I'll still die on that hill that I believe they're going to be good enough to where they can create the time, they can create a productive enough running game to where if they don't have the talent out at the skill position passes, they'll be able to make up for it in other ways. And I'll still also mention Travis Kelce still on this team, still running routes. Is he what he was in 2022? No. Is he still a top 10 tight end? Probably.
Top 6, top 7 production wise?
Yeah, last year, exactly.
Yeah,
last year,
top 5, right?
Last year he was top 5 production wise. And yeah, I think you'd probably start to mention his name around 7, 8. He's still that guy. So you have to mention when talking about guys catching passes. He's not a wide receiver, but he can help out the passing game. But yeah, dude, they need somebody else. At least I would love someone before the draft, but I don't know if there's anyone out there.
Somebody says we will not be in the top 10 again for years for the draft. Take advantage of getting a top 10 player that can go right away for the Chiefs. Nothing else would do wide receiver.
But what if I told you, Texture, this draft that you have top 10 is not worth it, is not a good draft, is actually one of the worst drafts we've seen in the last decade. That's from Jay Binkley, not me, right? So what if it's that?
It's fair. Somebody says they could also trade Rice at the deadline if they hit on a receiver in the draft.
To who?
Yeah,
for what?
I don't know who's taking that. That's the thing. You have to sell now. And I don't know what you're getting now.
Like exactly. What?
That's where I think the Justin Jefferson legs get created, where it's like, well, if you're going to take one, you have to give something more back. Would you give up the 9, the 40th, and the Rashee Rice? I think a lot of people in Kansas City are saying, I've already sent it. It's good. I don't need to see anything else. I'm done with it. Whereas a lot of people be like, well, are you going to pay Justin Jefferson a ton of money? Is he going to fit on this? I mean, I'm team trade whatever for Justin Jefferson. I don't care. I don't want to miss the playoffs with Patrick Mahomes again, and I want to get back to the level of oh my gosh, the Chiefs are coming to town.
And that's not a mortgaging the future move. Justin Jefferson's in his prime.
Yes.
He'll be here and good for multiple years.
Yeah, it's essentially what you do with Kenny Walker.
Yes.
Or Ken Walker.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, those three together.
Well, not only that, Ken Walker played 4 years and then went and got the bag, won Super Bowl MVP with the Seahawks. Justin Jefferson, I believe, has been in the league for 5 years. Didn't he come out in 2019?
Yeah, I think so.
Was in the 2020 draft. Jamar Chase was in the 2021 draft. He waited a year because of the COVID year. So he's been in the league 5 years. He's given Minnesota everything he could give them. They have given him nothing. It's not like we're manipulating things, but it's not going to happen. Again, I know it's not going to happen. I want a brand new car.
I get it.
I want a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Good luck. You're getting this. You can wish it. You can want it. But whereas that would like financially cripple me, I don't think getting Jefferson would financially cripple the Chiefs. I think there would be ways around it.
Yeah, I agree.
I've seen it too many times. And again, you're not going to be able to trade Rice for
nothing.
No.
Nothing. I'm telling you. That no one's no.
That's why they're going to take a right tackles according to Price Carter's draft.
Which I would also hate. Hate that.
Our guy Ron Slay, he told us to be worried about one team in the tournament. We'll play that audio next and explain what happened yesterday one more time here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2 are here to help everybody in Kansas City because they have one mission and one mission only, and that's to build strong partnerships between our members, business partners, customers, and community. And there's absolutely no cost to become a partner contractor with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2. If you're an HVAC contractor, they'll provide a flexible workforce for your project demands, timelines, and economic conditions. The Sheet Metal Workers will help adjust the size, skills, and deployment of your workforce to maximize effectiveness during times when you need it the most, giving you the power to bid every project that suits your business model. They'll provide you the best trained manpower specifically for the HVAC industry, along with training for your current employees. And Local 2 has spent over 137 years right here in Kansas City, so there's no downside. It's completely free with zero obligation. Just straightforward information on how they can help you grow your business and profit margins. Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2. We're an old union with a new perspective on business. Learn more at sheetmetal2.org.
The world is coming to Kansas City. Is your parking lot ready? Over at Gann Asphalt and Concrete, they want to make sure that your business is inviting, that it's safe, and that, of course, your project is cost-effective because they want to make sure that you're ready and that your business is ready before the world comes here. That's all possible over at Gann, who can handle any type of project your parking lot would need. That's because they're one contractor, all things parking lot. Check out their projects at GannAsphalt.com or give them a call at 816-688-3512.
By now, you've heard that Booth Creek Wagyu steaks and beef are the best tasting, most flavorful cuts you've ever had. And if you don't believe us, try it for free. Try Booth Creek Wagyu anytime at 95th and Knoll or 135th and Metcalf. Stop by our store and we'll prepare a free mouth-watering sample of your selected choice cut. Heart-healthy, low cholesterol, authentic.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to, ED is affecting you. It's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These Vapo-Cool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapo-Cool drops. Use as directed.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 69 highway southbound with an accident before 95th Street. 2 left lanes blocked. Pretty heavy coming off of I-35 with this. 635 northbound, heavy from K5 up to the bridge. Southbound 635 on the Missouri side gets heavy before Horizons Parkway with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back at it here on The Fan, 965 on a Friday, day 2 of the tournament of the NCAA. Day 2 of your chance to go down and see the boys from 10 to 2 at the Crossroads at the International Tap House. Drew Nixon will join us in about 10 minutes.
Heck yeah.
Guy had a tough day yesterday, man. Tough day.
Wisconsin was Wisconsin.
Yeah, they were, Drew.
They were.
And now you've got to deal with
Wisconsin was Wisconsin.
Now you're dealing with a heel.
Yep.
The heel.
And then that's what was so beautiful about yesterday is that even though there are times of struggle and times of despair, sometimes you get a birth of something you've always wanted, and that was heel Alex Gold, who is now only considered to us Alexander Gold, as they have now created the golden standard. You have Alex Gold, Carrington Harrison, Bob Fescoe, your heels of 96.5 The Fan.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Agree or disagree, I don't care because it's perfect. It is called the golden standard.
Yep, that's it.
Carrington's been here for like 15 years on the air. Bob's been here for 16 years on the air. Gold's been here like 6 or 7 years on the air. They are the golden standard, and they are heels.
It's a big turn.
I mean, it's on Twitter, at Dusty Likens, Alexander Gold, that smug picture of just winning and kicking Drew.
Gold
when he
was a
down.
face.
He never thought he could break it.
No,
and
this is a
boy
big
did
deal.
he. Oh, boy, did he. I mean, from, not being able to go out in public because he's famous, not being able to do things because he's just too busy, wearing a High Point basketball jersey over the hoodie, and then the selfie. A selfie of just, I've got 2 words for you, Drew. High Point. The Golden Standard Group is created. We'll also have Rob Brenton on in an hour. Someone said the equivalent of a heel turn for Rob Brenton would be to walk in with a Norfolk State shirt on today.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I like that. That's a good idea. I don't see that in Rob, though. I don't think that's him.
He doesn't need to be.
No.
He's got a heel already.
Yes.
He deals with Carrington every day. That is a heel. Beans are trash. I chew on pins and leave them in the studio, and they explode and get everywhere. I leave pounds of paper just around with notes from 2021. Deal with them. It's not my problem after 6. Bob's a heel. Alex is a heel. We are starting to create a culture here.
Yes.
And it's beautiful.
816 says Alex Cold.
Good.
I love that.
It's fantastic.
Great. Other 816, maybe being a heel will get that guy some nookie. We'll see. We'll see. What's going to give him some nookie is getting that 5 o'clock shadow, the facial hair. Go on Dusty's Twitter. You'll see a comment from a lovely listener.
Yeah, they put it on there, man. Not me. I didn't CGI that thing. That's just listeners, man. And I mean, you just can't get enough of it, man.
So good.
So good. I mean, the man wore a jersey of a team against a team of his buddy Drew Nixon, his producer, rubbed it in his face. Then he placed his parlay bet that he won. Didn't show the money value, so I respect that. But it had High Point in it.
Yep.
Then took the selfie that just said High Point. Smirk.
Is Logan Weber a heel?
No.
No, I agree. What
Too
about
nice.
Cody?
He can get there.
Yeah, we'll see.
He can get there.
Dusty, you are a heel. Also, you literally have a kiss my ass drop.
Kiss my ass. No, heel Dusty is the dirty werewolf. men's wieners. So that's not there. Alex Gold's got a real big dinger.
Sunday, I'm gonna shave the cheeks and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you sound like hammered in that first one?
I don't know, but it is
Gold.
Alex Gold's got a real big dinger. Wasted.
Just wasted.
Alex Gold's got a real big dinger.
We eat Sneaky Pete's.
Oh man, what a bar! What a bar!
This station is all heels all the time. Oh, come on.
No. And I've said this before. I think Cody Tapp is Eric Bischoff. No side really needs him, but he'll find his way to the heel. Because he could be a face, could be a heel.
Yeah,
But normally,
could.
faces would sing songs, right? That's a face type.
It's very face.
It's hard to be a heel in the WWE when everyone sings your theme song when you come out. I think I want to say it was like Shinsuke Nakamura. Everybody wanted him. Everybody wanted him to be a heel. Couldn't, because everybody would just sing a song. So, men's wieners. I almost won, but that didn't win the drop. So,
you did win the drop, though.
Yeah, I know that I'm hard. Better believe it. Will be today at 11:15.
Can't wait. We're excited.
Yes, Gold used to be Hallmark movie star. Not anymore.
Right?
Not anymore.
What a turn.
Now Gold's the one that left the girl that finds the guy.
What a fall.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know what the other station is if we're all heels.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Old folks home. It's like everybody over there like 60 and gray. All right, let's be nice. I pictured Cody as a Jimmy Hart. Yeah, that's fair. Binkley's, we could do this all day. Our guy Ron Slay yesterday, we try to tell you, man, this guy knows ball. There's a reason why every year in March we have this guy on 1 to 2 times during the tournament, because we just know how busy he is now, obviously with ESPN and doing pre- and post-game shows. Of course, was there yesterday for your enjoyment. I don't know if you flipped over there and watched it at any point. Also, can we have a quick conversation? Ozempic is whipping Charles Barkley's ass.
Yeah, come on, Chuck.
As much money as he has and connections that Charles has, are you seeing him in his suit? He's lost a ton of weight, but he looks like the kids in Little Rascals that go to the bank and there's 3 of them underneath the trench coat. Charles Barkley's shoulders are like out here, but his real shoulders are like in here. So good for him getting slimmer, but we got to get him tailored.
Get a tailor.
You got to get him tailored. I'm just wishing that Shaq was on this show, because I feel like Shaq would be like, the hell's wrong with your suit, Chuck? Look like you get 2 Chucks in there right now.
You gotta see my guy Dan the tailor, man. He got me fixed up.
Somebody. But yesterday there was a scare, and we do this all the time in the tournament. When a 1 seed comes out, and you're like, because we've seen this with Kansas before, where it's like, all right, they're letting them play with them. They're letting them kind of hang around. All right, boys, like, come on. We got to the 6-minute mark yesterday in the second half, and Duke was still losing to Siena. Now, again, credit where credit's due. Jerry McNamara had a great game call yesterday, and John Shire gave him credit. But I want to give credit to Ron Slay first, because he ain't believed in Duke since yesterday at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I honestly don't think Duke's going to make it, man. I think Duke's banged up. I do think they have the most consistent player in Cam Boozer, but with them being banged up, not knowing what Caleb Foster, if he's going to be able to get back, Bunga down low, if he's going to be able to get back active. So you're putting a lot of pressure on Cam Boozer to carry the load, man. And if that's the case, then I just think that's a lot of wear and tear, man, on a guy that's got to go through this and carry the load by himself.
So he says that.
Looked like that yesterday.
Yeah. And Cam Boozer ended up having a pretty good game. 22 and 13. So I'll give him that credit, because I didn't do that earlier. But in their ACC win over Virginia to win the conference, he played 35 minutes. He had 13 and 8.
Yeah, it's bad for him.
When his standards every game before that were 24-14, 23-10, 28-15, 28-9, 18-9, 24-13, 18-10, 20-22, or 22-12. I've gone cross-eyed. You get the point. He's really good at what he does. And yesterday he wasn't really a factor in the first half. And I think that we're starting to kind of hear what Ron Slay had to say and say that Duke's really banged up, and I don't know if they have the endurance to last. And I want to get to the audio of Shire giving credit, to McNamara, because I think out of yesterday we saw two things. We saw Duke and the fatigue, and we saw maybe the next head coach of the Syracuse Orange.
I think that's one of the hardest positions to be in, just in general. GMAC, he outcoached me. They were more ready to play, and the readiness and the toughness by our guys just to weather that storm in the second half. Proud of them. It's great to get this win. I think there's a lot that we can learn for moving forward.
And now with Duke, do we go towards this is their scare, or is it Ron Slay's right about something more often than not? And will this fatigue lead up to that? Because according to yesterday and ESPN stats that I looked up and saw, I didn't look up, I saw it on X, Duke is the 8th number 1 seed in NCAA tournament history to win by 6 or fewer points against a 16 seed. 3 of the previous 7 lost their next game.
Damn.
And only one of them went on to reach the Final Four. That was Illinois in 1989. So there's 2 different paths you can go here. Do they go down the beaten path, which is what we just read to you? Or is this all right, we're ready now. We're good to go. That was our scare.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like more than that. I mean, Cam Boozer after the game, talking about his mentality. I'll play that here, but I don't know. I'm looking at
Shire.
Shire.
They showed up and just were granted what they were given. And
how much did maybe the lack of being in this moment in a tournament in this tournament type setting for March Madness play into the slow start that you guys maybe got off to?
That had nothing to do with it. Honestly, just we came out here with the mentality that it was going to be handed to us, and obviously that's not what happened. We got punched in the mouth, so we just got to learn from it going forward.
Why do you think you guys? I mean, after all of yesterday, you guys were saying you weren't gonna kind of take these guys lightly, and it kind of looked like you guys did. Why do you think that is?
It just happens. We didn't come out here with a defensive mindset like we have all year long, so we just got to do that moving forward.
That just feels like more than just a one-game slip-up. That's like a whole mentality for a tournament. You've got to be intense.
They play Jamie Dixon in TCU on Sunday, and TCU's angry.
His tight end?
Isn't his? That's a Bob Fescoe. You can go heel if you do that. Is his name not Jamie Dixon?
No, it is. It is.
Did you see the stat about him yesterday? Since Pittsburgh fired him, they're 0-3 in tournament either appearances or record.
Jeez.
And since he's been the TCU coach, he's won 3 games in the NCAA tournament.
Damn. Yeah, how long has it been that he's been in TCU now?
I think 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
I don't know that to be 100%
No, I thought
accurate.
it was at least that. I didn't know if it was even more.
This comes from Shams. Crossover. Basketball Hall of Famer Dennis Rodman will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in April. ESPN sources, Rodman made his WCW debut in 97 and famously skipped a practice during the 98 NBA Finals for a wrestling match alongside Hulk Hogan.
Ooh.
That's 2 Hall of Fames for Rodman, according to Shams. So Dennis Rodman is going to the WWE Hall of Fame.
That is sick. 11 years for Dixon.
Oh, wow.
2016.
Maybe I was thinking of John Scott Dixon, the former Mavs hockey coach. KC Mavs. Hell of a pool. Not a lot of people remember that head coach. I think his name's retired, actually, in the Cable Dahmer Arena. I might just be making some stuff up, though. John Scott Dixon. Great coach. Great guy. Very nice. Had him on the show one time. But we'll see. The physicality TCU displayed against Ohio State, I think Duke loses. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, the Siena bench thing is funny. That's all I saw yesterday were memes of anybody on the starting 5 trying to get subbed out of the game. Siena and McNamara is what's it the girl says in Holes? I'm ready to get out of here, Dad. That's too damn bad.
That's too damn bad.
That's all I saw yesterday was Siena. All right, Mr. Nixon, you're off to a hot start on your glorious tournament. Dumb. And
Dumb.
we have started Alex Gold's heel turn. Alexander Gold is what we were calling him. He has gone full heel. You're smart enough to know what a heel is. Do you agree or disagree? And do you think Alexander will lean into it?
I guess we'll find out on Saturday. I mean, he posted the selfie and everything, like he goes to the school. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow if he's all of a sudden a High Point student. If the energy goes away, then I really think he doesn't like me. I'll be honest. I think there's a level there there's a level of despise, and I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, he definitely hates you. That's what heels do. They run through hate and envy. And I think the fun thing is Drew, is that he always brings up your selfies on the show. And then he did a stab and took a Drew Nixon selfie. Heel move.
You're saying he actually doesn't mind that I'm confident in myself a little bit, and I don't, he actually.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying he's making fun of you by taking a selfie. Alex never takes selfies. He's doing the Drew Nixon during the Drew Nixon downfall yesterday. He is total heel move gold.
I mean, overall, I still stand by it. Carrington actually had me on yesterday. I still think it's just weird behavior to me. It's odd. Like, I'm not going and finding Cal Baptist gear. I'm not seeking that out. Again, to each their own. We'll see if he keeps the energy tomorrow. But in the end, Wisconsin lost and High Point got hot, and that's what these mid majors do, baby. That's what Miami of Ohio is looking to do. They're just spraying threes, and
chill on that.
Hopefully they go.
What did yesterday tell you about Duke?
Oh man, that I think Duke will be fine. Actually, I think it was just like the little wake up call, because in Michigan, to an extent, got the same thing. Now they of course pulled away. They ended up figuring it out, but I think that every team is a little bit different when they come into the tournament, and I think that John Shire was correct, and just he didn't have his guys ready to go. And of course, you're Siena. You have nothing to lose, man. You're going up against Duke. I mean, we're going to put it all together. It was fascinating, of course, that Siena only plays like their starting five. They finally sub somebody in late in the game. Like Jerry McNamara's trust in his bench is not there, but they still almost pulled it off. I think Duke is going to be fine. I think some teams just need a wake-up call, and this was that wake-up call. I think they'll be okay against TCU. The game might be tight, but in terms of how good I think Duke can be and how deep I think Duke can go, I don't feel like this changes anything, because we've seen teams get tested early on, find a way to get through it, and that was just the wake-up call that they needed to go on a little hot stretch here.
I don't know, like tested like Nebraska for the first 5 minutes against Troy, and then they won by 30. Like that's my sort of test, not 16 seed Siena when the overall number one Duke. Does it make you question, or at least put your antennas up on the younger John Shire? Because, I mean, we just played some audio of Cameron Boozer talking about, you know what, we just didn't really care. We thought we had it in the bag. We thought we just came here and we'd win no matter what. I mean, that's a sort of mental attitude that he's instilled in this team, right?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, maybe. I mean, if John Shire went in there and said, yeah, we're going to beat these guys, we're looking to play the next round, like, I think that is super disrespectful to your opponent, and they deserve to be in a tight game like that against the 16 seed. So, I mean, because it wasn't just Cameron Boozer, the guy, I forget who spoke at halftime, they said the same thing, which I would never admit it on national television if you felt that way, because I think it comes across, one, like I said, as disrespectful, but two, in what world did you think that you were going to win? There is nothing given in this month. There's nothing given in this tournament, and I'm assuming Cam Boozer saw Purdue lose to Fairleigh Dickinson. I'm sure that he saw Virginia lose to UMBC. I mean, and all the 15s who have beaten the two, there is nothing guaranteed in this tournament. So to come out and say that publicly, I mean, if it is John Shire, if that actually is what was his message, I would be a little surprised by that, just given, what Coach K instilled in that program. But also, I mean, they kind of got what they deserved, which was a sweat against the 1 seed.
Drew, I want to know.
16, sorry.
No, you're good. Is Greg Gard done in Wisconsin?
Absolutely not. I think whoever thinks that is crazy.
Okay, 26, lost in the round of 64 to a 5 seed. 2025, lost in the round of 32, 3 seed. 2024, lost in the round of 64, 5 seed. 2023, missed the tournament. 2022, lost in the round of 32 as a 3 seed. 2021, lost in the round of 32 as a 9 seed. 2020, obviously COVID. 2019, lost in the round of 64 as a 5 seed. 2018, missed the tournament. 2017, lost in the Sweet 16 as the 8 seed. That's his best year. 2017.
Yep.
That guy sucks. Yep.
No, I think so. Again, I think that there's always optics with it. So to me,
there's no wins.
No. I know, Dusty. I understand that. But if you're a 5 seed and you win your first game, you're technically an underdog in the round of 32. You're supposed to lose. So I think from the standpoint of what Bo Ryan did late, because to be honest with you, if you look at Wisconsin's runs, they always overachieved to a certain extent. Right. And, of course, when they went on the Natty runs, they finally got some offense, some players that could play offense to go with Bo Ryan's system. That's why they made those runs. To me, I think it's a pattern, but it's nothing that's going to get him fired. I think, if anything, if you look at the talent that they accrue, I mean, he's not finding 5-star guys. He's not finding 4-star guys. Like, the fact that he has gone to the Big Ten final 2 of the last 3 years it is now and went to a semi again this year, it feels like they overachieved to an extent, but it still obviously is very frustrating. And if you look at it, again, as you said, they lose to BYU a couple years ago. They got screwed in that draw, by the way. They had to play BYU in Salt Lake City. I will stand by that. That was ridiculous. But these last 2 times they've lost to 12 seeds, they've been the hottest teams coming in. I remember a few years ago, James Madison was hot, and I was like, man, I'm loving James Madison. I think they're going to make a run. They got paired up with Wisconsin. I'm like, are you serious? Of course they did. High Point, hey, this team is hot. They haven't lost since mid-January. They've got shooters. This is the team to pull an upset. Guess who they draw it against? It's Wisconsin. So not that that's an excuse, because ultimately Wisconsin should have won the game yesterday. They're up by 8, went on a cold streak. But
I mean, I'm just saying, they were a 5 seed this year. They lost in the opening round.
Correct.
They were a 3 seed and lost in the second round. They were a 5 seed the year before that and lost in the opening round, and then they lost the tournament bid the year before, and then they were a 3 seed and lost in the second round. This guy is horrible.
No, I think it's a pattern. I think, again, no, see, I think you saying they're making it to the round of 32 is sucking when
you're a 3 seed and losing. A 3 seed should make the Sweet 16. Am I wrong?
Then, based on odds, yeah, probably. But again, it's about matchups. Like, again, it's about matchups and the environment you play in. As I said, look, Missouri's supposed to lose tonight to Miami. They're playing in St. Louis. That crowd's going to be buzzing. Missouri beat Florida at one point in the season. Missouri should lose tonight, but if they win, that doesn't mean Miami's going to fire their coach because they lost a game that they shouldn't have. Like, I think if we're going off of that energy, then Tony Bennett should have been canned after they lost to UMBC. Instead, they won the national title the next year. And I'm not saying that Greg Gard is going to do that, but to the extent of how crazy this tournament is, if Greg Gard misses the tournament again, yeah, I think he probably is fired. If he doesn't make it out of the round of 64 next year, I think it's a conversation. But to me, I think he's too good of a coach, and he's proven that over the last 3 years with what he's done, not in the tournament, which, of course, I know that's what you get judged by, but in terms of him being a good college basketball coach, sometimes things just don't come together in the moment, and some of that is coaching, but also some of that is just bad luck with the way that these tournaments go. And that's at least my opinion.
Drew, 10 seconds or less. What's the story? Drew, 10 seconds or less. What's the story of today? Yesterday was High Point. What's the story of today? 10 seconds or less.
Akron.
Great.
Okay.
Love it. Can't wait. 11:40. Akron starting us off hot.
Drew, enjoy Alexander Gold today as his heel turn has officially started. We love you, brother. We'll hear you later on.
All right, boys. Thank you. See you later.
See you, man. What a guy.
Yeah. But that coach is ass. If I was North Carolina, I'd
I had
fire
to get us
that
off
coach.
that. He was going to keep going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're getting texts later.
Oh, great. I'm not the dirty werewolf. There's no heel there. I was just giving you stats of a guy who Kiss won a tournament my game. ass. Yeah, that might be. Coming up next, Mac wants the NBA to fix this immediately. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are back, baby, and we are excited about it. Springtime is here, and it's time to get those lawns looking awesome. And that's what Aspen Lawn and Pest Control did for us exactly 1 year ago. After they stopped laughing about how bad our lawn looked, they got to work, and they have now given us the best-looking lawn on the block. And we couldn't be happier with the service that we've gotten from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Their college-educated professionals know exactly what they're doing here in Kansas City. They study the soil, they study the seeds. They know everything to make sure that your lawn looks awesome, and it works. Look for those blue trucks that you see all over town from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and then look behind that truck. What do you see? The best-looking lawn on the block. Right now, Aspen is growing as well. They're hiring, so if you want to join a great team, work for a great company that does amazing work in Kansas City, call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control today, and they can take care of you, just like they've taken care of our lawn for the last year. Right now, you're going to get a free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. Just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99 guaranteed. That's right. Don't just cut back. Stop smoking once and for all. Also, lose all the weight you want. Only $59.99 guaranteed with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating, and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Wednesday, April 1st at the Wingate by Wyndham, Kansas City. Formerly Sure Stay Plus by Best Western in Kansas City, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout for a tournament full of unforgettable moments. BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Coming to Kansas City, the NAIA Men's College Basketball Championship. 16 teams, 15 games, 6 days, 1 national champion. The NAIA Men's College Basketball Championship at Municipal Auditorium, March 19th through 24th. Non-stop college basketball action at a ticket price good enough to bring the whole family. Get your tickets now at NAIAHoops.com.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. Trade game outcomes, spreads, and more on top seeds and potential Cinderella stories. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 69 Highway southbound. Earlier accident at 95th Street. That's out of the way. Maybe a tap of the brakes for you coming off of I-35, but moving much better. Heading up 635 northbound. Heavy past K5 up to the bridge with construction. Lee Summit, US 50 westbound. A little slow from Chipman to 470 with roadwork. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Final segment at 8 o'clock hour, and then, man, we are almost out of here, Mac Morey. No boss today, no Bob today. We are going to be out of here,
Talk to you
mister.
later.
On this lovely Friday. Ooh. Love to see it. Love to see
Bring
it.
me 11:15. Let's go.
And then 12 hours from now, we'll be close to Missouri and Kansas, if you can believe that. Pace yourself. So,
yourself.
That's right. KU playing tonight against Central Baptist. Is that I can't get this name right.
California Baptist.
Cal Baptist. And then Mizzou and Miami in St. Louis. Mizzou and the Lou as the 10 seed and Miami the 7th seed. So we'll see what happens there. I'm really hoping that Denny Gates can get these guys up and ready for this game and that the fans show out in St. Louis.
What's more likely, that both lose or both win?
Both win.
For sure.
I think both can win very, very well. I think Missouri can. I mean, look, it's been a struggle. I think they've lost 3 in a row. I think it was, I want to say, Oklahoma at home, Arkansas at home without Acuff, and then they lost their opener in the tournament of the SEC tournament on that Thursday. Maybe it was a Wednesday. I still can't believe that Monday night was the World Baseball Classic Championship game, and it's already Friday. Does the week go by faster for us, or does it go just as fast for everyone that listens?
No, it's to each his own.
I guess. Like, some people are like, dude, this week's dragging on.
The last 2 weeks were like that for me. Part of it, I think, and I think Fescoe said this before he left, it's the weather.
That's fair.
The weather sucked, and that makes
Monday,
the week
Tuesday,
drags.
Monday, Tuesday, the weather was brutal.
It was brutal.
And then we
But
got a little
Wednesday,
bit. Yep.
The
and
horizon.
then Thursday, the game, like yesterday, like I will say yesterday's afternoon felt like molasses.
Which was
because you got home and it was like 11:15 and there were like all these games on. And you're like, oh gosh, it is only 1 o'clock.
The best kind of molasses. Yeah. Not the like, oh, will this line move along? Like, dude, can this moment last as forever?
Yeah, like listener says, yeah, just as fast this week. Sorry, the World Baseball Classic was Tuesday.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
I apologize. Gosh, people are so quick on the phone. Like, they're so fast to text.
Tuesday.
It's Daryl Williams, dropped the pass, not Tyreek. Okay, I'm sorry, Tuesday. Tuesday.
What's up, brother?
Either way you get it, yeah, no doubt. People saying that it was equally fast for them. Spring break for a lot of people's kids was this week. Bob was on spring break, back next Tuesday. So we got one more of just Mac and I this week. Or this during the show. But yeah, my bad. So the NBA. Adam
dude,
Silver, your guy.
This is some baloney.
Rob Baloney.
We got some things to fix, brother.
They are?
The 65-game minimum was what they instilled in the league this year to be an all-NBA player, to win an award. You got to play 65 games. So the thinking is, right, trying to get rid of load management, trying to bring consequences to missing games or not playing when you can play. Totally makes sense. I like the idea of it. Now we're in a situation where Cade Cunningham, who we mentioned yesterday, collapsed lung yesterday, sadly came out, and it looks like, it could be 4 weeks, could be 6 weeks, could be 8 weeks, who knows? He's 24-year-old, peak of his powers kind of athlete, so it could be 2 weeks. But either way, the season's coming to an end. I believe there's less than 20 games left at this point, right around that mark, right around the 20-game mark in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And Cade Cunningham's played 61 games.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a top 5 MVP candidate finisher. He was on his way to his first All-NBA team. And now, if this collapsed lung persists throughout the rest of the season, he will not be able to reach the 65-game marker. He will be 4 games short, even though he is one of the best players in basketball this season because of 4 games, because of a completely unfortunate and terrible injury that happened without him having really any control over it. he now doesn't get in on any of these awards. And I'll remind the listeners in the NBA, these awards, these all-NBA honors mean money, mean supermax contracts in the future. You are eligible to gain a lot more, both on your current contracts and on your future ones. So this one, we got to fix this. I don't know, maybe just nullify it for this year and then get rid of the rule and fix it for next year. But yeah, Cade Cunningham has to be an all-NBA player this year. He has to be.
For sure. So, because I look at the All-American voting in basketball. Toppin's there. Toppin hasn't played for a month.
Yeah.
That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to 11 games he's missed. Darren Peterson didn't make the list. Everybody hates him.
Yeah.
That vote for these things. They don't like him. They don't like what he did. They don't like what happened. He missed 11 games, but didn't miss 11 full games.
No.
Toppin misses due to injury. And it's, well, he was projected to finish. And he was. He's a great player. He's going to be a top 10 pick in the NBA draft. But he's first team All-American. And he missed the last month of the season. Cade Cunningham can't be considered something because he's injured. Like, why are both wrong?
Yeah,
because I don't know if Toppin should have been first team. I think he should have been second or third. And I know he's a stud. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Darren Peterson should have been on the list. But maybe those kids at Arizona that didn't miss a game, that won Big 12 Player of the Year. Well, Toppin would have won Big 12 Player of the Year if Texas Tech would have stayed out. You can't do this. And I get the Cade Cunningham thing because of the money. And it's a different argument. It's a completely different argument.
Yeah, money, honors, when we talk about this guy in 20 years and his legacy.
Like, imagine what a legacy and what ranks could mean for someone who could be in the top 15 players in America in college sports that aren't on there now.
Yep.
Because I listened to an interview on 4Play Sports with the Barstool guys like Riggs and Frankie and Trent. And they had Neil Shipley on there. And he was talking about your golf rank. And depending on where you go, if you're at a bigger school, your rank of a golfer is higher. And he transferred. Then finally, when he went to his Division I school, his rank in top golfers in college went up like 50 spots because he was playing for this school. And I just think that we've gotten so analytical and so stat driven and so like out of our minds with everything that we overconcentrate this whole thing.
Yeah, he was one of the best players in the game. He played 74. We got this guy. He hasn't played 75% of the games. He has 74.4.
Okay.
And so that, and to your point, now you're going to get something where Cade actually isn't healthy, but they're going to make him start and he'll play 30 seconds and then they'll sit him just so he can get the games played.
There you go, NBA. That's what you want.
That's what you want. Now that's what you're going to get. Like, that's what this is going to end up being. Or in the midst of a middle of a season and a guy's just like, all right, I'm going to play 10 minutes tonight, get the game played, and then you know what I mean? And manufacture those 65 games and not actually organically reach that mark. So it was a good idea from Adam Silver in the NBA. I like their thinking, but they have to fix this, in my opinion. They have to change this, and it's sometimes we overthink this stuff, Dusty.
100%.
This guy's good at basketball. He's really good. He was better than a lot of other players, correct? Yeah. Oh, okay, then he should get the award. Well,
DK Metcalf ran a 4.3 40, had a 43-inch vertical. This McCole Hardman guy, though, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
He got an 8-pack. He's 6'4". Just do it.
He only runs like one route straight. At least he can run a damn route.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? We're just in a society, we're just way too analytical.
Yep.
You know what I mean? With everything we do, with everything we talk about, sports, life, everything. She's a great lady, but man, she's got this sister though.
Mm-hmm.
How many times you gonna meet that sister? How many times you gonna hang out with her sister? Probably never. And if you do, take a gummy.
Yeah, trust me. Get over the sister. It's worth it. Trust me.
Easy. Easy. How about this quote from Bam Adebayo on Luka Doncic's 60-point game? Quote, I know what it's like to be in that mode. As people can see, it's not easy to get at 80. Get bent. Coming up next, we'll get into the 9 o'clock hour here on Mac and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed.
Well, that dog.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at J Southland Tow can help you out of any jam. And I know the weather's nice right now, so you're not worried about the snow on the roads. But you know what? The weather's nice. It means maybe you locked your keys in the car. Or maybe, hey, your car just didn't start. Or you do get into that accident. Whatever happens, J Southland Tow Service is just a phone call away. Tammy from the Weston called them last week. She blew out a tire. She goes, I'm calling Jay's again. Got another flat tire on the car. I'll tell you what, you get that flat tire, Jay's will come out and take care of you, just like they did for us about a year ago now. It was 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Boom, tire goes. I called Jay Southland Tow, and under an hour, we were back up and running again. These guys are phenomenal, and they can help you out in any part of the city. So I need you to keep their number handy. Put it in your phone, 816-779-4TOW. 816-779-4TOW. Have it in your phone, forget about it. But when you need it, it is there. And like I said, whether you're north, south, east, or west, Jay's Southland Tow Service is just a phone call away. 816-779-4TOW or at southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments, and Tammy from the West, and it's J Southland Tow. Be in the know and use J Southland Tow.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and from changing seasons to unpredictable road conditions, having solid auto insurance gives you real peace of mind. With AAA, switching today means you could save up to 21% on your auto insurance. AAA offers dependable protection, personalized coverage options, and customer service that's always there for you. And when you bundle policies or insure multiple vehicles, you can save even more. Visit AAA.com. That's AAA.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Some things just go together, like peanut butter and jelly, or a Casey's spicy chicken sandwich and a 49-cent medium fountain drink, or a Casey's breakfast sandwich and a 49-cent fountain drink, or even Casey's limited time hot ham and Swiss sliders and a 49-cent fountain drink. You get the idea. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. See store for details.
The playoff push is here. NBA teams are deep in the stretch run, and Fanatics Sportsbook is ready for every moment. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about Fan Cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% Fan Cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking Fan Cash. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, an injury protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. If your guy goes down, you're getting your money back or your parlay plays on. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here.
Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Royals coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. Forward and back, RENNER.
Almost Andy Reid here for Renner Garage Door, America's oldest family-owned garage door company, serving both wholesale and retail markets. Free repair or replacement quotes and $100 off a new garage door.
RENNER.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 635 northbound, heavy from K5 up to the bridge with construction. Missouri side, 169 highway southbound, slows past 9 highway to the airport exit. East side, 70 westbound, heavy around 31st Street with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Play ball! Cody and Gold will be live outside Gate D starting at 10 for the Royals home opener on Monday, March 30th, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Did you consider Brett for Miller?
Did Will Chamberlain or Danny Manning, have they reached out to Wiggins?
You think I'm a damn fool? And also just wanted to double check that Dan Kilgore is going to practice today. I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit. Coach, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
So Max says it's unfair that Kate Cunningham won't be able to be considered for max contracts due to injury because he didn't play 75% of the games. He played 74.4. Thanks, Coach. Comes in from the text line.
Oh, okay. Hit me, please.
That's life. If I get sick and miss out on work bonus, that's just the way it goes.
Oh, yeah. That's a grinder.
Get bent.
No, I actually disagree. I think if that employer's good and they value you, they'll say, hey, you know what? We know you didn't meet the threshold that we initially set, but you're such a great employee. We know something unfortunate happened there at the end. We're going to look past that. We love you.
Dude, don't tell me that's true. Did we just get some horrible news from the world of entertainment?
What?
Somebody said on the text line that Chuck Norris passed away.
Well, let's get confirmation.
I know that he was in the hospital.
Yeah, I did see that.
And then, of course, all the classic Chuck Norris jokes came around. But is that? Can anybody else?
Got nothing right now. Oh, yes.
He did pass away?
From Variety. From Variety 7 minutes ago. Chuck Norris, action icon and Walker, Texas Ranger, dies at 86. That is from Variety. That's all we got. We got no TMZ, nothing yet. But that is the latest there from Variety. Yeah, 7 minutes ago. That is tragic. Damn. No.
The first loss of Chuck Norris's life.
Yep.
Damn. Well, there goes all the Kenneth Walker.
And it is on their Instagram page. Chuck Norris and the family posted on his Instagram page. Yes. So that is confirmed from the Norris family.
You know what we got to do today, Mac? We've got to chug a Surfside, throw it in the air, and roundhouse kick it.
Damn right.
I need everybody else to do this. In honor of Mr. Norris. Rest in power, Chuck Norris. He doesn't rest in peace. He does rest in power.
Hell yeah.
He's got a fist where his chin is.
Yeah, we need Chuck Norris.
That's a hero missed. And we might have gotten the greatest tweet of all time to make it a little bit more light into this day. From Chiefs Thumbs Up on Twitter. You don't mess with the golden standard. The gold heel turn is legendary, and it's the bash at the beach, and he has put Carrington's head on Steve Nash. He has put Bob Fescoe's head on Scott Hall, and Alex Gold's head on Hogan as the third man. Well done.
Today's done.
Standing ovation.
Today's done.
Standing ovation right there. Standing ovation.
Oh, that's incredible. I will repost that as well.
Oh, have we started a movement? Oh,
yes.
Baby, what a tweet. And you got Bob's corny smile in the back and doing the Scott Hall flex.
Oh, this is so good. I love it.
Holy cow. Carrington's head doesn't move at all.
I'm glad that we did this today.
So even though Nash turns around, Carrington's head's still sideways.
We knew we'd need you guys for this.
Oh, that's fantastic. That is the best tweet I've seen in 2026. As Alex Gold is the third man in the golden standard. Kevin Nash is Carrington. Bob is Scott Hall. And Alex Gold is the third man in the fire. As he has gone full heel. He's Alexander Gold. I hope they do that. I hope that's the way the show starts. All right, here we go.
Yes.
Alexander Gold and Cody Tapp. With Drew Nixon. Oh, what an absolute. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's fantastic. Somebody says that meme sounds like something straight out of Revolution. Whatever it is, it's great. Bread, butter, pasta sauce, and garlic bread, peanut butter and jelly. Well done. But again, that's our goal today, Mac, is the first surf side. We have to chug it, throw it up in the air, and roundhouse kick it. In honor of the late Chuck Norris, who has passed away.
Damn right.
Walker, Texas Ranger, no longer with us.
86. That's a good run.
Great life.
Absolutely. Great life.
Man. Because I saw I did see that he was in the hospital in serious condition. And then, yep.
Yeah, they say while our hearts are broken, his family, we are deeply grateful for the life he lived and for the unforgettable moments we are blessed to share with him. They said the love support's been great around the fans, around everyone. To him, you are not just fans, you are his friends.
No, dude, you're an icon. That puts a damper on it.
Yeah, it makes me sad.
I really, 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 really wanted to talk about the NCAA tournament, so I will.
Yes.
Do we still?
He would want us to.
Do you? Yeah, he'd say, put a fist to life and power through.
Damn right.
Walker, Texas Ranger. Well, I guess can't call him Ken Walker Chiefs Ranger anymore. That's got to go away.
Probably. Too soon.
Yep. You brought up a pretty solid point with Drew.
Did I?
I thought so.
Okay.
Because you questioned John Shire.
Ah, yeah.
Because Cameron Boozer said in his post-game audio that they felt like it was just going to be handed to them, that they would be like a walk in the park.
Walk in and win.
That is something of concern because it's not major concern for me, but it's one of those things where, like, what was the message?
Yeah.
Not that it's my business, but Duke should have won that game by 20.
100%. In their sleep.
Sienna is good. Jerry McNamara, probably going to be the next coach at Syracuse. They've fired their coach currently.
It's a good take. Yeah, I like that. I'm in on that.
And you've got boosters that are now the age of him that grew up in the glory days of Syracuse, of those teams that he was on with Mello and Warwick and all those guys that were great. Why not?
Just makes sense.
You just
No, it
almost,
makes perfect
you almost had the
sense.
upset of the century. Yes, I know that we've seen other teams as one seeds lose, Purdue and Virginia. But I'm with Ron Slay, man. They look fatigued.
Yeah, they look fatigued for sure.
Now, Cameron Boozer
They're
turned
hurt,
it on in
they're
the second
injured.
half.
He did.
And he became the reason why they were able to prevail. But, man, we got to the 6-minute mark, 6:40. I remember it mentally. 6:40, and Duke was still losing. That's way too late in the game.
Crazy.
I'm okay if you're down by like 2 or it's tied at halftime, because then we've seen that story so many times before where they come out in the second half and you're like, there's that Duke team. There's that Kansas team. There's the Arizona team that we've been seeing before that were 1 seeds had a little bit of a scare, let alone 2 seeds as well. Do we think a 2 seed drops today?
Got to look at the matchups, but I'm going to say no.
Because UConn's there. And they got something like crazy. Where like UConn has covered the spread in its last like 8 tournament games or something like that.
Yes, that is correct. I did see that.
So your 2 seeds that could drop today, Iowa State, Tennessee State.
I know we've talked a lot about them.
And then, yeah, your other one is Purdue.
And Queens. Yeah, I know Slay wasn't heavy on Purdue, but I don't think he had him losing to Queens.
And then you've got UConn playing Furman. And UConn's favored by 20.5.
No, I'm kind of the more I read and the more I've seen, and since Drew brought it up early in the week, I think we'll have maybe that Akron, Texas Tech. We may start hot at 11:40. At 12 seed. That may be our big one today. I'll also let you know yesterday, speaking on Duke, you mentioned Cam Boozer and all those things. Yeah, turned it on in the second half. I agree. Like, it's crazy. It was a bad game for him yesterday. He was still shot just under 50%, had a double-double. Like, that's who he is. He's playing Siena. He should, in his sleep, do that. I will say the conversation started on Twitter, on NBA Twitter, Dusty, about him as a pro. And it's funny how quickly things can turn 1 or 2 or 3 okay, not his best games. And all of a sudden, people are really questioning him, his explosion, his lack of vertical, his lack of burst. I think it's going to become a big talking point tomorrow against TCU.
For Cam Boozer. We'll see.
Yep.
We have questions because we have Rob Britton on at 9:30, but we have Mizzou and Kansas playing tonight. It says 8:45 and 9:10. That's not happening, but we have questions for 2 players plus 2 teams on the other side. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
In my house, hot water's a commodity. With 3 ladies at home, the tank is always empty. If you need to upgrade or replace your water heater, State Water Heaters has the answer. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 Scale Prevention Technology delivers endless hot water, energy savings, and no annual maintenance. Plus, it's rebate eligible. So, tell your plumber to pick one up today at Reeves Weideman. Visit them at rwco.com or check out statewaterheaters.com.
There's nothing like the sound of Royals baseball. When the boys in blue take the field, loyal fans tune in, turn it up, and stay connected. And where do Kansas City's most passionate sports fans gather? Right here on 96.5 The Fan. Sports fans are loyal fans. They support the teams they love and the businesses that support their team. If you're ready to grow your business and connect with a dedicated, engaged audience, call 816-522-0444 or email greg.bergen@odyssey.com. That's greg.bergen@odyssey.com.
I hope you're sitting down. The ACA Marketplace has announced significant increases on monthly premiums with deductibles over $10,000. You can enroll with Matt B. and KC at BBS Insurance's Freedom of Choice plan now. You don't have to wait. Their plan lets you use any doctor, has 0 outpatient deductibles, and it's 30 to 60% lower costs than most Obamacare plans. Also, there's no income disclosure required, so no potential tax penalties. If you are a small business owner or pay for your own health insurance, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive. Call Matt B. and KC for an instant quote over the phone at 816-205-4664. That's 816-205-4664. Or go to bbsinsurance.net. That's bbsinsurance.net. They will customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
It's March, and that means there's no better time to start betting with Circa Sports. It doesn't matter how you're planning on betting the mayhem. Picking individual games, futures to make it through the bracket, props on your favorite players, or more. Circa Sports has you covered. Circa Sports isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Download the Circa Sports app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 87.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
All right, let's start a riot. I do love it, the March tournament of the NCAA. All the madness. See what I did there? The honesty you get, right? Texas head coach Sean Miller asked, how do you stop Darren Peterson in the second half? I don't think we can. What happened out there for you, Cameron Boozer? I think we just felt like we were handed it to us. Yeah. I think the text line said it best. 1 seed's always considered 16 seeds a bye week. I see that. I feel that. Some of it makes sense. Michigan struggled in the first half.
Big time.
Duke struggled until there was like 5 minutes left in the game. We've seen Kansas struggle as a 1 seed in games before. We're like, what are they doing?
Duke struggled the whole time. I'm not giving them that. Like they scored a couple points, but like Siena missed 8 shots at least in a row. They were up. I mean, like you mentioned, Siena lost that game just as much as Duke came back.
Right.
If Siena hits 2 threes, one more 3-pointer in that run, I mean, dude, Duke was staring at it, man. That was real.
Yeah, we are aware of the passing of Chuck Norris.
Yes.
Sad day.
Very sad. Very sad.
Very. And to the people asking on the text line, when will Fescoe be back? Tuesday, as we've said 15 times this week. So sorry if you missed it. But yeah, he'll be back Tuesday. He's on spring break. The kids are going to be monitored on Tuesday. So we got one more show, just Mac and I, as we finish out this week. And we have a really big day today, again, with everything that is college basketball and the tournament that we watch here in March. Because we have KU and Missouri. It says KU plays at 8:45, Missouri at 9:10. I would assume that it's probably going to be 9 o'clock for Missouri and about 9:30 for Mizzou. What do you think happens? You asked earlier, you think both teams win or both teams lose?
I think both teams win. I think that's much more likely. Again, we're in on the MU home court. We're in St. Louis. It's a couple hours away from Columbia. I think that's going to have a massive, massive factor. But the Miami of Ohio hype's real. Like that's there. So, or the Miami hype's real, rather. No, Miami Ohio hype's real as well. But the Miami hype's there. But KU, I mean, listen. The real question for me with KU is not if they will win. It's just, what is that going to look like? Is it a Duke Siena win? Because then I'm petrified. St. Duns is going to have their way with the Jayhawks on Sunday if that's the case. This needs to be defiant. This needs to be clean. This needs to look like they have a system, like they have plays, like they can run in transition, like Darren Peterson's getting open.
Yeah, I'm just...
Like, if they don't win by double digits, I'm like, meh.
Because they're, 14 and a half favorites?
I kind of need to see a double-digit win now. Some free throws are made or whatever, some BS at the end. It's 9 or 8. This needs to be a good win, though.
And you've got arguably what we thought going into the year, who was going to be one of the best players in college basketball, Darren Peterson, playing for KU tonight. And then you got the big man from Mizzou and Mark Mitchell, who can drop 30 at ease. I really do believe that. You can say that I'm a Missouri homer. I'm not. But they play in St. Louis tonight, and I think that the fact of the matter that KU is who they are, that it would be more disappointing if KU lost. Obviously, they're a higher seed, but you have to throw in the factor that Mizzou's playing in St. Louis. And they've been a great team at home, except for the last 2 games where they lost to Arkansas and they lost to Oklahoma. They beat Florida at home. They beat Vanderbilt at home. It wasn't the same Florida team, so I will listen to that. But Bill Self had this to say about what he expects of Darren Peterson as this tournament starts for KU tonight.
You know, we got a player that is a true potential difference maker. You know, unfortunately, we haven't had him at full speed, you know, the vast majority of the year. But he tells me, and I believe it, and I see it, that he's moving, and this is the best he's felt all year. So I'm excited about moving forward with our full complement of guys closer to 100%.
Okay.
You believe him?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So does this mean no excuses for your guy, Bill?
No excuses.
Okay.
Zero excuses. And even without Darren Peterson, I think that's actually a good clarification. If Darren Peterson were not playing tonight, there would be zero excuses for Bill Self. This team is good. We've talked about it. This team without Darren Peterson played awesome multiple times. They beat Arizona. Yes, the Allen Fieldhouse magic was there and relevant and obviously a factor, but they've got talent. They've got depth. They've got a little bit of size. They've got a great ball handler and a guy who can move the ball down the court in Melvin Council. Couple shooters. There's no excuse with or without Darren Peterson. But yeah, if he's healthy and playing, which he has been, dude, come on, let's go. Drew said Akron maybe being the story today, which I totally get right. 12 seed winning at 1140 today, possibly. Totally get that. KU and Darren Peterson could be the story too.
Could be.
People are going to wake up. They're not going to stay up for this game, even though it's a Friday night. People are going to be in bed by 10:30. It's what happens. The game's going to be over at 11:30. And people are going to wake up. Whoa, Darren Peterson had 28 points. KU won by 30.
Yeah.
Darren Peterson didn't play the last 10 minutes. He still had 28 points. And he just sat. They sat there start. Like, that could be the story. Like, oh, KU's real. They've arrived. It's happening. That's a potential story today.
How many people are watching?
The KU game?
Yeah. Obviously, the local KU fan base will watch.
Locals will watch.
Kind of gets lost in the day because there's so much.
So many, and people are going to be burnt out by 9:30.
Yeah.
You're burnt out and hammered.
Yeah.
You know, you're just doing other stuff.
Yeah.
By that point, you're playing pool. You're not even caring about basketball. You're talking to your friend, whatever it may be. Basketball already happened. Now, I know locally, I know that's not the case. Obviously, we're going to be locked in. We're excited. But, yeah, I don't know. I think they'll get less than 1 million, probably 800,000 people watching that game.
Yeah.
Miami by 10 from Lance.
No.
No, I agree, no.
No. He's just a troll. This comes from Twitter. Dusty Likens, Chuck Norris didn't die. Death is currently getting Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Hell of a tweet.
Need more of that the rest of the show.
Don't forget, you can go down to the Crossroads today, hang out with Alexander Gold and Cody Tapp and Drew Nixon as the heel turn is in effect. There from 10 to 2 as they've got tournaments. It's got to be a great place to absolutely just bang out a day watching basketball. I mean, just today's going to be like 86 degrees. Your windows are open unless you're like my buddy Ox, who's like, yeah, once it gets 75, AC's on to 66. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
He likes it freezing.
Yes. Yes.
I get it.
Yeah. So, no, it is interesting though when you look at like what today is, because I wish that at least from a local bias standpoint, I wish one of these games would be at like 4 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
100%.
I also have a question. Maybe I'm just prisoner of the moment from yesterday. Does every single March tournament start with an 8-9 matchup at 11:15 every single year?
I believe so.
Because I feel like that was just like one of those things where I'm like, it's always an 8-9, right? That starts off the tournament.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
No,
Text line could already be proving me wrong, but I feel like every game that kicks off the tournament is an 8-9 seed matchup because they want to get attention and they want the drama. Is that am I speaking that?
I think that is my brother and I had the same discussion, and yes, that is our conclusion as well. They start off with an 8-9. It's going to be obviously close, fun, probably well-known teams or schools.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's an 8-9.
Somebody says, Dusty, your hat says, I hope you have a day, and hammer a bunch of Surfsides, as I will be doing so as also. Yeah, dude, for sure.
Same here.
Absolutely.
Can't wait.
Great day for
it. A
it.
little bit of a bender this week. That's okay, though.
That's what this week is.
I know. I just
either get
I
your
didn't
nuts
plan
clipped
ahead.
or you get a bender started.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah, Liquid IV.
Oh, yeah.
Gator Light and Surfsides. You'll be pissing a rainbow before you know it. You know what I mean? Like, also, there's like the St. Patty's thing. 8-9 was not close last night. LOL. The first game of the day was Ohio State and TCU.
Went overtime. It was a really good game. I mean, that game was over. TCU was up by maybe 20 points. It was damn near close. Ohio State had one of the better comebacks I've seen. I won't say overall in the tournament, but in the last few years, it was a fantastic game and fantastic comeback. And again, I'll say, I said earlier in the show, TCU and Duke will play tomorrow. If you haven't gotten the chance to watch TCU, they were the first game yesterday. David Punch is their best player.
Because I think that yesterday, I was like, Punch is doing good. You're like, the radio host? I'm like, no.
I'm like,
the guy for TCU, sorry, Punch.
Yeah, I had money on him yesterday. Got to see him in person. That guy is their best player. He is He is like Cameron Boozer. He's a great college basketball player. He doesn't have the elite skills that Boozer does, but he's strong. He's a good passer. He's 6'9", 6'8", plays bigger than he is. He's a man amongst boys down there, and he was yesterday. Had a big and one at the end of the game. Him versus Punch guarding each other. That's must watch to me, dude. I'm going to be locked in on that.
Yeah, and that's an earlier game.
Is it?
I believe
Good.
so. I mean, not like 9 o'clock, 9:15. I don't think it's that late. I think it's like a 4 o'clock game.
4:15.
Yeah, 4:15.
4:15, TCU Duke. Perfect.
Because Saturday times are out, right? They're all out.
And we get started off on Saturday with our
St.
boy.
Louis, we get Larry Nerd. As he goes up against, it's gonna be so funny watching Lindenborg play against Larry Nerd, who wears the glasses because his brother said he has to keep wearing them. And they're like his iconic look, right?
I think he credits. I read an article. It was oh come on, Georgia kicker. Why am I blanking?
Kicker for Georgia.
Yeah, who went to the NFL, Rex Bex.
Oh,
That's where he got
yeah.
his
I remember exactly.
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Yeah, he went through the Colts for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now he's posting TikToks.
Good for him. Lean into it.
Yeah, he's just doing he'll post a game winner, be like, this was the game winner someone made last night. Now here's I'm going to hit it. And then he'll hit it.
Yeah.
Like, cool, dude.
Somebody says Hubert Davis needs to get out of North Carolina. 2 straight years first round. I don't disagree.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
Hubert Davis and whatever that guy's name is at Wisconsin. I mean, Drew tried to give him all the excuses in the world. It's like Mac trying to get all the excuses in the world. He did not go to damn Flashes with that shirt. It's a sick shirt.
I do like this shirt. I didn't know the reception, so I'm pleased.
Somebody says, Dusty, we need to have your hangover cure. I'm a rare breed. I've never had a hangover.
I said mine yesterday. Water, a Winstead's burger, and a joint.
Okay. I mean, that's just a Tuesday for me, minus the Winsteads. But the action continues. We'll be joined by Rob Britton of The Drive here in a little bit as he's our KU guy, as he's got part of the 1/3 of the golden standard of the heels of 96.5 The Fan. We told you that yesterday. Alexander Gold is now his name from this show as he has turned full heel with the High Point jersey, the selfie, the parlay hit. 3 different times he went heel, heel, heel. I'm so proud of Alexander Gold for embracing this role. He came into work on Monday with a black sweatshirt, wearing a hat. It was foreshadowing. And then Wisconsin, Drew's team, ready to go, gets upset by High Point that Alex Gold just so happens to find a High Point jersey. And now we get Mizzou, Kansas. 2 representatives of The Drive, and Rob Bretton, the KU alum, Carrington Harrison, a KU truther and a Mizzou lover. Mixed emotions there. Who rides out a winner today? Will it be Carrington against Miami? Will it be Rob Bretton against California Baptist? Did I finally get it right?
You got it. There you go.
Hell yeah. Rob, what do you think about our new theory that we've got here at the station? We have it called the Golden Standard, like the NWO, and the heels of that group are Carrington, Bob Fescoe, and Alexander Gold. You like this or no?
Get bent.
I mean, I like it because Gold entered very recently. We had him on the show yesterday. He's entering his villain era, is what we said. I mean, wearing a High Point jersey to a remote just to spite Drew is pure villainy. And a little part of me thinks it's goofy, and a little part of me respects it. So I don't know what to think, but I do think it is hilarious that they won, and Drew then slunk out of there right after the remote ended, all sad.
Rob, you're the KU guy. It's your alum. You bleed it. You live it. Your wonderful wife as well, alumni. You guys think there's more pressure on Bill, or you think there's more pressure on Darren Peterson today?
Today's Bill, because there is no reason, like schematically, talent-wise, seating-wise, what Vegas thinks, there's no reason for Kansas to lose today. They should be the superior team. Everything points to Kansas winning. So, and Darren's the best player on the floor. So today's a matter of, did Bill Self use the last 6 days, or I guess 7 days now from their loss to Houston, to get the team ready and prepared? Like, one of the problems with this team this year is there have been a couple times where their energy just sucks. Like, it's been bad. When they're outside of Allen, they seem unmotivated, lack of effort, all those things. if that happens today, it's a tournament. You could be one and done. So today the pressure's on Bill to make sure, hey, you got the message across that this could be the end of the line, and you are playing an inferior opponent, but that doesn't matter. You have to get up and do your job. I think Sunday it flips over. Darren will carry more pressure if it's St. John's, because now it's, hey, you did great against Kansas State. You scored buckets against you scored against TCU despite not making buckets, but it's TCU. Here's a top-flight defensive team. Go score. But today's on self. He has to have that team ready.
You talked pressure. What about blame? Darren Peterson's been there. He's been healthy. He's been on the floor the last month. The offense has looked stagnant and slow. Do you put more blame on Darren Peterson or Bill Self?
Can I blame everyone? Because no one's making shots. Like you watch that Houston game. I spent real American currency to sit at T-Mobile Center last week and watch that Houston game. That's a big-time regret. I even thought to myself, I was gloating in the office. So I played the market just right. I got cheap tickets. I got in there, hated it. But it's not just Darren who's missing shots. I mean, Melvin Council's not making shots. Flory Badunga has been missing in action for a while. Trey White had that great game against Houston at Allen, and ever since then has just been MIAs on a milk carton. No one knows where he's at. They don't have a bench, so it doesn't really matter how they produce. And Bryson Tiller is the most up-and-down player I've seen at Kansas, which is normal for a redshirt freshman. This time of year, you'd hope he'd be coming into his own. So when it comes to the lack of offense, I think it's everyone. Like I don't think Bill's doing a great job of drawing up plays to get easy shots. And when he does drop a play that gets an easy shot, the guys aren't making easy shots. Like Darren is just brick city right now, which if you're a glass half full person like myself, I'll tell you that he's still scoring 20 despite being brick city, but it is brick city. Flory Badunga can't make a layup. So the offensive failures fall on everyone to me. I think we got to find a way to have Self get some easy buckets and make the easy buckets. They're designed to be easy. Score the easy ones.
I feel like we always do this in the tournament because we see stock rise, stock fall, obviously, with individual players. I don't think DeBanza's stock fell at all losing that game yesterday. In fact, I think it rose even higher when he had that under-the-basket reverse dunk. That was just disgusting. But I think that tonight, Flory's narrative can go skyrocket, because I think tonight he'll be the biggest, best player on the floor. I know Darren Peterson is on there and obviously has that sort of thing, but his body size, his defense against a Cal Baptist team who is not tall, I think Flory could just absolutely dominate this game.
This is the kind of game where, and you're right, this is the kind of game where Kansas is bigger. They should dominate the paint, and both Flory and Bryson Tiller should be dominating the game. One thing that happens in these 4-13 games, especially now with the portal and NIL and all the stuff, is Kansas is just physically superior to Cal Baptist. They're just bigger, which means your 6'9 center and your 6'10 power forward should absolutely be eating. They should not struggle against 6'6 and 6'7 forwards. What has been a problem this year for Flory, and it has been a problem basically his entire career at Kansas, is when he has to face a lot of length and big people. He is not facing that tonight. No one's going to confuse Cal Baptist for, a long, lanky, they give people problems type of team. This isn't Arizona, which is what Flory struggled with. He should absolutely dominate. I don't know how much his stock rises, because it's like he should do the expected. It's maybe a little bit of dog bites man if Flory drops 20 and 10 tonight, because that's what he should do. But I think all those narratives start to come into play, and there's a little bit of erasing those narratives if Kansas can get St. John's on Sunday and then do the same thing they're supposed to do tonight to St. John's.
Is Peterson going off what would give you the most confidence for next round, or is it that Badunga 20 and 10? He looks like the DPOY that he's been.
It's Peterson, because I mentioned earlier, and I'm glass half full. I see your thing through red and blue colored glasses. He's still scoring 20 points a night while making almost no jump shots, like none. He had 26 against TCU. I don't think he could buy a bucket. It was bad. He had 25 on the road in Tucson against Arizona. I mean, he made a couple jumpers, but it was a lot of SGA free throw merchant type of energy, which is fine. Those points count. That helps your team. But if he drops 20 tonight and it's on, 8 makes from the field or something, that inspires me, because that means, okay, maybe he's out of this little shooting funk. Because for a guy who every recruiting analyst, every NBA person, every KU person, everyone you talk to says Darren Peterson is a walking bucket. He has not been that the last 5-6 games. I mean, I guess he was against K-State, but guys, the three of us could be a walking bucket against K-State. That means nothing to me. Mm-hmm. So if he can do that tonight, and you feel like, all right, maybe he shook out that little shooting spell, and then he can do it again on Sunday, that gives me confidence that KU can do something, because KU's a 4 seed and their ceiling is their floor, is losing tonight, and it's just another disappointing season. But if Darren starts playing like the Darren we were told he is, the guy at high school levels who people were, ooh and awe and gushing over, Kansas has a pretty high ceiling, but I need him to start making shots if they're going to ever touch that ceiling.
So your co-host and heel, Carrington Harrison, does he have Mizzou winning tonight, and do you have Mizzou winning tonight?
I have Mizzou winning tonight. I actually think Mizzou is perfectly suited for the tournament, because if they win tonight, now Miami and Missouri are the Spider-Man meme. They're the exact same team. They don't shoot great from beyond the arc. Their best player is a lefty who likes to dominate in the paint, and they have been up and down all season. I think Missouri gets it done because it's a home game. So I think this is a win for Missouri. I think Carrington thinks so too. Where me and Carrington kind of will differ is he's of the opinion, hey, if you win tonight, no pressure on Gates in the offseason. It's a successful season. Everyone's happy. Even if you lose to Purdue, yada, yada, yada. I don't know. I feel that way. Like this Missouri team peaked in February. There was a time in February where I was like, oh, Missouri is good. Not just beat up on Mississippi State, not just, oh, man, they're giving work to Ole Miss. Like, they were a good basketball team, and then they started descending. Like, it's like the calendar turned to March, and they had all the abilities sucked out of their body. So I think they win tonight, but I think they need to be competitive on Sunday if they win against Purdue to keep a little bit of that heat and that pressure off Dennis Gates, because this is the second season in a row where they look like world beaters in February, and then March comes around, and you're like, what is this team?
You nervous about Duke?
Like facing Kansas, or just the fact that they looked very vulnerable? Because
their vulnerability yesterday.
You would love Duke to play Kansas right now.
Yeah, not from the Kansas perspective, I guess, from Duke's perspective.
I will tell you this, and I know Boss is out of the office today, but he can attest this too. I have been selling Duke for a while. Once Foster got hurt, I felt like Duke was not the same Duke that we had seen in the past, and they just got to beat up on the ACC. I joked earlier about how K-State's bad. K-State would be like the 5th best team in that league. The ACC is terrible. So Duke without Foster beating Virginia, swell. They handled Miami, cool. Like, they were doing a great job in the ACC. But now the competition level has jumped up a bit, and now I think the fact that they don't have Foster is really starting to be highlighted. And I'm intrigued by their matchup against TCU. I still think they'll get past TCU, because I was watching that Siena game. When in doubt, they throw the ball to Boozer, which is not a bad strategy. But, man, TCU has some bigs that can be a problem for Boozer. I think Duke is very vulnerable, and I would be a person, but was it shorting? Is that the stock term? I'm shorting Duke.
Yeah, there you go. I love that, Rob. I know you're excited because you have to do the show from 2 to 6, and then you have Kansas at 9, probably 15. So you're in the side of, like, you're happy with the way it laid out today, whereas Mac and I were just completely pissed. Not like pissed with this game. But, hey, man, enjoy the day, enjoy the time. I know this is your favorite time of the year, and there's no second close even to it. We appreciate the time, and have a good show today, bud.
Thanks, boys. I'll see you later.
Thanks, man.
That is Rob Brenton. He basically said the ACC is washed, and that Kansas's offense is washed. Swell. Cool. That's so
good.
Swell. Cool.
There will be a Rob Brenton Carrington bracket quadrant next year when we do it all over again, but we do this every Friday at 9:45. It's our Richards of the Week here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If you're looking for new work, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is seeking motivated candidates to add value to their business and, of course, their clients. They give top pay in the industry. They have health, vision, dental insurance, paid time off, and of course, advancement opportunities. Work with a great local company who wants to see you grow with them. Go to GannAsphalt.com and find out how this new career opportunity can work out for you. Gann Asphalt, one contractor, all things parking lot.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One time only offer.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
FanDuel is offering an early win on your pre-live moneyline bets for college basketball. When your team goes up by 10 points and it stays a win no matter how the game ends. Did you get that? Win or lose, if your team takes the lead of 10 or more points, then it's a win for you. And don't forget, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Your chance to get an early win on your pre-live moneyline bet is waiting for you at FanDuel.com/local. Perhaps you want to bet on a team like UConn. Maybe you buy into what Kansas can do early on in the tournament. Bet the bracket with FanDuel now. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and President, Missouri. Opt-in required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go to 965thefan.com for your chance to win an X-Family instant ticket, plus a shot at winning 4 Diamond Club seats to the K, all powered by the Kansas Lottery.
Richard, I'm so happy. Hold me.
Richard of the Week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
This week is about over. I want to take a little time and thank all of you non-Richards out there that have enjoyed this week of Mac Morey and myself, Dusty Likens, as Dad has been on spring break. We'll give you one more show of this duo on Monday, and then the whole show will be back together on Tuesday. So we appreciate all the kind words, all the love that we've got. Well, you know what? I actually appreciate the haters out there. People that listen in and text in and say, when's Bob back? Tuesday. Okay, I'll check in then. Sounds like you're still checked in. That's a diss track. I got bars, baby. You don't want it. I don't do that anymore. I'm a nice guy. We spread positivity. Have a day,
We're the
people.
faces, not the
How
heels.
about this from the Indiana Pacers, who would reportedly consider drafting Cam Boozer #1 per Jake Fisher. Quote, no one in the NBA that I have consulted projects any sort of dramatic draft nightfall for either Peterson or Boozer when it comes to Boozer. In fact, there is a sentiment among rival teams that the Duke star would be Indiana's preferred selection, even if the Pacers were to come away with the #1 overall pick of his potential fit alongside Pascal Siakam. Yeah.
Pascal Siakam.
Siakam. And newly acquired Zubac.
Oh, yeah, they got Zubats. Oh, my gosh. So you have Zubats, Siakam with Tyrese Halliburton.
And Cam Boozer.
Yeah, I like
team,
that.
Not the pick.
No, that's the thing. That's where Cam Boozer would fit in with an already great point guard who's going to run everything. They've got shooters in Neesmith and Nimhard, and then you've got Siakam and Zubats playing that defense. This would be I actually really want this to happen. I'm so on board. That would be beautiful basketball. Please, Indiana, go get Boozer. Let's go.
You think Drew Nixon's a fan of that?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, he is. As a Celtics fan, I'm not a fan of that, but that would be
not going to draft Boozer. It's just not going to happen. Gold's going to buy a Knicks jersey. It'd be Spike Lee.
Yes.
You're so cool in my living room with your hair slicked back. That is the normal look for Gold, but everyone's asked if the slick back look is the heel look. For sure. It's been there the whole time.
For sure, dude.
For sure.
He started introducing these things one by one, and little did we
let
know.
us know.
Yeah, man.
Life
He's
finds
giving
a
us
way.
signs.
They'll grab you by the heel and turn you.
Mm-hmm.
Richard of the Week, as we do it every single week here on 96.5 The Fan. Mine is not really that crazy.
Okay.
But it kind of takes like a little bit of Bob and it makes me sound a little like Fescoe.
Airport.
So, yeah, none of that. No shoes taken off, none of that. I am really concerned that it is 2026, and I've noticed it this week, and that's why it's there for my Richard of the Week. People are still tailgating cars on the highway. Like, that's a thing. Like, people still tailgate. Like, I've seen this at 5 o'clock in the morning on 35 and on Shawnee Mission Parkway. Why are we still tailgating? Like, why can you not just get over and then pass them, even if it is the far right lane? Like, we're still tailgating cars, especially at 5 o'clock in the morning. Back it up, Terry.
5 o'clock in the morning, dude.
Tailgating at 5 o'clock in the morning. Richard, I don't get it. And if I'm blind to information about this, like, I understand, like, if cars going slow in the fast lane, you need to get over. 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm cruise control 74, 9 under, or 9 over, and you have all the lanes in the world. I understand if it's like during the day and you have one car in the lane, you're trying to, but like all that guy's got to do is tap the brakes, you rear end them, then you're in the wrong. I just thought it was insane behavior that we were still tailgating cars, especially at 5 o'clock in the morning when the road's wide open. So my Richard of the Week goes to all of you tailgaters out there that still think it's fun and cool to do that. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. And maybe that's rage bait that I'm starting, but I just don't.
No, you're not.
Or range bait. Foreshadowing. Just saying, remember that comment. And I'm lost in a world of 5 o'clock in the morning, peaceful driving, and then here's Terry over here right on the bumper where it's like, dude, all you have to do is just get over and go. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, what are they thinking? Are they thinking it's
This
cool?
is my lane,
yeah,
man.
exactly. Like,
Get
what are
out.
you doing, dude? You look like an idiot. Stop it.
Learn
Especially
how
at
to
5 a.m.
drive.
That's crazy, dude.
Oh.
That's classic.
Yeah, let's tailgate people at 5 o'clock in the morning. Ugh.
Oh, that's what 913 said. Learn how to drive.
Yeah, learn how to drive.
I love it.
You're a special beehole to tailgate at 5 a.m. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the Richard of the Week is just tailgaters at 5 o'clock in the morning. What are we doing? To shout out my old friend Mark Hines at Blue Springs High School.
You're in charge of the start of your day. If you start your day off by tailgating, dude.
Yeah, Wayne.
Zach Edey. I was going to say Zach Edey driving.
Zach Edey. Learn how to drive. That's about as good as grow up.
Grow up. Oh, it's so good. I'll put this on. You know what? Let's play the audio first, and then I'll set the scene. This is High Point on a high after their win.
Your first NCAA tournament game, Coach Klayman.
It looks pretty obvious to me that high majors need to play mid-majors during the season because they said we ain't played nobody. We played somebody now.
How'd you do it?
Feels unreal because I know how good of a team we had, but nobody would play us, just like they wouldn't play Miami, Ohio. But they got to play us in this tournament.
Coach, you were down by 10 early on. What changed?
We just settled in. We settled in. We got a hell of a team. We settled in.
Yeah, so the Richard of the Week goes to all those college programs, NCAA committee members, trying to slowly, and now swiftly rather, box out these mid-rangers, box out these smaller universities. We had I think it was Texas 2 years in a row in the first four. First four in used to be like smaller mid-majors grinding their way in, trying to scrap their way in.
Texas versus North Carolina, right?
Exactly. We're slowly phasing out the Cinderella. What makes the madness mad? We are slowly phasing that out. College sports has something that pro sports will never have. The vulnerability, the chance that something you've never seen before happens.
Right.
A 30-point comeback. The best player you've seen all season not show up. Like, those things in college are so much more likely to be there. There's just way more variables in college sports, and by getting rid of these mid-majors, by getting rid of these smaller schools and these coaches who are working their way up too, by the way, we get all our great coaches from our mid-majors. A lot of them, they work their way up. That's how this happens. Getting rid of them, you're getting rid of some of the best stories with the best moments and some of the funnest times you have during the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the first weekend of March. So you've got to control that and keep those guys in here. Way to go, High Point. Sorry, Drew.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, we do have one more day with just you and I. And we have a loaded slate of games today, which we can consider the weekend. So let's get to a weekend prediction brought to you by Circus Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be. CircusSports.com. Give me Mizzou in the points tonight. Actually, check that. Give me Mizzou in the money line tonight against Miami. St. Louis, it's Mizzou, it's local, it's good if they win. They get to play Purdue in the second round, we think. Give me my prediction to take Mizzou on the money line tonight.
Love it. Yeah. I'll go a little different. I'll go Saturday. And the more we've talked about it, the more I've thought about it, it is now just kind of erupted within me. I'm going to be putting some money on this. Give me TCU over Duke.
TCU over Duke. Would you take TCU money line on that?
That's what I'm saying. Give me TCU over Duke.
No points needed, says the man named Mac Morey.
4:15 Saturday. Let's go.
Somebody says, well, Mac, then maybe Miami of Ohio beats Tennessee. Hey, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. Could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay groovy, stay safe. Head over to the Crossroads at International Tap House, a.k.a. ITAP, what we call it. Hang out with Alexander Gold, the heel, Cody Tapp, the neutral, Drew Nixon, the face. It's all there for you with the golden standard from 10 to 2. Mac Morey, love you, brother. Everybody out there, stay cool. We'll be back Monday.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
As the seasons change, it's time to prep your HVAC system with a $49 seasonal tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. A tune-up can help save money on your energy bill and help prevent expensive breakdowns. As your local home service experts, everything we do is backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews adds up to dependable service from neighbors you trust. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99 guaranteed or your money back. Hypnosis, Wednesday, April 1st at the Wingate by Wyndham, Kansas City. Formerly Sure Stay Plus by Best Western in Kansas City. Lose weight hypnosis, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust? The beginnings of a garden? Those stray fence posts? Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Feeling the squeeze of high prices? Then stretch your budget this Friday through Sunday at Hy-Vee. Stock up and save big on 99-cent deals throughout the entire store. Like pork loin chops, just 99 cents. Skippy peanut butter, 99 cents. Green Giant vegetables, 6-pack ramen noodles, and much more, just 99 cents. Order through the Hy-Vee app or online and leave the shopping to us. Don't miss the 99-cent sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Easter's here, and this Easter Sunday, we're going out for brunch, and we're doing that at Hy-Vee. We're skipping the hassle of reservations for an overpriced restaurant brunch, and we're going to the family-friendly buffet brunch at Hy-Vee. $19.99 for adults, $6.99 for kids 6 to 12, and kids 5 and under eat free. And they've got all-you-can-eat favorites like scrambled eggs, biscuits and gravy, sausage, bacon, hash browns, fresh fruit, and so much more. No reservation required. We'll see you from 8 to 1 this Easter at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
When severe weather hits, tune in to 98.1 KMBZ for Operation Stormwatch. Brought to you by Century Roofing. Proudly voted the #1 roofing company in all of Kansas City. CenturyRoofingKC.com. Burns on Deck show for the Royals home opener against the Twins on March 30th starts at 2. First pitch just after 3. All right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, here we go on a Friday. It is Cody and Gold, Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you live at ITAP in the Crossroads. Another great day of tourney action on the horizon, about an hour and 15 minutes away of tip-off
of the first game. That'll be Santa Clara and Kentucky, the old 10-7 matchup. Akron, Texas Tech in a 5-12 right after that, followed by Arizona and Long Island University. If you couldn't make it out to ITAP yesterday because it was a Thursday, well, today it's a Friday. Maybe you can get off work a little bit early, stop on by here. They got 54 beers on tap. Our friends with Circus Sports are out here as well. They're doing bet matches. They are handing out some drink tickets. They've got some merch. It is another great day to come join us. And I'm fired up for today. I'm feeling very good anyway. I'm feeling very, very good.
Why are you feeling good?
I'm feeling.
Did you have a good betting day?
I did.
I had an okay betting day, so that can be good for all of us.
I had a great betting day yesterday. It's also going to be 90 degrees outside. We got the garage doors open. Yesterday to start the show, we went through some parlays, some bets. TCU plus 2.5, check. Louisville money line, check. Vandy money line, check. Oh, High Point plus 10. Oh, check.
Could have been the money line. Think about how much more you could have made.
Just win that baby outright, and they certainly did. So, yeah, feeling good. Feeling good about yesterday. We are down a microphone right now, so that is why Drew
cannot talk about his Wisconsin Badgers yet.
Drew's not avoiding the subject yet. We are efforting another microphone. We had a little technical difficulty this morning. But how about yesterday? How about High Point, huh? How about High Point getting it done yesterday? Do you know their campus, Cody? And if I can get the fight song going for a little bit, please. But do you know on their campus, they've got these big 16-foot Dream Big chairs on campus, and boy, did they know
what that is.
They are Dream Big chairs. They are 16-foot chairs.
Like dream big.
Dream big, man. They want you to dream big at High Point, and boy, did they ever dream big. People said they could not actually go out and beat Wisconsin yesterday. There's a lot of people that didn't think it was possible in the old 5-12 matchup or anything like that, and they were able to actually get it done yesterday. This was for alums like Tubby Smith, who also coached there. Alums, I know Drew will like this one. Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver, alum of High Point University. Yesterday was for everybody at High Point that is dream big on that campus.
You didn't wear the jersey again today?
Not today. I'm wearing it tomorrow. I got to keep wearing it tomorrow.
You are going to wear it out tomorrow?
I have to continue to wear it after that big win against Wisconsin. And so as they say, fight for the purple and white and dear old HPU. That's what we're going to do tomorrow as well. And it just so happens that they also won me some money. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of High Point University, as you know, over the last 4 or 5 days.
You chose to be a hater for Drew, and then they ended up beating him. You were only asking him to cover.
That's right, and they won.
Hate wins. That's what we learned today. You were just your hater energy brought directly to Drew, and he had to watch his favorite childhood team lose in the tournament. And it brought you joy. That doesn't make you feel bad?
Not at all. No, because we can act like in sports that doesn't happen all the time. I get texts when Kansas loses all the time. If they lose tonight to Cal Baptist, I'll get plenty of texts and tweets. When Kansas loses in the regular season, I get texts. This is what it is to be a sports fan. When the Philadelphia Eagles lose a game, there's some friends at a bar I go to back in Overland Park. There's an Eagles fan or two there. We give them a hard time. That's what you do as sports fan. This idea that it's suddenly this disrespectful thing is hilarious.
I think it's more that up until that point, you had absolutely no viscera towards Wisconsin.
No, but it's fun.
What beef would you have with Wisconsin, Yeah. That's just a regular old Big Ten basketball school who obviously came up quite a bit short in their efforts against High Point. That was not, and I think we talked about this. Yesterday was a really good example of, hey, I think you all might have jumped the gun a little early on maybe the underdogs in the tournament are dead for forever. My point was, maybe it is. But how can we possibly know that yet, knowing that we are barely at the very beginnings part of this tournament with the NIL in full effect, multiple years into it, Gold? And if that's the case, well then, yesterday was a pretty good sign the upsets were still there. Hell, Siena almost got Duke yesterday. If they had had even a bench player they were willing to play, they might have gotten Duke. They straight up ran out of gas in that game. And so High Point is just another example of little tiny baby school. Wisconsin was good all year. They could score all year. No reason to think they wouldn't be able to do it in that game, and yet came up short, Gold. High Point took down Wisconsin.
It was a perfect storm. It was a perfect storm. Trying to have some fun on the show on Monday, trying to have some fun on tournament week, especially with KU and MU not playing till tonight, late
tonight. Yeah.
So I wanted to have some fun, and it just so happens that Wisconsin didn't get it done. And so, I don't know about you with your friends. you give your friends crap when their team
I think
doesn't
it's
win.
pretty common.
So it's a pretty common thing that we do. And look, if somebody has a Cal Baptist jersey out there, I'm sure Carrington would wear it today.
Do you think the Drew would wear it if somebody's got a Cal Baptist
He
jersey
wouldn't,
for him
because
to wear?
he's tried to go with the angle that, like, I'm a jerk, he's the nicest guy on earth. That's been, like, the angle.
That's Carrington's angle?
No, it's Drew's angle with this whole thing.
Oh, I
So,
see.
Trying to make it into, like, sports fans don't ever talk bleep to each other,
Well,
which
I mean,
is,
I think
is hilarious
it was
to
pretty
me.
clear he was actively rooting against the Chiefs.
Oh, that's the thing.
playoff
Like
runs.
we can't act like this
It
is
brings
such
him
a
joy when they
terrible
fail.
thing. He enjoyed the Chiefs going 6-11 last year. That's another reason why I don't feel bad. And the other part about the entire scenario is he didn't go to Wisconsin. He's not a Wisconsin grad. Sorry. So I feel even less bad about it.
You feel less bad because he's not a Wisconsin
Yeah,
grad?
he didn't even go there.
I know, but I mean, he's still like he's been a fan of that university this entire time. High Point,
But it
man.
happens.
Purple
I mean,
Panthers.
I guarantee you, especially now, but even before, when Kansas has lost to Arkansas a year or so ago, when they've lost to Bucknell, my friends, like, they lost to Creighton in a regular season game last year, and my Nebraska fan friends were texting me, giving me crap. This is what you do. You hope that your friends and people that root for teams that they struggle through fandom. That's what it is, and you give each other crap.
Text line claims that Rob was so inspired by you, Gold, that he's going to wear a Rick Barry Miami Hurricane jersey today in order to give Missouri a hard time. So,
I actually think Missouri's going to win today, but I do think Missouri's going to beat Miami.
I got to say, I don't know if they're doing this for every student broadcast, but this was something I showed you this morning. I will say this made me feel better about High Point. They released a video online of the High Point student broadcast in the throes of the final minutes.
Love it.
The final few possessions going for it all. Give a listen to how excited these guys were.
To Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson catch and shoot. That's what they needed. Timeout. Portland. Do you believe it? Here comes Johnson. The layup.
Broadcast yesterday? That's amazing. I had not heard that before. That was the student broadcast of High Point.
9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Drive. 6 seconds. Block. Now Boyd, they launch down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first
I want to point out
in program history.
his color commentator is like shrinking into his seat. He's like melting. He's so excited. As it happens, Goldie's like this. He's just like, he almost can't believe it as his play-by-play guy, who, by the way, did a really nice job for the student broadcast and making the final calls. I did kind of like that for High Point. I liked how excited the students were.
Well, the tournament is all about upsets. Now, nobody wants their team to get upset, so I get that, right? But in general, I mean, when it comes to upsets, you know, this is why we watch the tournament in large part, especially the first few days. This is what we like. You hope it's not your team that you're rooting for. But I don't know, and I think maybe we have the third mic. I'm not sure we can. I don't know. We can check to see if we've got the third mic working. Just like I'm sure Drew was excited that VCU beat North Carolina. To me, I don't see why it's any different. He was rooting for VCU to beat North Carolina. I was rooting for High Point to beat Wisconsin. So we all do it. You just hope it's not your team.
Well, I mean, sure. I still wish that Drew would have. I wish he'd wear a Cal Baptist jersey today. I wish he would have come back and tried to get you in a different direction. To me, that would have been funnier than if he had gone after you in a direction that he hadn't gone yet and somehow had tried to turn the tables on you, Gold. That I would have enjoyed. But, you know what, at the same time, maybe that's just not what we're going to get. Maybe one way or the other, we're just not lucky enough to receive that. Plus, we tried to get Drew on mic. He's not even going to get a chance to defend himself.
Well, that sucks. I want to hear from Drew. I want to hear Drew talk. I know he's got thoughts.
Drew, you talk for a second while I get your mic working. I want to hear you and Alex go back and forth.
All right, we'll get a third headset on here. We're having some problems with.
Yeah, what's up?
Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Do you hate me right now?
No. So
Drew hasn't talked to me yet this morning.
I have talked to him. The key of the game to me was, you know, in these moments, I think we see it with a lot of upsets though, is that when you're up, you got to be able to throw the final punch. And Wisconsin didn't throw the final punch. They're up 8, and then they go on a stretch of 3 minutes with no baskets. And then and the High Point hits that 3 from the logo. I mean, they were just chucking away. And if a team gets hot, and when a team doesn't fear anything, that can be a dangerous thing. I told it to Carrington yesterday. And I think that's where the Cinderellas come from, is you look at these teams that they know that they're supposed to lose, according to everybody else, but they have that belief in there. And if you're hitting those threes like High Point was yesterday, where you're Johnston, you just get hot. Crazy things happen in the month of March, and I think that's what happened. Wisconsin didn't throw the knockout punch when they had the opportunity to, and as a result, High Point hit that 3, and all of a sudden the momentum shifted and everything flipped from there. So, hey, High Point deserved to win. Wisconsin, I said this from the jump, though, all year long, that if you've heard, I think I've said it on this show, but even if you were to just ask me randomly, hey, do you think Wisconsin's good? I mean, they could beat anybody. They could also lose to anybody. That's like the story of the season for them. So shout out to High Point, man. That was really good. It was obviously a great performance by them. Good for the Cinderella. The slipper still fits for them, which will be interesting to see how they play against Arkansas here on Saturday.
Chase Johnston hadn't made a two-pointer all year.
He was 0 for 4, and then he made one.
Hadn't made a two-pointer all year. All he does is shoot threes. Yeah. And, of course,
4 two-point attempts, not made one.
The layup for his first 2-point basket of the season gave High Point the lead with 11.7 seconds to go, and ultimately the victory. So that was a lot of fun yesterday. That was a great game. We had fun watching to hear tap. And now who's the team you're rooting for?
Oh, I'm not rooting for anybody now. I'm just excited to see the games. I'm just excited to see the picks. I mean, obviously,
be honest though, you want to see Cal Baptist beat my Jayhawks tonight.
I legitimately don't care. I legitimately don't. Okay. It doesn't matter to me. I have KU going to the Sweet 16, dude. I think KU can make a run, but I don't hate watch. Like unless it's like the Pittsburgh Steelers, I suppose. Maybe that might be the only team I hate, I guess. But I don't hate watch. I'm rooting for Hofstra. I'm rooting for
Bama today.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Hofstra, I suppose, because I almost transferred there when I was in college, so I have a little soft spot, I suppose, for Hofstra. But yeah, I'm just good for some basketball, man. I think people, and Cody alluded to it, I think that people are realizing how good of a place college basketball actually is in, because as much as name, image, and likeness might seem like it stretches things out, I think for these moments you learn how good of a player like Terrence Hill Jr. was for VCU yesterday. Like and guys that have been around the block but go to different places. I think that those are the fun stories that we don't know about, obviously, because they play for the smaller schools and they were at a big school, transferred, yada, 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 and things ended up working out for them. So I think college basketball is in a great place now where, I mean, even you look at the 16 seeds, how competitive Siena was yesterday. Howard was competitive for half of that game as well. It feels like college basketball is in a great place right now. Obviously, it was more watched than any other time. So I'm excited to see what else we got for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the mid-majors definitely were competitive, and we got multiple double-digit seeds that won, especially in the evening window. I mean, if you want to count Texas, not a mid-major, but they were 11 seed. Texas looked very, very impressive last night against BYU. And so we can get into some of the Saturday matchups a little bit later on in the show, and what we're excited about is the schedule, of course, is already out for Saturday, including the timing and everything. Just a reminder, today's schedule and how things are going to set up. We got Santa Clara, Kentucky, 10-7 matchup coming up at 11:15. Akron, Texas Tech, 5-12 matchup. That's always the seed matchup that everybody keeps an eye on. Texas Tech doesn't have Toppin anymore. Some people have been picking Akron to upset them today. Arizona and Long Island University, as people are calling it, the battle for the best iced tea, whether it's Long Island or Arizona. It's the iced tea battle. I like that for the 116.
Arizona, I mean, they've stayed 99 cents this whole time. That's like the Costco hot dog. We're out here choosing which is the better Arizona.
That's true. Yeah, the better iced tea, yeah. And then 3-seed Virginia against 14-seed Wright State at 12:50. And then the last game that'll happen during our show is 2-seed Iowa State against 15-seed Tennessee State. That's in the Midwest region. That's in St. Louis. And I know you've got the Cyclones going pretty far. I think you have them in the Final Four.
I do.
I do not, but you do. So that's a big game for you.
I said Illinois in the Final Four, so at least they were one of the few 1s or 2 seeds that looked good. Are you surprised at how decent the 16s are playing against the 1s in this tournament? Because it's not like the second one yesterday was also.
I mean, Howard ended up losing by 22 at the end, but the first half, they were only down 4, I think, at halftime.
I mean, they were relatively competitive, or significantly more competitive than a 1-seeded versus 16-seeded typically is. I'm still disappointed Siena didn't get that win. Who isn't rooting for a 1 to beat a 16? They only had 5 players. How did they even get to the tournament?
Yeah, they didn't.
They should have played one of the 2 freshmen. They should have just taken a chance. Maybe just a fresh leg and a single shot. Who knows?
The only part I didn't get in the Siena game was when they were up 13. you would have thought that would have been a chance to at least get a breather for some of your guys, and they didn't. But they, as you said, they didn't really have much of a bench to work with and to operate with. So that was part of the scenario. The most impressive win yesterday, I honestly got to put St. Louis at the top of the list, don't you? I mean,
they
look,
hammered them.
like Arkansas cruised past Hawaii, but St. Louis was in an 8-9 matchup, so they were playing a higher quality opponent, and they embarrassed Georgia. Absolutely embarrassed them, start to finish. St. Louis, we'll see what they can do now against a 1 seed, but that was probably the most impressive win for me, other than, I get it, High Point upset Wisconsin. I'm just talking about, given the situation, I thought.
It's that or VCU. I mean, VCU
coming back from 19.
It's the single biggest tournament deficit overcome in 15 years, right? So
it's the biggest in the history of the first round.
So I mean, it's got to be they got to be on the list. Like North Carolina had them to the grave, and VCU made a 19-point comeback. So it is kind of hard to imagine, I guess, at least in that case, Gold, that there isn't some credit to them. I think it's one of the two, right? It's the one we just previously mentioned, or the VCU game as being the single most impressive wins, obviously, of the first round, because it's not exactly what you were anticipating going into it either. But again, I go back to this idea, Gold, that maybe we were a little too quick to dismiss the mid-majors in their ability to have upset wins. But it can't just be about the first round. One of these double-digit seeds, Gold, have got to find their way into the Sweet 16, make an Elite Eight run sometime in the next couple of years. Doesn't have to be this year. But it can't be all 4 number 1 seeds like it was last year, because then people will start to think that it's what we said, which is maybe the NIL era has reduced some of that in some capacity.
Yeah, I think, though, throughout the tournament, and everybody views it differently, I've always said I want the upsets Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, and then you want
But by the time we get to the Elite Eight and Final Four, I want the high-quality teams. And it doesn't mean that some team doesn't deserve to get there. I want a solid Final Four. And at that point in time, I don't mind seeing the top seeds. But this first weekend, yesterday, I love seeing the double-digit seeds win. Tonight and today, I hope we see an upset or two. But by the time we get really down to it in Indianapolis, I want the big boys. I will be very disappointed if Arizona and/or, let's just say, Michigan or I guess Duke, for that matter, aren't there. They have been the better teams all year. The tournament is a crapshoot. We like it, but when it comes down to winning a national title, I still think we would understand if it was Arizona. If I told you it was Arizona against, I don't know, VCU in this hypothetical,
it doesn't have much juice.
Correct.
I don't think I'm as early as the Elite Eight, but at least by the Final Four, I want to feel like the team in the championship has a chance to win it. I really dislike when we get the 1 versus 11 in the Final Four, and we don't get a game of it, and then the two heavy hitters got to go against each other in what feels like what should be the national championship game. I don't disagree with that. Meanwhile, we've got MU and KU tonight. We'll talk to the voice of the Jayhawks, Brian Haney, coming up at 10:30. Jarrett Sutton played at Missouri, is obviously an active scout in the NBA as well, coming up at 11. But MU tonight, I went back and forth on them a lot because Missouri plays incredibly inconsistently, and I couldn't determine whether or not I think that they'll get past Miami. The weird part is I think they're more talented than Miami, top to bottom, but their whole game seems to rely on, is Mark Mitchell good tonight? And that really runs into an issue for me where predicting whether or not he's going to be good tonight is not something he's good at predicting. So how am I supposed to be for certain that Missouri wins? At this point, we're local, and I think that it's a 50-50 game, so I kind of lean Missouri in the smallest conceivable sense, but I give them almost no chance to get past Purdue. I know we won't talk about that because we won't be back here until Monday, but it might be a 5% chance to get past Purdue, 10% chance to get past Purdue. That just doesn't feel like a favorable matchup for them where they need too many things to go right in order for it to actually go their way. But I am looking forward to the game tonight because I think it'll be close with Miami.
It should be. I think Missouri wins. I think Mizzou wins tonight against Miami. You're going up against a first-year head coach that doesn't have any tournament experience. I understand it's not like Dennis Gates has a long track record in the tournament, but it's a first-year head coach. We know the game is right in their backyard in St. Louis. I'll be fascinated to exact number of Missouri fans in the building. I don't know if it'll be the Nebraska crowd that was in Oklahoma City yesterday, where they had.
But why wouldn't it be? It's only an hour.
Yeah, but where they had 10,000. The reason why I would say it may not be to that extent is Nebraska fans were planning on going to Oklahoma City for a long time. Missouri fans didn't find out until the week before, like the 5 days before. They will have a huge crowd there. That's a huge part of why I think they can also win. So,
is Carrington going to watch the squad this weekend?
I don't know. You have to ask him. I'm not sure.
I didn't know if either you'd heard. Drew, have you heard? Is Carrington going to make the drive to St. Louis?
He's on the air till 6 o'clock tonight, so I don't think he's going to make it to St. Louis by 9 o'clock.
Not unless he's not doing a show today, and I haven't heard that. So.
Oh, I don't know. I
guess if they win, he could go watch him play. He could go watch him play Purdue if they get there. I got to say, it'd be a real troubling sign for one Carrington Harrison if he didn't go.
Why?
Alex, if your team was playing in St. Louis, you'd be at one of the two games. Maybe it wouldn't be at this one tonight.
Probably.
You don't think you'd be at one of the two games to watch the Jayhawks play?
It depends. I mean, again, in his case, he's got his show till 6 if he's working today. For me, I'd be off the air at 2, and I could easily drive there and get there in time. It depends. People have other stuff going on, as you explained yesterday. You were busy yesterday, so I don't know what else Carrington had planned. He might have something else brewing.
I had to go teach. Had to go mold young minds. There weren't that many games. By the time the class actually started, all the games were over. High Point and everything else in between. It's like I got to watch those go to final and then leave right as the games were starting up again. Perfect timing for me, I must admit. So outside of that, it really is. So you and I have both Missouri winning. We can talk about Kansas a little bit later on in the show. Is there a certain reason why you like them over? Because I just think
over Miami. One, the coaching part of it. I think you have a first-year head coach. I also think both teams play a similar style. And if you think Missouri is just a better team and they play a similar style of basketball, then I'll take the team that has the home court advantage essentially in this game. There's a reason why, if you look in the betting markets, this is extremely close. The spread is down to 1.5. Missouri's plus 1.5, so you might as well just take them on the money line if you think they can back that. They're plus 106 on the money line. Looks like right now over at Circa, over at FanDuel, and some of these other spots as well. So yeah, it's a late start. I don't know if that worries you at all. I don't think it really.
I hate that both the locals are late. I wish we got one in the middle of the day.
I agree with that.
Just from and that is a purely selfish reason here locally, nothing else. I just wish I could watch both teams unfettered at least at the same time. I'm curious, where does Miami rank in KenPom? Missouri ended up at 52. So where did Miami end up? 30. So, noticeably higher, at least on that end. Miami ranked ahead of North Carolina, St. Louis, Villanova, Texas, and a bunch of other schools, including, winners like VCU that have already gotten a win. So, KenPom would tell you there's a sizable difference between the teams. I just think it's all like Missouri's upper end potential is higher. And in a tournament in which they're playing at home, I do feel like that might be the edge. This game was in Miami, Florida. I'll probably just tell you, or whatever, an hour outside of Miami, I'll probably tell you Miami might be the victor. But being in St. Louis should be enough if I think this game is close. That, to me, is the deciding factor. You're getting at least a half a home game. Maybe not totally, but a half a home game. And every single team in college plays better at home. It is a standard factor of playing college basketball is that you can bank on the fact that these teams will play better at home. So, I guess that is, in the end, that might be the difference between the two teams. I don't disagree with you. They do play a similar style, so I expect the game to be close, I guess, throughout.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's a 7-10 matchup, so this is so different than us talking about anybody. This is not, Kansas losing to Cal Baptist or Wisconsin to High Point. This is different. If Missouri loses to Miami, you're going to be disappointed, but it's a 7-10 matchup. It's a coin flip type of basketball game, and a team in Missouri that you thought maybe was headed to the first four instead. So, I don't want to say they're playing with house money, but at the same time, these are coin flip games. It's not some jarring upset if Missouri were to lose. I think they're winning tonight, though, as I said. We will talk to Jared Sutton about the Missouri Tigers coming up at 11 o'clock. Up next, though, let's talk about Kansas. They are taking on Cal Baptist in the 4-13 matchup. It's not going to tip off in San Diego till about 8:45. Let's be real. It'll probably be later than that, just the way these games typically go. Kansas, a 14.5-point favorite. Let's check in with the voice of the Jayhawks. Brian Haney joins us next.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KFNZ and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code KFNZ and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
There's nothing like the sound of Royals baseball. When the boys in blue take the field, loyal fans tune in, turn it up, and stay connected. And where do Kansas City's most passionate sports fans gather? Right here on 96.5 The Fan. Sports fans are loyal fans. They support the teams they love and the businesses that support their team. If you're ready to grow your business and connect with a dedicated, engaged audience, call 816-522-0444 or email greg.bergen@odyssey.com. That's greg.bergen@odyssey.com.
The world is coming to Kansas City. Is your parking lot ready? Over at Gann Asphalt and Concrete, they want to make sure that your business is inviting, that it's safe, and that, of course, your project is cost-effective, because they want to make sure that you're ready and that your business is ready before the world comes here. That's all possible over at Gann, who can handle any type of project your parking lot would need. That's because they're one contractor, all things parking lot. Check out their projects at GannAsphalt.com or give them a call at 816-688-3512.
All right, professional landscapers, a quick heads up. Right now is the best time of the year to upgrade your lawn equipment because the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event is happening March 19th through the 29th. You can get up to 20% off Gravely commercial mowers. The machines pros count on for consistent results and season-long reliability. If you're adding to your fleet or upgrading this spring, now's the time. Stop by your local Gravely dealer today.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. Trade game outcomes, spreads, and more on top seeds and potential Cinderella stories. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Hey, it's Scott Parks, and we've launched Beyond the Pitch KC, a podcast on how Kansas City landed the world's largest sporting event, presented by Commerce Bank. Visit commercebank.com/soccer26. Subscribe on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're just getting started here on a Friday, day number 2 of the NCAA tournament. We are live at International Tap House, ITAP in the Crossroads. We'll be out here till 2. Honestly, probably an hour or 2 after that as well, watching some games. It is a beautiful day in Kansas City, going to be, 85, close to 90 degrees. The garage doors are open at this spot. They opened up early as well, so we'll be ready to rock and roll for the first game today, Santa Clara in Kentucky, which tips off around 11:15. We're also here with our friends from Circa Sports. You can, of course, check out the Circa Sports app in the state of Missouri. They'll be handing out some drink tickets, some merch, some bet matches. It's going to be another great day of the tournament. We do have to wait a while till we get to the locals, though, and let's check in on the Kansas Jayhawks out in San Diego as they are set to take on the 13 seed, California Baptist later on tonight. And we welcome in the voice of the Jayhawks, Brian Haney, here on 96.5 The Fan. Brian, I would say I'm jealous of San Diego, but the weather's pretty darn good here as well. What's the scene like right now out there with KU fans?
Well, we'll find out the scene later today. We've got a fan hangout prior to the ball game over there, and we'll see. I'm told they're expecting about 200 at the fan hangout. It's not a true pep rally like we have at Power and Light. Inside the arena, who knows? Hopefully we'll have a couple thousand. But as you know, Cal Baptist is 90 minutes away from their campus in Riverside, so they're going to travel really well. It's not a huge arena. It's listed at 11,500. So I think that the two fan bases will have comparable numbers of fans. But if you're not a Kansas fan and you're a local, of course you're going to cheer for the California school, even if you didn't know they were Lancers prior to today. And if you're in between, no dog in the fight type fan, then absolutely you cheer for Cinderella. So Bill Self has told his guys to prepare that the opposition's going to have a lot more folks pulling for them. And that's where you want to get off to a fast start, not only because you diminish confidence of Cinderella having a chance to stick and stay in this game, but you also make sure any fans that are pulling against you are at that point disengaged and sitting on their hands, because that'll probably be the scene today with a lot of locals cheering for Cal Baptist.
Playstyle-wise, how do you think these two teams match up? I'll ask you about some of the individual players here in a minute, but playstyle-wise, what could cause problems for Kansas or what could cause problems for Cal Baptist and what Kansas does?
Well, I think that it's a tough draw in the sense that they've got a tremendous, and you mentioned play style, not individuals, but you can't talk Cal Baptist without starting with Dominique Daniels, the nation's number 5 leading scorer, and a guy that reminds me a little bit of a mid-major Frank Mason. I know that one certainly tracks with both of you, having covered the Jayhawks for a long time, and Alex being a Jayhawk. This is the WAC Player of the Year. This is a guy who scored more than 3,000 career points. Now, some of those were at San Bernardino Valley College, not all at Cal Baptist, but Kansas, Danny Manning, 29-51. That's at a higher level, but it gives you a stamp of how many points that actually is. He had 47 in a game versus Utah Valley earlier in the regular season, had 41 2 games ago in the WAC semis. And so, play style-wise, there's a lot they can do simply through him in a half-court set, his ability to put the ball on the deck, beat you off the dribble, and get in the paint, get it up on the rim. And they've got some guys that have done a decent job on the glass, but they're rebounding well, of which they're +7 on the boards this year. I think it's a team that obviously is very formidable. Now, they're 0-3 versus Power 4 teams this season, and if Kansas can get out and run, I think even as good as Daniels is, and Martell Williams I really like as well, another one of their second-team all-WAC backcourt mates, I think Melvin Council has a gear that not many have. And if we can get back to seeing Melvin playing confidently and effectively and efficiently offensively, I think the Kansas Jayhawks can push tempo and run all over these guys. I think ideally, while they certainly can keep up with teams in the WAC and are fine scoring in fast-paced transition mode, I don't think they want to get into that kind of, firepower athleticism-wise with Kansas and what the Jayhawks can do with Darren Peterson and just, scoring at a high clip before the Cal Baptist defense is able to get back and get set. I think they'd like to play through their bigs, but they also realize, hey, Bryson Tiller, Flory Bidunga, this is different than what we're seeing on a night-in, night-out basis in the WAC. And so, to me, Kansas needs to play its athleticism advantages at all 5 positions in this one, but also find an answer for for Dominique Daniels because, as we see in 40 years of watching the tournament, in my case, and I don't know how many years y'all have been watching it, but guard play in this thing is so paramount. And if you got one guy that gets on a heater, all of a sudden that rim looks like a hula hoop, and all of a sudden everybody around him starts believing. And so that would be my hope for Kansas tonight. Fast start, frustrate them a little bit. They're a decent three-point shooting team, but they're not prolific. Daniels and the aforementioned Martell Williams both shoot about 33%. But you know how it goes in this thing, man. If the first couple go down, look out. And look at what happened with Siena for 35 minutes of that game yesterday until they just ran out of gas versus Duke. So I think for the Jayhawks, strike first, guard the three, and then see if you can strike first in terms of scoring off your defense very quickly, because Kansas's offense has labored a lot in the last month compared to the previous 3 months. And some of the best ways to get our mojo and swagger back on the offensive end isn't simply shot making or shot missing. It's hit them while they're scrambled and get out and go. Get Melvin Council barking again like that dog we love him to be. And that, to me, all starts with playing with up-tempo.
We're talking to Brian Haney, voice of the Jayhawks here on 96.5 The Fan. You brought up Melvin Council a couple times there. I know Bill Self had mentioned earlier in the week, post-Big 12 tournament as well. I mean, just trying to get him rested. What is the feeling around Melvin? Was he just worn out physically, mentally? What's the feeling around him heading into this one?
They're all saying the right things, that they're refreshed and fresh legs and have had good practices. They were able to, not overextend themselves by playing on 3 straight days. And I think that there's some merit to what Coach Self said, because he played 40 minutes the night before the Houston game. And while we've loaded up on minutes with Melvin a lot this year, it's really only been the overtime games where he had gone to 40 or higher. Prior to that, it was a 39-minute performance in the big comeback versus Arizona State that came up short. He was typically in that 34 to 37, 38 range, but then they had to play him for all 40 versus TCU in the Big 12 quarterfinals, and Self thought that might have had something to do with his 1 of 14 shooting line. It may have, but I think more than anything, it was a night where, Melvin can be inefficient as a shooter. We saw that early in his Kansas career before the second stretch of the NC State game. I say second stretch because it was late first half. He started to get it going. But I want to say in that game, he opened like 3 of 15 and was shooting that many shots before he got it turned around. And ultimately, we all remember the final line of 13 to 27 and 36 points, a career high. So I think that last Friday had more to do with just one miss turned into 2 and things kind of snowballed on him. And it wasn't just Melvin, it was everybody. We opened 0 of 17 in the second half. And I just think that we talked earlier about, for an underdog team, the rim can look like a hula hoop if you hit your first couple of threes. I think for Kansas, it probably looked like a wristband by the end of that second half versus Houston last Friday. And they were just really struggling to get anything to go down. To me, you'd love to see Melvin get off to a hot start. It's not his first tournament. He played in 2 games with Wagner a couple of years back, but it's a different kind of pressure when you're with Kansas, and he acknowledged that yesterday. But you know what? He's that classic, Bill talks about it, chip on the shoulder type guy that's played primarily at a smaller conference, smaller school level, and he's used to being recruited over, looked past, counted out. And the guy I talked to yesterday in Melvin Council was feeling that way again, because he's looked around the country at all the national pundits that may have Kansas advancing today, but almost nobody hasn't beaten St. John's. And if there's one guy in that locker room that's taken offense to that more than any other, I think it's Melvin Council. And so I think a little bit of that edge comes back. I'd love to see that edge coupled with confidence, because he scores early, whether it's getting downhill off the break like I talked about, or even in a half-court set when he does that dribble drive, slashing, little floater off one foot, sometimes across his body even. If those little mid-range 8 to 10-foot float game shots are going, then Melvin Council will get the swagger back instantaneously, and Kansas City and 1 of 14 and all that will feel very much in the rearview mirror.
How do you think that there was any weight lifted off the shoulders of Darren Peterson opening up more about his injury, or is this something like, I guess why share now other than availability is a little bit different over what was some of the stuff that led to the injury things early on?
Great question. I would say why share now, it has 90% to do with the open locker room and the fact that the question was straight up asked. And, it was in a setting where, okay, well, I'll give you an answer. And, other than that, the 10% other part of it is probably does realize that, and he said this, so this is his words, not mine, that maybe, they should have been a little more transparent about what was going on earlier. And, now being put on the spot, he does want people to know more of the full story, to not jump to their own conclusions and put a lot of fake news out there. And so I think that it mostly had to do with the fact that guys like CJ and Shreyas suddenly had, one-on-one access in the open locker room that you both have been in, and you know how that works in the postseason in college basketball media. But then I do think there was something about, well, I can, give a little more than I have. So here's a little more context. Is it cathartic to some degree? Sure. Is it something that he'd like to put behind him after yesterday's press conference when 80% of the questions were still about that? Yeah, I think he'd like to go score 35 tonight, win a game, and have all the questions tomorrow on the Saturday media avail be about whoever they're still playing against. But I do think that's a great point you bring up, Cody, and feel like there probably is a little bit of something lifted. I don't know that it's a huge weight, but he'd like his game to do the talking going forward.
When you look at the matchup, let's just look ahead a little bit because we won't get to talk to you. If they're to get past Cal Baptist, how would you like their matchup against, let's just say, St. John's for this purpose? Obviously, I guess they advanced yesterday.
No, St. John's plays Northern Iowa.
They play Northern Iowa today. Yeah. So what would you make of the matchup of either St. John's or Northern Iowa?
Well, they're both really good teams. Obviously, anytime you mention Northern Iowa to a Kansas fan, Ali Farokhmanesh comes to mind. And this is a team that doesn't necessarily have a Farokhmanesh, but they're really well coached and they're very capable. And for as many folks that are just penciling St. John's through to the Sweet 16, there's a chance they don't escape tonight. But since that's the team that gets the bulk of the hype, and since everybody wants to see Self Patino in our remaining time, let me give you mostly what I think about them. Obviously, Zuby Ejiofor is a former Jayhawk who's gone on to have an amazing career there. He's the Big East Player of the Year. He's a guy that we knew was a really good player, and we never wanted to see him go. But when Hunter Dickinson committed, both he and Ernest Uday saw the writing on the wall in terms of minutes and opportunity and thought, you know what, I need to go elsewhere. Rick Pitino has called him one of his favorite players he's coached in 40 years of coaching. I mean, that's the highest of high praise from a Hall of Fame coach. And he's one of three bigs that they start. And so to me, St. John's becomes a matchup where Bryson Tiller has to be the optimal version of Bryson. And we all know he was benched in the second half in the Houston game last Friday. He's got to play to his size and strength. And a big part of, Self's motivational tactics with Bryson have to do with the fact that there are moments when he plays to that size, and there are others where he goes and gets the ball and then brings it down and he's not strong with it, and somebody gets a hand in and easily chops it out of there. That's going to be a big boy ball game on Sunday night or whenever it's scheduled Sunday, should those two teams advance, because they clearly want to play with a physicality that we have to match. And Flory, being so wiry and more of a play on a pogo stick or try to drive around you type big or shoot over you type big, he's not a wall up and throw blows type physical front court guy. And so he's super important, because his length, his leapy bounciness certainly can cause issues for them in scoring over him. But that's where you really need that second front court mate to bring it. And so I think Kansas, there's some things that they can do at the guard positions where they have significant upper hands in my estimation. But how do we hold them to one shot and out on the defensive end because we're boxing out and not allowing second chance opportunities? How do we, be just as physical as what they're going to bring and make it tough on Zuby and shooting over Flory's length and springiness, but also in plowing through a bigger body in Bryson Tiller. Those are some of the fascinating ifs and buts of what could be on Sunday if we get that matchup. But here's hoping we get there. Obviously, I'm very self-aware that we've not made it to the second weekend since the title team in 2022. We got to get that fixed. And if we do, I'll leave you with this, depending on what you have next. I mean, I know nobody right now feels great about Kansas's momentum as we sit and talk here today. But Bill Self has really convinced these guys to buy into the fact that, hey, this is a new season. Clear the balance, clear the slate here. We're 0-0. Let's go for it. I know that sounds cliche, but it actually could work with this group because we lost 4 of our last 7. We know we underachieved based on what many thought Kansas might be. Now, we were preseason 19th in the country, and we wound up a 4 seed, so that's pretty much on par or close to on par with where folks thought in October. But all along, the people around the program thought this was a top 10, top 5 caliber team if the pieces worked. They haven't clicked yet, and it's very rare, as you guys know, to see Bill in mid-March still pulling strings and pushing buttons and turning on that Rubik's Cube to get the pieces to match and click and work. But I'll tell you this, I believe it in my heart of hearts. If they can win these 2 games out in San Diego, should we play 2 games in San Diego, who wants to face Kansas next week? Because as Bill said when they arrived the other day, that there's nothing that galvanizes a group more than winning in March. And for this particular team, if they can win a couple, including one that might be against a really hot St. John's team, the Big East champs, I think the collective confidence and momentum garnered from that would certainly put them on a trajectory of thinking, whether it's Duke or TCU staring back at them in Washington, D.C., look out, here we come. We've beaten you, TCU, twice already. Duke, we were darn near there to beat you without Darren Peterson, and now we're guns a-blazing. I'm projecting a lot here because we've got 2 games to play, but my point is if Kansas can survive and advance twice this weekend in San Diego, the pieces are here, guys, to make a deep, deep run. They just need a little bit of momentum, and nothing gets you more momentous than winning in March and going through a brutal gauntlet to get there, which is what I think Bill Self has framed this weekend as to his team. So let's see if they can go out there and get it.
All starts tonight. 4-seed Kansas against 13-seed Cal Baptist. 8:45 scheduled tip-off out in San Diego. The voice of the Jayhawks, Brian Haney, kind enough to give us some time here on the first day of the tournament for the Kansas Jayhawks. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thanks for the invite. Always fun coming on with you. Enjoy the energy down there at P&L. It was too short of a stay for us there last week, so bring it strong for us. Raise the glass for Coach and the guys if we win tonight, and hopefully we'll see you real soon.
There you go. That's Brian Haney joining us here on 96.5 The Fan. He'll, of course, be on the call later today. Cal Baptist, Kansas, 8:45. We will talk Missouri and their opening game coming up in about 12 minutes or so as Jared Sutton, former Missouri Tiger, current NBA scout, is going to join us. So don't worry if you're a Tiger fan. Don't worry. We will get to the Missouri game
and the rest
as well.
of the tournament. He scouts all over the country.
We'll talk turning with him. We'll talk Missouri Tigers. I do also want to talk about Dennis Gates later on in the show. And, you know, we know the conversations around some coaches about what does it do for their resume. Well, let's say Dennis Gates were to win tonight and then find a way to upset and shock the world maybe against a Purdue. All of a sudden, is he a guy that leaps towards a bigger job in a year or so? It can just change everybody's career. So we'll talk Mizzou hoops. As far as Kansas, they're a 14.5-point favorite tonight. This would be one of those. You put this in the category of, you know, devastating type of loss if you somehow don't handle your business against Cal Baptist.
You're a massive favorite. I will say, Brian Haney mentioned Melvin Council a lot.
Yeah.
And it's not a secret. He's their second best player, but also he hasn't been playing as well. The entire team can't shoot. Like, that's been the thing that stood out of losing 4 of their final 7 games is Darren Peterson's not shot well. Melvin Council Jr. is not shot well. They have been a pretty sloppy basketball team. Even the one win they got in the Big 12 tournament, far from impressive, considering that they are the better of the 2 teams and was expected to win that basketball game. I just think they just looked off for so long. That's what's really thrown me off on them for a while. Remember, we talked about in the Houston game, why I chose them to lose was I haven't seen them beat a good team in a while. The good news is for them, Cal Baptist isn't a good team. St. John's would be bucking the trend of that's the first good team you've beaten in a while. Although if you're a Kansas fan, you're absolutely, despite the long and horrible history, not long, short, one game. You're still rooting for Northern Iowa. You'd
of
rather
course.
face
Well,
them
yeah.
than
Yeah, and they'll
St.
know before.
John's.
And as a fan, you'll know St. John's is the early game, so St. John's, Northern Iowa will already have played. So you'll know who's
What time are they at today?
looming. It's right before that. So what would that be? A 7-something start? 6:10 our time. Sorry, 6:10 our time. Is Northern Iowa St. John's, and then, as I said, Kansas is at 8:45 or so. So that is the matchup that everybody's already kind of looking ahead to. But we'll see. I think Drew had mentioned what Cal Baptist has and Dominique Daniels. That's the key. If you can somehow limit him a little bit, then I don't think you have anything to worry about tonight. But he does average 23.2 points per
score in all college basketball.
Here, get your mic turned back. Sorry, 23.2
Fifth
points
in the
per
country.
game. Yeah. No, he can score.
And they don't shoot threes, which is also a fascinating.
So he's just 5'10" and just drives to the rim constantly.
Hey, if you watch the highlight, there's a highlight video that went around. He's breaking ankles on a regular basis. He gets to
fun
his
to watch.
spot and yeah.
Reminds me of those and one mixtape guys where they're just like the handles are
the
so
only
good.
thing and look, you could save the audio, famous last words here for me as a KU fan, but the upsets we've seen and we typically see involve teams that just shoot a ridiculous amount of threes and make them. I don't know in today's day and age, the NIL stuff, the upsets that do happen are usually not because some team is just solid throughout the whole game, not making threes. That's just not the formula to beat a power school. So if Kansas were to somehow lose tonight, to me, out of nowhere, Cal Baptist would just shoot more threes than they normally do and win. I just don't. They're not beating them just in the normal frame of how they play. I just don't buy.
I also just don't think that the scorer on Daniels, on
Dominic Daniels, yeah.
I don't think he's ever faced a rim protector like Flory. I think he's been playing in the WAC. Drew, Flory is one of the top 5 interior defenders in all of college basketball this year. It's a lot easier to get to the hoop against guys in the WAC than Flory. So I just think that it is an advantage for Kansas in this match.
Just don't let them believe. I mean, you don't want them.
That's always the case. Yeah.
If it's halftime and it's a 3-point game or something, that's where you start to get nervous because it allows a team to believe. I mean, we saw that play out yesterday with a couple of the games, and ultimately, you still wonder, does a team run out of gas late, even if they do that? But look, KU has had upsets plenty of times in the NCAA tournament. So Bill Self under him as well. So they are well aware of it. I think they'll be fine tonight. And then potentially it sets up that St. John's matchup. Although Northern Iowa against St. John's is
What's the line?
It is a 10.5-point line in favor of St. John's.
We all got together on a bet early this morning. We decided we would, we wanted some similar action. So in the second game, we got a little something going. I don't have anything in the UK South Carolina game. I guess it's maybe because I have no particular lean in that game. Do you? Do either of you guys have a lean in that?
What game? I'm sorry.
In the Kentucky South Carolina game,
I have Santa Clara winning.
I think Santa Clara wins.
Santa Clara in my bracket I have winning. Full disclosure, I have not bet them on the money line yet, but I do have Santa Clara advance. I think this Kentucky team is not a great basketball team this year. It's the name we all know.
Feels
but
like Kansas's year last year.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, they've also had some injuries. Kentucky has, but that's what their team is. I think Santa Clara played in a much better conference than people probably give them credit for, knowing they went up against Gonzaga twice, if not 3 times.
Gonzaga was struggling last night, though.
They did.
And St. Mary's got beat pretty good.
A&M destroyed them.
Yeah, so they got not as bad as the St. Louis game. But
I haven't pulled the. I haven't pulled
13 points.
Yeah, I haven't pulled the trigger on an outright bet.
It's only 3.5
for
is
Santa
the spread.
Clara. Yep.
So plus 130 on the money line. You're not exactly Vegas is telling you this isn't some massive, huge upset if Santa Clara is able to pull it off against Kentucky. But of course, this is what we're talking about in the Missouri game tonight. It's a 10-7 matchup. Those games are designed to be close. 8-9 matchups designed to be close. We shouldn't think that there's a massive difference between them. Sometimes it's really hard with teams like Kansas or Kentucky in this case. It's hard to look past their Kentucky. They should be able to beat Santa Clara, right? They spent $20.5 million on NIL.
But that's what's fun about the tournament. That doesn't mean anything. To Santa Clara, they don't give a damn that you spent $20.5 million on your roster. But you're right. The bet we're all on is Santa Clara to score to get to 10 first, right?
Yep.
To get to 10 points
got him
first.
to get to 5
I've got him to give.
So he's got 2. So we're all hoping for at least a quick start from Santa Clara. That game tips off at 11:15.
First game of the day.
It is the first game of the day. ITAP is opened up early for it. We've got the garage doors opened up. It's going to be a beautiful day in the Crossroads. Our friends from Circus Sports are going to be here momentarily as well, doing some bet matches. If you have never downloaded the Circus Sports app, you can check that out. Also, got some drink tickets. We took a shot before tip-off yesterday.
We did.
It set up a good day, unless you guys aren't.
It set up a good day of betting. I won. Drew, did you win yesterday?
I did win.
We all had a good
yesterday.
opening window, other than the Wisconsin thing.
Other than the team that I referred, but money-wise, I won money.
Other than the team I like and care about,
it
went great for
High
Drew.
Point did make me some money, but we can maybe do a pre-game shot here at ITAP. Up next, let's talk about the Missouri Tigers a bit more. They got Miami later on tonight in St. Louis. Jared Sutton, former Missouri Tiger, will give us some insight on that matchup. Plus, we'll just talk about some of the other games of the day with him. That's next here on 96.5 The Fan.
Cody and Gold, brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com. Follow the station on Instagram for ticket giveaways and behind-the-scenes content from the show at The Fan 965.
All right, day 2 of basketball action. That means fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are all back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on the action. That's because you can make entries and win money right now in Missouri. It's super easy. Just choose which your favorite players will go higher or lower than their favorite stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get those entries right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. It doesn't matter which of the games you're interested in today. They've got all of them to choose from, pick'ems and champions and so much more, and you get to make those decisions on yourself. I like Smith in the Purdue game to go higher than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists in this game, and some action for tonight as well I'll tell you about later on in the show. So download the app today. Use promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru. The Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Man, your yard looks great. Who does that for you, Gunther? It's Gunter, no H. You sure it's not Gunther?
Listen, we've been with Gunter for years. They take care of our lawn with 7 annual applications. We're weed-free and have a lusher, thick, green lawn. Trust me, it's Gunter.
No matter how you say it, we've been helping Kansas City homeowners improve their yards for decades. For greener, thicker lawns, it's Gunter.
I'm pretty sure it's Gunther. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Feeling the squeeze of high prices? Then stretch your budget this Friday through Sunday at Hy-Vee. Stock up and save big on 99-cent deals throughout the entire store. Like pork loin chops, just 99 cents. Skippy peanut butter, 99 cents. Green Giant vegetables, 6-pack ramen noodles, and much more, just 99 cents. Order through the Hy-Vee app or online and leave the shopping to us. Don't miss the 99-cent sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Easter's here, and this Easter Sunday, we're going out for brunch, and we're doing that at Hy-Vee. We're skipping the hassle of reservations for an overpriced restaurant brunch, and we're going to the family-friendly buffet brunch at Hy-Vee. $19.99 for adults, $6.99 for kids 6 to 12, and kids 5 and under eat free. And they've got all-you-can-eat favorites like scrambled eggs, biscuits and gravy, sausage, bacon, hash browns, fresh fruit, and so much more. No reservation required. We'll see you from 8 to 1 this Easter at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everybody's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use your FanDuel bonus bets on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even a same-game parlay. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. March basketball is here, and what better way to celebrate it than with bonus bets with our friends at FanDuel? So make sure that you visit FanDuel.com/local to opt in for bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/local to learn more about bonus bets for the tournament. So whether you think Kansas has a chance to make it all the way to the Final Four, or maybe you think that Missouri has a chance to make it to the second weekend, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook app and the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bet. Price 7 days receipt. 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issues non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My friends at Smokehouse Barbecue have 2 new items that you need to try. First, meet the Pickle Jack Sandwich. We're taking tender smoked ham and melted pepper jack cheese, piled high with our signature pickle fries. It's crunchy, spicy, and smoky as well. And if you need to warm up, how about some Smokehouse chili? It's not your average recipe. It's loaded with our famous chopped burnt ends and savory sausage. And don't forget carryout, which you can order at smokehousebbq.com. Visit Smokehouse Barbecue at Independence, Zona Rosa, and Gladstone. It's Smokehouse Barbecue.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Join 96.5 at Maloney Sports Bar and Grill in Overland Park for a Royals and Braves watch party. Friday, March 27th, with first pitch just after 6, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan. KFMC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
11 o'clock hour here on Cody and Gold. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. We were on location today, yet again at ITAP in the Crossroads with our friends from Circa Sports. Full day of tourney action, about 15 minutes or so away from getting going, and it's a great spot to come watch the games. Beautiful in Kansas City today. It'll be in high 80s. They got the garage doors opened up. They got some great specials. Circa's doing bet matches. They're handing out some drink tickets. They got some merch. We're going to be out here till 2 o'clock at least on the air. I'll be here, and I think maybe Drew and Cody will watch some of the games as well for an hour or two after the show potentially. And we get our first one going here with Santa Clara and Kentucky at 11:15. The Missouri Tigers in action late tonight in St. Louis, taking on the Miami Hurricane. To talk more about that game and the rest of the field, we welcome in Jared Sutton, of course, former Missouri Tiger, also a scout for the New Orleans Pelicans. Jared, I'm guessing you probably played in St. Louis a game or two, right, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think about this one being in St. Louis for the Missouri Tigers?
Yeah, well, first, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me, as always. I played in St. Louis with bragging rights every year. Was really surprised, just like everybody else, when Missouri got just the 10 seed and having the 10 being in St. Louis. What a matchup, too, against Miami. Two teams that really resemble and reflect each other pretty evenly, very similar styles. And so it should be good. I mean, St. Louis, what a draw, too, with getting, Kentucky and getting Iowa State, Purdue, just so many great teams. So St. Louis should be rocking tonight in the Enterprise Center.
When you look at we heard Gabe DeArmond, he told us he thought that this was one of the better coaching jobs Dennis Gates has done. What do you make of, I guess, the talent on this Missouri team as a whole and the job Gates has done? Do you think that this team is, I guess, in any way exceeded expectations based on where they are right now?
Well, I think it goes back to just this season's been a roller coaster, and you look at their non-conference schedule, and a lot was made of the strength of schedule, right? They played so many home games, and they went and lost at Notre Dame, and then got handed pretty significant loss to Illinois in that building where they scored 48 points. They lost to Kansas. But they didn't have Jaden Stone, and they didn't have Trent Pierce for much of that. So really this team changed around the Christmas break. It was after that Illinois game where they started doing two-a-days, and they got healthy. And I think they played on December 22nd and didn't play again until January 3rd, and that game was against Florida, and they beat Florida. And then they win 10 league games. There is those frustrations, I think, with the fan base of, they lost to Ole Miss, lost to LSU, they lost to Georgia, a game they could have won, had that game for much of it. But, that as is league play, that's just kind of how it goes. I do think they did enough to get in the tournament, but just the fact that they're not, I think you look at Dennis Gates, his first three seasons, you make the tournament. The Kobe Brown team was really special. You can look at the Princeton loss in the round of 32. That team probably had that opportunity to really get that done and didn't, to get to a Sweet 16. Then they dealt with the injuries when they don't win a league game. They get back to the tournament last year. And again, similar to this year, they really struggled at the end of the season. And that's my concern going into this specific tournament. But when you look at it, to be where they are now and looking back to that Christmas break after the loss to Illinois, not many people would say they'd be a 10 seed in the NCAA tournament winning 10 league games. So Dennis has done a really good job to put the team where it's at right now.
Feels like it's a coin flip game tonight, even if you look at some of the betting markets, that it's a 1.5-point spread. And now, if you're Missouri, you get the home court advantage, and I'm sure it's going to be rocking there later on tonight. What do you make of just how the teams stack up against each other, though? Because I think a lot of people look at the playing style and see a lot of similarities between the two.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it starts with, the two top guys, Malik Reneau at Miami and Mark Mitchell. They're two left-handed players. I think Malik has more strength and physicality. Mark's the better athlete. But these two guys really live at the rim. They are very versatile. They can take contact. They get to the free throw line. Malik probably shoots a little better than Mark. But they're the two most reliable players for each respective teams. I think point guard play and the center position are going to dictate the game, though. We'll see. Trey Donaldson is an older, experienced guard, averages close to around 17 a game, close to 6 assists a game. I do think he's the guy that runs the show for them. Yes, Malik is their best scorer and a guy who can take over the game, but Trey Donaldson gets them organized. He's just that heady lead guard that is a floor general. And it's a big assignment for T.O. Barrett because T.O. has not played well for Mizzou. When Mizzou's had big wins, T.O. Barrett has played well, and there needs to be somebody from Mizzou that steps up that's not named Mark Mitchell. I look to Jaden Stone and Trent Pierce being two players that really need to give some sort of impact offensively, making shots, and defensively as well. But that point guard position with T.O. and Trey will be a big matchup. And then Ernest Uday against Sean Phillips, I think, dictates the game because this game is so predicated on the paint. It's going to be a physical game. And at the rim, who rebounds the ball better? Who wins the paint? Because when Mizzou's won games, they've won the paint, they've won the glass. It's very similar with Miami. And Ernest Uday, Kansas fans know that name, averages close to 9 rebounds a game and is a real impact on the glass. So I think that they do stack up really well. I think Mizzou's probably got a little bit more firepower coming off the bench, but it's only if they play to the caliber they're capable of playing at. They've been so inconsistent, especially over the last couple of weeks when they've just solely predicated their game on Mark Mitchell.
I want to ask you about at least some of the other teams in the tournament in just a minute, but if Missouri is to get past their opponent today, what do you make about any chance they have against a team like Purdue?
Well, actually, I mean, when you look at what the committee was saying about Purdue getting to the 2 line after winning the Big Ten tournament and that they were going to be a 3, I think it's the best 2 they could have drawn in terms of matchup because Mizzou does have size, athleticism, and length that I think could help them against a team like Purdue. The reality is Purdue has one of the best point guards in the country in Braden Smith. Trey Kaufman-Wren rebounds the ball to a very high level. But it's really that core three with Purdue that in terms of how they really win games. It's three guys that really do it. And for Mizzou, they have more length. They have more athleticism. I don't think Purdue's a great defensive team, so I think Mizzou could score the ball. But it would come back to what team defends better, I think is what it comes down to. Matt Painter's an excellent coach, too. Purdue has had early exits in the tournament. They've also gone on long runs in the tournament, and that team has been around together for a long time. So there's a lot of synergy and connectivity within that Purdue team. But in terms of the other two seeds that I wouldn't want to play Houston, right? I wouldn't want to probably play UConn. I wouldn't want to play Iowa State. Purdue is a very good team, but in terms of the other twos, I think in terms of just specific matchups, I think it's probably the best draw Mizzou could have got if they get to that next round and do have a chance to play Purdue.
Who are the teams off that 1 and 2 line, Jarrett, that you really like, I guess, to have the possibility of at least making a run? We're all on Arizona to win it. We are certainly not alone. I imagine they are the top pick of teams to win it. Who off of those 1 and 2 lines do you think could make a run in the tournament?
Yeah, I have Arizona winning it too. There's a couple of Elite Eight games. I know in the tournament you'd love to see a couple upsets here and there, but the way this is shaping up, it could be in a big-time Sweet 16 Elite Eight. So I'm all for just the best matchups as we get farther down the road. I mean, Florida, Houston, in Houston to go to the Final Four would be incredible. Just the matchup of just the national championship game rematch. I just saw Florida was at the SEC tournament, and, man, they looked great against Kentucky. And then Vanderbilt, they really struggled, and they got a chance to maybe play Vanderbilt, in the Sweet 16. So it's really interesting with Florida because I do think they stack up really well because they have such a great front line. They have that pedigree. Their rotation has expanded. They play 7 to 8 guys now, and their bench actually gives them production. But they didn't play really well against Vandy, and I still think that it's a little bit up and down. I like Houston as well, but they haven't fared necessarily all that great against top competition. But they're no stranger to this tournament either. And they got Kingston Flemings, who's a great lead guard. I do think they miss Juwan Roberts. I think that's a big loss for them. They don't have that big necessarily that you can totally rely on and count on. But they're as tough as any team in the field. I am curious what Arkansas does with Darius Acuff and Malik Thomas. They're not a 2, but they are one of the most explosive offensive teams, especially being in the SEC tournament. Watching what they did yesterday, they are really, really dangerous. I wouldn't want to really play Arkansas. They don't defend that well, but they can score the ball at a really high level. And then the other ones, Duke got a scare yesterday. It's all about the Patrick Ngongba health. They have to get him back. That's the only way for me they get to a Final Four because you saw it yesterday when they have to play Boozer at the 5. They're just not the same. They need that big presence to take Cam back to his normal position. It just gives them a little bit more spacing and allows him to kind of operate the way he's used to operating at. But you can see them against Michigan State. That would be a great matchup as well. And then I like Michigan too. I know lots made of LJ Kaysen being out. I agree with that. But they're they just dominated teams all year. And to me, size, depth, and IQ really bodes well in the tournament. They're bigs with Ade Mara, Yaxel Lindbergh. I mean, those guys are Morez Johnson. Those 3 guys really dictate games because of their size. They can pass. All 3 of those guys can pass. They can shoot. And they got a great, experienced older college guard in Elliot Cadeau. And that bodes well as well. So I like Michigan as well, but that'd be a fun matchup if it was Michigan-Iowa State if they get to that Elite Eight round.
We're chatting with Jared Sutton, former Missouri Tiger, current scout for the New Orleans Pelicans. Of the upsets yesterday, so your VCUs, your High Points, your Texases of the world, who do you actually think could go on a run? It's one thing to pull off that first-round upset, but any of these teams you like maybe to surprise and get to a Sweet 16?
You know what's interesting? That Wisconsin High Point game, I going into it, I thought it was going to be the most electric game of the first day, and it lived up to the expectation. I know Wisconsin will be kicking themselves having an 8-point lead with 5 to play. The High Point is no joke. I mean, they're a really good offensive team, and they got so much firepower, and they got a belief in themselves. I wouldn't overlook them. I think they're a team too. Like again, going up against Arkansas, it's all about offense in that game. What team guards? So in any that kind of bodes well for them a little bit. I'd still take Arkansas, but I was really impressed with them yesterday. They weren't bothered by the tournament in terms of like you kind of go up against a 5 and you're a 12. they did not look like they had any fear at all. So I really like them. That could be a possibility. I have Santa Clara today beating Kentucky. I think they're a team that's pretty dangerous.
Okay.
They got an NBA player on their roster. I would look to that one. But like it's interesting to see Louisville take care of South Florida. I thought South Florida might give Louisville a run. Outside of that, I don't know if I really see necessarily one of those mid-majors. I had VCU beat North Carolina, but I just don't think they can overlook Illinois. Just Illinois looked great last night. I mean, they really did. Their offense is humming. Merkovich is just a problem when it's a power forward playing point. And then, as we know here locally, Keaton Wagler, he's different, man. He's a problem, and I think he could be a name you also circle in this tournament that could really make a name for himself even more and have one of those type tournament runs that we talk about for a long time. And he got off to a good start last night as well.
We're getting ready to talk about it, Jared, so I figured I'd ask you before we let you get out of here. A.J. DeMonsta obviously had an incredible game and had a great statistical season. They paid a lot of money for their roster. They paid a lot of him money in NIL to get him at BYU. When you look at the way they ended up losing in the first round of the tournament, but the way that some of the promotional aspect of this works, do you think that BYU in any way regrets spending that money on DeMonsta?
Not at all. I mean, when Richie Saunders went down with the ACL, that was crushing. I mean, AJ has put the team on his back. I think, Rob Wright gave him pretty good minutes for the most part. I thought he got a little bit up and down. But losing Richie Saunders, that guy was really the heartbeat of the program. He's been around. He's so close with Kevin Young, and I think he was their emotional leader. You kind of saw it on the bench even last night during timeout. Richie's kind of like a coach. You lose that, it's a big deal. Especially the shooter, Richie. He's one of the best shooters in the country. That helps AJ, right? Because AJ can make a three. It's probably the one area, if there is any, where it's kind of a situation where he's going to have to continue to improve his three-point shooting. He can make a shot, but Richie kind of took that pressure off because nobody could really guard AJ. And that was seen last night yet again. But losing Richie Saunders was the biggest deal. I mean, they just signed a kid, I believe it was a week ago, a couple days ago, Bruce Branch, who's a high-level player, 5-star wing. This is the BYU program now, and where we are in modern-day NIL basketball, they got a lot of funds, and I think they would look at it as, we would pay A.J. DeMonza, 10 times out of 10 and live with the results. It's unfortunate that Richie Saunders went down with the ACL. I think it totally derailed their season. They weren't as good, obviously, defensively, and Richie was one of the better 3-and-D players in the country. He wasn't just a shooter. He was an athlete. You saw him in the Kansas game when he had 33 and 10. He was a good rebounder, too. He was just the heart and soul of that team, and when they lost him, their season really went to a place where they just couldn't get over the hump. They just didn't have enough defensively, and they retool with a great player in Bruce Branch moving forward.
Jared Sutton, former Missouri Tiger, we always appreciate you coming on the show. Enjoy the game tonight there in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Good luck with everything today as well with your bracket.
Absolutely. There you go. Jared Sutton. Great insight from the former Missouri Tiger basketball player, current scout for the Pelicans. We will talk more about A.J. DeMonsta and Darren Peterson in this NIL era. And, the expectation, I think, for most fans is you're paying all this money. You better have a deep tournament run. There's so much more to the picture as well.
Yeah,
but I also understand. I mean, it was a conversation I got into with a friend last night that, you think about the expectations that you sign the top recruit. I don't care if it was NIL era, Cody, or pre-NIL era. There is an expectation. You're not to say that you're going to win a national title, but you're not going to be a first-round exit. But BYU also had some injuries down the stretch. I will point out, first game of the day is underway. Not looking good for our joint bet of first to 10 points. Kentucky, Santa Clara. Kentucky's out to an 8-2 start. Remember, we did a fun bet, all three of us, for Santa Clara to be the first to 10 points. So barring a hell of a run here, an 8-0 run from Santa Clara, we're going to be in a bit of trouble on that one.
It could be an 8-1 run. Kentucky could,
that's true.
Miss half of a free throw.
That's true.
Shot.
It's 8-4 now, so it's a possibility.
Possible. Although I got to say,
happen.
not feeling great about it. Look, the A.J. DeMonsta thing is really interesting and curious to know where you guys think 913-586-7965. I think they got their money's worth. And you're like, but how could that be? They lost in the first round of the tournament. It's not just about that. This money they spend on the NIL stuff, it is to buy wins. There's no doubt. But it is also to buy advertisement. Like it or not, we talk about this all the time. these schools care more about the product, the brand than the product, I think sometimes. And when you're talking about A.J. Dubonsa, who's going to be maybe the number 1 overall pick, number 2 overall pick, he's going to go play in the NBA and score a bunch of points, and they'll always mention he was a BYU Cougar, and you got all the highlight machine.
Well, he played great.
Yesterday.
Yeah, he played great.
But
the
you
team
get that.
did not get
But
there,
every time he made, some sick-ass reverse dunk in a game yesterday, he's in a BYU jersey. You're paying part of it for the advertisement. Maybe you didn't get every cent back that you wanted out of it. But I'm telling you right now, you absolutely broke even financially. So you didn't lose money on this transaction. And that to me is what it is in the end, Gold. It's a transaction. And so do they want a big tournament run? Sure. But I kind of feel like they got their money's worth.
So it's a no-brainer that they would do it again. I don't know if we don't have did they break even financially? I don't know about that. I don't think they regret doing it. I don't know if we can say they broke even financially with the reported number that they spent. But remember, they didn't spend it. It's boosters. The athletic department has a budget for NIL, but a lot of it, what's the guy, the Crumble Cookie guy or whatever, is a big booster over
Whoever
at
got
BYU.
all his money.
But it's the Crumble Cookie guy, right? Isn't it? So who knows? Look, he had a. Their season ending is not because of AJ. Okay,
yeah,
like
30,
he was
35 points.
He was
points last
incredible all year. It's why some of the odds markets have flipped him to the number 1 overall pick. We'll see if that happens as the dust settles and Darren Peterson has a chance to go on a run. Maybe we'll see that could change everybody's opinion, but there's a chance that both the number 1 and number 2 pick in the draft are out on the first weekend of the NCAA tournament. A real chance.
For what it's worth, Jason McGowan is the name of the guy for Crumble Cookie.
Okay,
but also it's like based on the way, and we'll see, based on the way Duke played, who they almost lost one of the top picks in the draft too to go with it. But Drew, you watch a lot of college basketball. I understand from a fan perspective, you're gonna be like, oh, what'd you spend all this money for? I don't think the school looks at it that way.
No.
I know it sounds gross because some schools operate where the profit is what matters more than the results. And I really think they got their money's worth.
No, I totally agree with that sentiment because like you said, let's say AJ goes number 1 overall.
Yeah.
That's never happened before in BYU's history. So you look at first number 1 overall pick, AJ Dubonsa is wearing a BYU jersey. They already have the number 1 recruit in the country committed to BYU for next year. So I think the entire concept of you not spending money to get the best players when you can do it, and you've got a good coach that historically has a group that can make runs, is there? Plus, I think that people also forget BYU lost their second best player on the team this year. So I really think that people need to,
and that's what he mentioned.
Understand that as a part of the discussion. Like when we talk, because I think when you look at teams and where they finish in the like Cooper Flagg didn't win a national title. Does that all of a sudden mean that they didn't spend the right money on Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple? No, they're part of the brotherhood, the Duke brother. Like Ace Bailey is a top 5 pick, went to Rutgers. Dylan Harper went to Rutgers, top 5 picks. Like, I think that people need to, when results don't happen in the tournament, I don't think you can just be disappointed and say that they spent too much money when the fact that those guys are wearing those jerseys and getting picked as highly as they are, it's good branding, like you said, for the schools.
Well, I guess and some of this is true is when a guy like Dubonsa shows up and he's a 20-10 guy every night. Well, then the BYU booster's probably going to be willing to pay for that top guy again. In some ways, it's about them not making it so it felt like you wasted money. You threw it into a hole. That's not what Dubonsa's been. He hasn't been just throwing money into a hole. We also just lost our Santa Clara bet in sickening fashion. Why even give me hope?
It was first to 10. It was Santa Clara was down 8-2. They got to 8-8 with the ball. They missed a shot. Goes back the other way. Kentucky gets a goaltend call to get to 10. So yeah, we did lose that bet.
Cody, when a player is that good, you don't imagine saying, "Well, I don't want to spend." When you have the money, again, BYU has the money. They're not spending of it. They're not spending the entire NIL budget on AJ Dubonsa single-handedly. When you have the money to spend on it, it's like anybody in free agency. Like when you have the money to spend on a player, when they are that good of a talent and they can impact branding, eyeballs. Hey, this guy went to BYU. I think that you should take advantage of that opportunity as much as you can. And if it doesn't work out, sometimes that's just the product of the tournament. I think that we get too caught up with the result rather than sometimes the tournament is crazy, and that's what we love about it, about the tournament. and sometimes things just happen.
Sure, but I think people
why...
are saying, like, he was a 10th seed in the Big 12. They were a 6th seed overall.
That's because they play in the Big. Look, if they didn't,
they also lost their top player.
Not the
top.
But
he did everything. He individually did not do anything to not be worth the price, right? It's just I do think I agree with what both of you guys are saying about, like, was it worth it? Yes, and the 100%. Fact that you get the recognition. I do think there are a lot of fans, and you guys can text in and let us know. I think there's a lot of fans. I don't care whether we're talking about football or we're talking about basketball. There is, especially for the casual fan, you see number one player comes to your school, you see the amount of money, you expect championships, or you expect a chance to win to win a championship. And I get why fans feel that way. I mean, there is some of that, right? I mean, you have hope and expectation, but it's weird because it's not like AJ did not do his part. He did. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, with Kansas, I mean, Darren Peterson, we all know, we don't have to rehash it. We all know the whole story all year. And so now
there should be no regret in getting Darren Peterson to KU. None.
I agree.
Paying all the money, there should be no regret.
I agree, but I think there's some fans that will say, well, they've looked better without him on the floor, and so people will push back on it. Yeah. This weekend will potentially shift how fans feel, though.
I'm trying to look
at
if
Kansas beats Cal Baptist, and if they were to beat St. John or Northern Iowa, a lot of the frustration around Darren Peterson, I do believe, goes away for KU fans.
Even if they get eliminated by St. John's, I think you are out of your mind to say that they wasted money on Darren Peterson. I think that is crazy.
No, I think it was worth it.
That is crazy for you to say that because they didn't advance far in the
tournament.
You've
seen the text line,
when they played against a team that was as good as them and won their conference title. I think we have too many expectations just because the money maybe is getting spent. I'm trying to look. KU hasn't had a top 10 pick in the draft since Andrew Wiggins. At least as far as I'm looking. You're going to have maybe the number one overall pick. Like, you should. I don't get the fact that results are changing people's opinions on how they view a player.
It's one both.
But I think that's how.
Sometimes you don't get it, though. That's March Madness. That's why we love the bracket. I think you have to understand that. You shouldn't be expecting in this tournament for everything to fall your way because it doesn't happen all the time.
No, and again, it's still worth getting the top recruit every single time.
Yes.
I'm just saying, though, if the idea, though, that, like, results, I mean, that is sports. Like, it's results-oriented business. So, like, I have no problem with the fans saying failure based off of did the team go on a tournament run. I get why a fan would think that way. I think for, football in particular, when you've got these $40 million rosters now, like, just because the guy that you spent the most money on played great, if you don't make the CFP but you have a $40 million college football playoff roster, I get every fan that would say, yeah, it failed, it didn't work.
Oh, if you're not making the CFP, then yeah. I mean, it's the same. If Patrick Mahomes, if the Chiefs never win a Super Bowl again, the money you're paying Patrick Mahomes is not wasted. It's not wasted.
Well, he also
money.
already has 3 rings.
Yeah. No, if they never win another ring again, you're not wasting the money that you're spending on Patrick Mahomes. I think if you just forget history from right now going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's
like Barber saying the Bengals are wasting money on Joe Burrow. No, you need to have one of the best players regardless of you shouldn't regret it regardless of the results.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know players the talent of AJ DeBonsa or Darren Peterson, etc. It's worth it every single penny.
Yeah, I agree. I think the pro part's a little bit different. The whole reason why the college part we're having is because these guys are one and done, and you only have 1 year to make it happen, not 7 years or 10-year NFL career. Sure. But anyway, we'll get back into this, I know, in the noon hour. All right, guys, up next we'll get a little tourney update. Santa Clara, Kentucky, another game about to tip off as well. Also, the Chiefs Red Half Hour right here on Cody and Gold.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5, The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru. The Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Man, your yard looks great. Who does that for you, Gunther? It's Gunter, no H. You sure it's not Gunther? Listen, we've been with Gunter for years. They take care of our lawn with 7 annual applications. We're weed-free and have a lusher, thick, green lawn. Trust me, it's Gunter.
No matter how you say it, we've been helping Kansas City homeowners improve their yards for decades. For greener, thicker lawns, it's Gunter.
I'm pretty sure it's Gunter. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use those FanDuel bonus bets on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. So make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local to opt in for bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/local to learn more about bonus bets for the tournament. Maybe you want to take a shot on one of these teams to go from a game in Dayton, Ohio to win multiple games in the tournament. Or you're feeling pretty good about any of the teams in the Big 12 Conference. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Carter. And I'm Charlie. We'd like to share a quick story about a homeowner named Jack. Jack had a home he needed to sell fast. And Jack thought he had it all figured out. So Jack talked to multiple cash buyers. Jack chose the highest offer. But the day before closing, guess what? The buyer backed out, leaving Jack with the moving truck all packed in the driveway and not sure what to do. Jack learned the hard way that the highest offer isn't always the right offer. Jack got suckered. Make sure you aren't hung out to dry. Call our dad at Rex Buys KC. Our dad is local, he knows Kansas City, and he actually closes deals. No repairs, no fees, no showings, no surprises. Just a fair cash offer and a smooth process. Now, don't be like Jack. Call 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Rex Buys KC, helping people make smart choices one home at a time.
If you're looking for new work, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is seeking motivated candidates to add value to their business and, of course, their clients. They give top pay in the industry. They have health, vision, dental insurance, paid time off, and, of course, advancement opportunities. Work with a great local company who wants to see you grow with them. Go to GannAsphalt.com and find out how this new career opportunity can work out for you. Gann Asphalt, one contractor, all things parking lot.
It's March, and that means there's no better time to start betting with Circa Sports. It doesn't matter how you're planning on betting the mayhem. Picking individual games, futures to make it through the bracket, props on your favorite players, or more. Circa Sports has you covered. Circa Sports isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Download the Circa Sports app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
J. Rieger & Co. Oh, so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City. J. Rieger & Co. Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Winner of Best Craft Bourbon at the 2025 Ascot Awards. At 90 proof, it's rich, well-balanced, and oh, so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Hey, it's Scott Parks, and we've launched Beyond the Pitch KC, a podcast on how Kansas City landed the world's largest sporting event, presented by Commerce Bank. Visit commercebank.com/soccer26. Subscribe on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome in to the Chiefs Red Half Hour. Every day at 11:30 with Cody and Gold on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Chiefs Red Half Hour brought to you by Leavenworth PD. Be a cop, be yourself, build your career at Leavenworth PD. Apply today at leavenworthks.gov/police. We will mix in a little college hoops during the Chiefs Red Half Hour, admittedly, as we're keeping an eye on the tournament. We are out at ITAP in the Crossroads, hanging out here, broadcasting live throughout the NCAA tournament with our friends from Circa Sports as well. They're here handing out some bet matches, drink tickets, some merch, and it is a great day to just come on outside and hang out with the garage doors open, 54 beers on tap. We're also having some amazing, I must say, like chips and queso from Session Taco, which is right next door. They brought some by.
Excellent.
You can bring food here. That's the important thing, that you can bring in food to ITAP from wherever. But also, if you just want tacos right next door, the case. Someone should have. It's actually a good thing we don't have video. If you would have seen the three of us just consistently scarfing down,
we only have like
queso.
5 minutes sometimes.
I know, we looked like animals. We looked like animals during the break.
It's not great.
It was. It was something.
But if you want some of those giveaways we mentioned from our friends at Circa Sports, so you're looking for a place to watch, and we're registering you to win a $500 gift card to Rally House as well. We got your spot today for the NCAA game, so come out and see us here at ITAP, and we'll get you some basketball, at least for your interest. We got the second game getting ready to tip off in what, like 3 minutes?
Yeah. So we got Santa Clara, Kentucky, 7-10 matchup. Kentucky up 16-13, very early going with about 10:59 to go in the first. And then 5-12 matchup coming up, as you said, in a few minutes. Akron, the 12 seed, taking on 5 seed Texas Tech. That's the Midwest region. That's down in Tampa, Florida. And then at 12:35, we'll have 16 versus 1. That'll be Long Island against Arizona. And as I said, people are joking. It's the battle of the best iced tea, Long Island or Arizona. And then Wright State, Virginia, the 3-14 matchup will be at 12:50. So hope to see you guys hang out here. You can always interact on the text line as well still if you want. We're keeping an eye on that. I have to point out one text before we talk Chiefs. There was a great text earlier. We all know everybody's got their bracket. And a gentleman named Matthew texted in. And he was in our bracket challenge last year. So he texted in and said, I'm in first place in the Cody and Gold bracket group. And I responded back. I said, hey, man, actually, we didn't do one this year. And
so did you just resubmit through the one last year?
The group is still active, but we're not doing a group this year. And so I guess if you're in it, you can still click like submit to same group. And so I don't know about you guys. I did not submit it. And he said Nate Taylor's name is in there, so maybe Nate did. So he's in first place. Look, it's hilarious only because like you might be in first. There might be like one other bracket.
I don't think I submitted in there.
I mean, that's amazing. First place Cody and Gold bracket challenge that we're not doing.
What do you win this year? For
nothing, because we're not doing one.
Zero.
We're not doing one this year.
Can't give him a hearty handshake?
Nope.
A 2-second hug?
Right.
Carrington tried to get me to bet a hug on the Missouri Tigers.
Yeah, he wants to hug you. Yeah.
I should be concerned. He said, if Missouri beats Purdue and goes to the Sweet 16, will you give me a hug? But then at first he made it sound like it needed to be like, he called it a funeral hug, which would imply at least 5 to 7 seconds of very serious embrace.
Did you make the bet?
I did not make the bet. I don't need that kind of trouble in my
I think
I couldn't figure out what you asked for in return.
You know what? You know why I think so? Because you have been the person he has consistently gone for the fist bump. And you have
because he knows Cody's uncomfortable with it.
Correct.
So I don't want 1,000 fist bumps in a day.
But I think I think that's why he's asking you for the hug.
Yeah,
he likes to make people uncomfortable,
and he knows you're very uncomfortable about it.
Yes, that I don't want to hug him. I don't like to hug my coworkers. Alex and I have worked together for 6 years. I genuinely maybe we did like a half hug at a funeral once.
Oh yeah.
I think we did like a like.
Unfortunately, we were at a funeral. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that might be it. I'm not even. We've been to a couple of weddings. I don't think we've hugged at any of those.
No. Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's a rare sight for me to just be handing out. Those are precious things unless they're for like my wife or my kids. And maybe they shouldn't be, Drew. Maybe I should hug more people. Are you a hugger?
Not unless they're not really. I guess so. I guess no. Unless they're like my best friends or
It's the circumstance. It has to be warranted, just out of the blue. There are some people that just like they'll see somebody that walks into to ITAP today and they'll just give them a big hug.
That's not me.
That might be Carrington.
There's also
the
people who give like a cheek kiss. Right? That's not me either.
Well, that was a thing in Montreal that I saw a lot from people.
Oh yeah,
it's more common depending on the culture.
That was a French thing.
Yeah.
So that made sense. In Montreal, I saw that all over the place. Like people would be like show up to a bar and they do the little cheek kiss, like one side, the other side. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
You could have been a part of the culture, you know? Get in there. Before we talk some Chiefs football, just again, a quick update of the scores. Kentucky currently up 20-18 on Santa Clara.
Someone said Drew and I need to hug it out after yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. You went after his squad. They then fell to High Point. We'll talk more about it in the noon hour.
Oh,
tough day for Drew on that end, on the Wisconsin
We will talk more about upsets.
I was thinking the Chiefs season, so like I got asked this, and Drew asked us on the show a little bit, and I think I had simplified it to, in my opinion, like a more what the team accomplishes than Kenneth Walker versus what he has to do in order to make the contract worth it. But then I thought, okay, what do I expect? You know, I didn't avoid the question from Drew, but it wasn't like the question I was trying to answer at the time, which is what makes the contract worth it. Now I'm asking, what is the yardage expectation for Kenneth Walker this year? What is the minimum number of yards we think we should be counting on him getting this season? To me, there's separate conversations in the is the contract worth it? It kind of goes back to the DeBonsta point. And I thought about it some more, and I'm like, you know what? I do kind of at minimum expect 1,000 yards rushing from him. They're paying him top running back money. He is going to have
not just total, but like on the ground. Okay.
Yes, 1,000 yards on the ground is what I expect rushing statistically from him this season. And the reason why is he is going to be put in one of the most favorable positions in the NFL in that department, unless they can't receive for a lick. Yeah. And everybody in the NFL decides to completely change what they have been doing to them defensively. He is going to have a very advantageous, good offensive line, light boxes, everything else to go with it. I expect 1,000 yards on the ground. Is that not fair?
Well, he did it last year. He had 1,027.
Even in a timeshare.
Yeah, he did it last year. If you're wondering, there were 17 running backs that got 1,000 yards. So that's why the answer should be yes. Because
minimum.
He's at minimum, you're telling me he can't be a top 15 running back in football based on what he's making. So I think it's fair. My only thing that I still always say, the caveat is, if you tell me there are certain games where the stat line is not impressive, but he allows the offense to be opened up and to have a true threat, that is also why you signed him. You signed him for his own explosiveness. We went through the explosive numbers. We don't have to rehash it. Compared to the backfield a year ago, how they were just not explosive, and where Kenneth Walker's. There's that element for sure. And so maybe even early in the year, it's even more important for him to have defenses knowing that threat is there. So, 1,000 is a good benchmark because 17 running backs did it a season ago. But there are certain days where it's going to be, is he effective because of his presence on top of that?
Yeah, is he offering them deep passing stuff? There is like the bigger picture part of it, no doubt. And I think that you and I had gone back and forth with Drew because of that, because we were like, I know the contract works. They won a Super Bowl. Go to a Super Bowl. Then I know it works. Like, and I understand they've done that with a lot of different roster types. This time they're trying to do it with a top-end running back,
If you're saying he needs to be 1,200 or more, all right, there's only 9 running backs that did that last year. That was James Cook, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor,
This
Bijan,
list you're saying already is
H.N.,
no.
Kyron Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, and Javonte Williams. Those were all guys that had 1,200 or more.
Other than Javonte and maybe one other player, that's a completely different list of running backs you're listing.
Yeah.
Like, that's a different class of running back. That is the S tier, and he is the half tier right below that.
We think that Devin Achane is S tier?
I said other than
so
he might be the other guy besides.
Well, he might be with Javonte. Okay, I got you.
But I mean, there's a clear demarcation. I think we all know Cook, Henry, Taylor, Robinson, and Gibbs are their own.
Yeah, Barkley.
Their own star group. And there's some names you're like, huh? Kyron Williams, Devon Achane, Javonte Williams. You're like, okay, that's not.
But
Achane
could be on the precipice of that. He's just too early in it. 800 yards, 900 yards, then 1350. He backs us up again with 1,200, then we probably are talking about he deserves to be in
I'm
that
curious,
category.
what did Kyron Williams have last year? Because to me,
1,252
total or rushing.
This is just these numbers are all just rushing.
Because I think
I'm only looking at rushing numbers right now.
Just based on style of play, like I don't think he'll be able to. I don't think he would match that number. But I do think in terms of the type of back that they are, I don't think it's far fetched to say that he's.
Kyron's averaged 1,200 yards a season over the last.
Yeah. Kyron obviously is great, but and they run the whole different style and everything like that, which is why if Kenneth Walker doesn't get there, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting that, but I think just in terms of style of play, like Kyron Williams would give you 4 or 5 catches out of the backfield. Like he's very much a Christian McCaffrey-ish style back. Where, I mean, we saw Kenneth Walker catch out of the backfield. It feels like he can have that sort of an impact, maybe not
the upper end
to the statistical standpoint, but it feels like he can have that sort of impact
if
on the ground and also through the air and being able to affect the game in multiple ways.
Look, we use 1,000 as the benchmark, but if you told me he had 910 yards but also had 300 yards receiving, that'll play for me though. For Kenneth Walker,
the first time I asked
season.
Cody, you said 1,000 total. I think when I asked a couple weeks ago, I think you said 1,000 total.
If they went to the Super Bowl, I would live my life.
Is what you'd want.
But it's like the more I look at the stats of the guys who need to do it, he needs to be 1,000-yard back. The other thing is though, I think the upper end potential of a 1,200-yard season should not be out of the question. Now this is hard, and I think Chiefs fans, this is like the expectation versus reality part that has burned them for a little while. Because the truth is, the Chiefs haven't had a 1,000-yard back in a while, right? It's been a minute. Their leading rusher by year has been 6'11" last year, gross, right? And then the year before that, it was probably, 2024 was 728. The year before that, it was Isaiah Pacheco, who almost got there at 935. Isaiah Pacheco at 830. It's been a minute. It's probably been, in quick looking at it.
I think 2017 was the
Kareem
last
Hunt,
year.
right?
Yeah, it's been Kareem Hunt's, rookie year was the last time they managed to do that. It's also why you spend that kind of money. I expect 1,000, 1,100 on the ground, and then anything above that would be like, wow, he's really exceeded expectation. But I don't think it's crazy if you just make me, not the team success, what he should do considering the circumstances, he should get 1,000 yards on the ground.
I guess also that part of this conversation, how many carries per game are we thinking in this offense Kenneth Walker is going to get? Because we can mention the flat numbers of 1,000 or a 1,200-yard season on the ground, let alone talk about all-purpose with receiving. But yards per attempt, some of these guys, the guy that also got 1,200 yards that had below 4 yards per carry, there was one player. Do you know who that was? That was Christian McCaffrey. He had 3.9 yards per carry. The other guys, even when we take Cook, Henry, and Taylor out, Kyron Williams still averaged 4.8 yards per carry, guys. Javonte Williams, 4.8 yards per carry. Saquon, 4.1. So there's a big difference. Javonte Williams got 250 carries last year. Saquon got 280. I don't think we're expecting Kenneth Walker to get 280, okay? Kenneth Walker had 221 in Seattle. Is he going to get 220 in a Chiefs offense with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid? So the yards per carry, Walker last year did average 4.6. So that's – if you tell me he averages 4.6 but only has 900 because the carries are lower, then that's what I'm saying. There's a little more context always to the numbers.
Yeah,
there is.
If he only averages 3.8 yards per carry and ends up with 1,000, that means he's getting way too many carries.
Yeah, there's truth to that. But again, he is in a favorable situation. He has an offensive line he should be able to run behind and favorable running conditions to run behind.
Yeah.
More favorable than he had in Seattle. They used to try to actively stop the run in Seattle, even with Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's why Jackson Smith and Jigba had such a nice year, is because they still worked against the run because it's Sam Darnold throwing the ball. They have Mahomes. And let's just say in this case, Rice and Worthy and another drafted guy. Like, they're enough of a threat. Patrick Mahomes was always enough of a threat. They had no running game to speak of last year, and Patrick Mahomes looked his worst ever, maybe, in his career. And they still put 9 guys back. You know, it wasn't that many, but they still threw everybody back into coverage in an attempt to try to slow down the passing game because they knew that was the only way the Chiefs could beat him. And truth is, the last time we watched him even like go half and half was probably Pacheco's rookie year, and he finished with almost 1,000 yards that year. Probably for that reason.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason they go, or he gets to that number if he does, is like you said, Cody. You mentioned the offensive line. Like he's got All-Pro Creed Humphrey, All-Pro Trey Smith, and Nate has said previously. I think it was Nate that Trey's a better run blocker in the first place, anyways, than he is. Like I think that the way the offensive line in particular, like Kingsley being able to get outside of the box and be able to be more agile, I think that. It plays into the offensive line plays into having a good run game. The question I think too is because I think we're all on the same lines of thinking of if it's 3rd and 3 or even 4th and 3 or 4th and 2, you're not running the football. You need to throw the football because you got Patrick Mahomes. But is there a little bit more of a lean towards the run game just based on you have a back that you think is more capable than what you've had previously, and as a result, you're going to feed him more, or at least be to the standpoint of McCaffrey or Saquon. At the very least, you're going to get him the ball in different ways, just because he's that much of a dynamic playmaker out of the backfield, whether it's the screen game or just running the football too.
Early in the season, I wonder, guys, is it tell us what the whole year is going to be? Because if Mahomes is available week 1. But he's still fresh off the ACL, LCL.
Do they run more?
Honestly, just because I
would think in the first month, probably.
Just because in the first month, let's say we're like, wow, compare the first month of 25 to 26, and we all say, man, they're running the ball 8 more times per game. That doesn't mean that I expect that to necessarily be the case in November.
Yeah, no, I don't. I hope that they eventually. This goes back to the same thing we mentioned the other day. Guess what? I want the Chiefs to pass. Why, you might ask? Well, they have Patrick Mahomes. Yes. It's not hard for me to figure it out.
Yes.
They have Patrick Mahomes. I want them to throw more than they pass every year, in perpetuity, forever. I don't care if Bijan Robinson's on this team next year. I don't want him in a 50-50 split. They have Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
It actually, in a weird way, makes those running backs more effective. The more dangerous he is in the passing game, the harder it is to account for them both. That's what makes me excited. The absolute best offenses they've ever had under Patrick Mahomes came with a running game. It did. It came with Kareem Hunt in his rookie year. It came with Clyde Edwards-Helaire in his rookie year, by the way, when he had like 1,200 yards all-purpose. It came with even Isaiah Pacheco in the year where he had almost 1,000 yards. They were a really dangerous offense. They don't need an awesome running game, that of all time. They don't need Christian McCaffrey or Derrick Henry or Bijan Robinson or Saquon Barkley's running game. If they have a good running game, Patrick Mahomes is more dangerous. That has been consistent.
It's the explosives. Like, we can talk yardage all we want. It's the ability in a big spot, to take a 5-yard run but make it 15 or 20, which is just not what they've had in their back pocket for multiple years with Isaiah Pacheco and last year with Kareem Hunt also in the backfield. I mean, that's something that we're all going to be keeping an eye on. And I do think Mahomes' recovery will play a role in that as well. All right, it is the Chiefs Red Half Hour, but I do want to pivot a little bit to college hoops as we are broadcasting live from the Crossroads at ITAP with our friends from Circa Sports, watching some tourney action. It is still very early, but 10-seed Santa Clara is within 3 on 7-seed Kentucky, 26-23. Final, 4 minutes or so to go in the first half. Also, 5-seed Texas Tech is up early, 10-7 on 12-seed Akron with 13:37 to go in the first. Those are the first 2 games out of the gate today. Yesterday, we had 3 double-digit seeds get victories. Last year, in the entire first round we only had 3. So now maybe we get none today. I don't know, but yesterday was a hell of a start to that. I know we're going to talk more about it in the noon hour, but if you were wanting upsets, you were wanting a little less chalk on day 1, well, we got it.
Yeah, again, that's why I think yesterday, and Drew, you texted this too, it's still, and this year will be too early too. It's too early to know if NIL has ruined.
It's been around for this is the 3rd or 4th year.
Yeah, but it's still, that's not enough of a sample size to know. It could just be in a 4-year run where some of the better plays are better teams in basketball, but they wouldn't all 4 number 1 seeds all 4 of those years. We're pretending like there were no upsets. Last year was the first year where it was all chalk across the board in every single matchup. It seemed like the lower seeds won. It was all 4 1 seeds. The best teams advanced. But the year before wasn't exactly like that. And so, I don't want to just pretend like that's going to be every year. I How hard were you guys here at the bar for the Duke Siena game?
Yeah.
Gosh, I was rooting. I mean, of course, everyone is.
Everybody was rooting for Siena. I stayed until the end of the Vandy game yesterday.
Okay.
So I usually today I'll probably stay for the end of the afternoon slate, and then when there's that gap from 4:30 to because those late games at 5 o'clock were awful. Those were blowouts. There were a couple games.
Yeah, those
the final
stunk.
two
That
were
5 o'clock slate.
and then the next window opened.